accept and ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids, it's kids. That's wealth, years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Hello and welcome everyone to round 3 of the HyperX ClubSport series by IVRA. We're approaching the halfway point of what is already developing into a fiercely competitive season, and by the end of today's 700km race we may have a clearer idea of which teams will see challenging for the championship honours over the final 3 rounds. But first, they have to tame one of the most challenging circuits in the world, as the ClubSport series makes its only European visit this season at the famed Imola circuit in northern Italy. This 4.9km track is a real favourite among drivers, owing a lot to its high speed but very technically demanding nature, and should provide us with plenty of entertainment over the next few hours. Well, my name is Andy McEwen, and I'm delighted to be joined by not one but 2 expert voices to help guide you through the many twists and turns that this race is likely to throw at us. Lorenzo Bonda and Taylor Burris. Lorenzo, this is my first time experiencing the IVRA ClubSport series. Perhaps you can tell me what I've let myself in for.
You're in for a good ride. I think this might be a very interesting race with drawbacks from what we covered at the Brazilian track in Interlagos, which was last round. A very it has a lot of track variations in terms of heights, so you're basically going up and down a lot in this track, and some very tricky braking points where the faster car can make some very dodgy dives, try to save some time in terms of the traffic. So here it can get really clustered if the crunching time comes, and I really hope that we have a good race on our hands and a lot of patience from the drivers as well.
Yeah, for sure. This is a true classic circuit at Imola. It is the 3rd round of the ClubSport series. We started at Fuji in October with a 700km race there. Then we headed to Interlagos, as Lorenzo was just referencing. We are at Imola now before the final 3 rounds of the championship. 2 in America, 1 at Mid-Ohio and 1 at Barber Motorsport Park, with the Suzuka International Racing Course hosting the championship decider in late April. And Taylor, I've still got no idea who we're going to be talking about at Suzuka as the champions, because in all 3 classes really things are looking pretty tight now, especially considering we have 4 more races to go.
It certainly is. This championship is absolutely very exciting to see in all 3 different classes. I mean, you're looking at some very strong teams going head-to-head for this championship. One of the teams that I'm really looking forward to seeing, we've seen already a couple of times in 2022 already showing some great speed, but it's in the TCR class with Full Send Racing. Definitely one of those championship favorites in that category. And then some other great strong teams as well, such as the ATRS Esports team in the Porsche Cup class. And then in GT4, you have the Alpine Star Geodesic Racing teams, who are very strong in every competition that they go into.
Indeed. So if you are unfamiliar perhaps with the HyperX ClubSport series by IVRA, well, this is how it's going to work. It is a 700km race, or 6 hours, whichever comes first, but as long as we don't have too many caution periods, we hopefully should be capping this at 143 laps. But before that, we've got the 3 15-minute qualifying sessions, 1 for each class, 1 for the TCR cars. That will kick off our on-track action. Then the Sport class, which is where you find your GT4 machinery, and then we move into the quickest of the 3 classes, the Cup qualifying session, and that is where you will find your Porsche 911 GT3 Cup 992 cars. Then a quick warm-up session just to quickly double-check you've got your setup correct for that all-important 700-kilometre race, during which, Lorenzo, you don't just score points at the end of the race, but also points available halfway through, and that, I'm sure, will have a big bearing on strategy.
Yeah, it does. And for Interlagos was kind of interesting on how we kind of covered that, because it went so many routes. And I think the only thing I can say is I think Aztec, kind of like the Danish team, loved it as a certain perspective, because they had really solid results at the midpoint, but it turned all itself around, and these midpoints are making a huge difference on the championship wise, not just the 992 class, the Cup class, but I think especially in the GT4s and the Sport class, where everything is balanced in terms of how you address your team going into these races, where everything is changing, everything's being very dynamic, I think more than the last season. So the search needs to be addressed, and we see teams making those adjustments for the halfway points, and try to manage themselves through the end of the race to try to maximize their performance. It's going to be interesting.
Certainly is. As you can see, we've got cars on the circuit now then for our first of those 3 15-minute qualifying sessions. This is the TCR class, and it is Team Huysingveld who lead the way. 260 points they have scored by winning both of the first 2 rounds and scoring reasonably well at the halfway mark, but they're only 21 points clear of Impulse Racing, the number 222 car having an 8-point advantage then over their sister number 233 machine. Then it is Deadline Racing in 4th, Maniti Racing a little way back in 5th position. Taylor, do you think those top 4 teams have now established a big enough gap that they are the contenders, or do you think perhaps some of those further down the top 10 can still get into the fight?
Well, there's still a lot of potential for some of these teams to really start picking up the pace. We are closing in on that halfway point of the season now between these next 2 rounds that we see here. So that if some of these teams who are maybe inside that top 8 could make up a couple of points at the halfway point of today's race, then we could possibly see a little bit of changes. So it's all just a matter of how well your strategy plays out during this race here today could determine whether or not you're going to be in form to run for a championship.
Yes, I'm sure that will be on the team's minds, and Team Huysingveld, who have scored so well at the end of the races, interestingly haven't been at the front necessarily halfway through, and that perhaps shows that the winning strategy, the strategy that gets you the most points ultimately, may be to just run the race as one big 700k race rather than worrying about where you are halfway through. But we'll get to that later on. Right now we dive into qualifying, then the first lap time starting to come in, and as we can see, Lorenzo, lots of drivers trying to stay as close as possible to each other, because in this TCR class, probably more so than the other 2 classes, the slipstream around here is really vital to getting a good lap time.
Yeah, it is really strong. It's absurdly strong. It's kind of like it undermines a good clean air performance. But funnily enough as well, is like a track that doesn't give you a lot of pushbacks in terms of aero. You don't have a lot of corners where the aero push is going to make a lot of impact. Maybe the only one might be down they go into Aqua Minerale right now during the entry, where you might actually get some pushback, but that's pretty much it, because everything else is kind of like just sailing from the rest of the track as they go up now. So it's for the TCRs, and even I think on the GT4 on the Sport class might be the same thing, literally the same thing. I don't know about the Cup class though; it might be a little bit different.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how the other classes go about this, but if the time is there in the slipstream, then it might well be worth giving it a go. We're riding on board here with Krzysztof Malizewski in the number 278 Hyundai Veloster. Got a couple of other Hyundais ahead, but he bails out of the lap, interestingly, letting someone through, and he will therefore have to concentrate on his next lap being the quick one. The car that he lets through is the Brabham Esports machine of Krzysztof Karekes, and he is looking like he's going quickly. Had a nice little tow from the group ahead, blasted past as they went down towards towards the final couple of corners at Ravazza, and they come across the line now. Expect these to be improved lap times upon the first ones that we saw. The timing line coming quite a long way down this start-finish straight. I was going to say it's not actually straight, got those couple of flat-out kinks in it, and actually not that much changing around of the order. We do, though, have a change towards the front now. Headline by Impulse go top, with Impulse Racing second fastest. The lap times starting to come in thick and fast now, Taylor, as we move towards the second half of the session.
We certainly are seeing that indeed, as we see Christopher Ems, who is now behind the wheel of that 222 machine, working with his teammate right up the road from him. That is the 233 machine up ahead, but really utilizing great teamwork, trying to utilize the slipstream to keep on a good, long, consistent run through this track here. Because of all the long straights that this circuit has, it opens up a lot of great abilities to utilize the draft to try and help tow your competitor or your teammate to get a very fast lap time. So I say here, this could be a very fast lap for both Christopher Ems as well as the sister car, who's just up the road, as well as they work their way through.
Yeah, that is right. Now, one team that we're not seeing on the timing screens at the moment is Team Huizinfeld, the championship leaders. Now, it looks like they perhaps are not here this weekend. You are allowed to miss a couple of rounds, but of course that's going to have an effect on the championship standings. Either that or they just haven't set a time yet. But headline by Impulse Racing are up there in the championship. They're currently set to start from the front, but only a tenth of a second in it. Hammering the curbs now as they come through the Variante Alta. Really crucial part of the circuit there, and quite easy to run wide on the exit, Lorenzo, and that is another thing they have to watch out for. A long race coming up later on. You cannot be abusing those track limits, otherwise penalties may be coming your way.
Yeah, and this is a track that it doesn't have a lot of places where you can get those track limits, but I think Acqua Minerale and maybe Variante Alta might be those specific corners where you can actually get those infringements. Maybe even in turn one when you go into Tamburello might be another one, but it's a track that is kind of like has so many turtle curves and everything else, so it punishes you not into the track limit itself, but how the curbs are laid out to you. It can give you any sort of a suspension damage, floor damage, so you have to take those appropriately and try to minimize any ongoing damage as you go through your stint and be locked out on your pit box.
Now there is the Team Huizinfeld car, so they have now set a time, 5th quickest. It's Roman Paesk at the wheel, and he has put in a solid effort there, 1 minute 54.3, a couple of tenths now off the new fastest time set by Impulse Racing's number 222 car, which of course is second in the championship, 21 points at the moment between the number 248 and 222 cars, so it would be useful here for Roman to find a little bit more time. He, interestingly, is all on his own here. No one ahead of him to get the slipstream for. And Taylor, from my personal experience racing around Imola on iRacing, this actually is what I prefer. Yes, the slipstream is worth a lot of time, but it's such a rhythm circuit, such a momentum circuit that, you know, sometimes you go out there in a big pack trying to get the draft. That can just confuse things and you end up getting no lap times in at all.
Yeah, it's so critical to just trying to be careful where to set your car out on the circuit to try and set a good lap time, as we see right here with Roman. And it's very important and critical to try and find that sweet spot. You don't want to be in a big group of cars to really possibly mess up your lap time, but you also want to maybe have a little bit of that slipstream to help you get a little bit of that extra speed on these long straightaways.
Out wide over the curb there, coming out of Ravazza 2, heads for the line, and let's see if this is an improvement then. A 154.331 is his current fastest time, and as you can see at the bottom of your screen, it's not going to be improved upon this time. 155, quite a bit off the pace. What about Stephen Walker here in the number 262 car? He comes across the line. The Alpine Stars geodesic racing car was 6th and stays in 6th. Big one club though, number 225, jumping inside of the top 10 a little bit further back. Right now, though, Lorenzo, it is all about Impulse Racing, isn't it? They're dominating this qualifying session, that teamwork working well, and they are looking like a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they've been solid in qualifying all throughout the season. I think the only problem that Impulse might be finding around these two races, they found it in Fuji, they found it as well in Interlagos, it's kind of like closing out the races. They have quite like solid results into the halfway points. The triple two had the win in the halfway points in Fuji, and the 233 nearly had the win had the second place in Fuji as well. They capitalized this into Interlagos, but that went for Ted Light. So they're trying to use really good performance on the midpoints, but they cannot close out in the latter stages. Might be some strategy calls or something like it. But of course, the yellow flags, late yellow flags, kind of like blocking the path into it. That's going to Team Voicefeld, which won all the races in the season so far. But they are a team to be reckoned with, because last season, and I know in TCRs in general, they are a team that has a lot of talent, have the expertise, so we should be looking out for both cars.
Yeah, for sure, and they've still got time to improve even further in this qualifying session. They're into the final 5 minutes, but time for another lap or two to be logged, and it's Miguel Freitas we're following now at wheel of that number 233 car that sits third in the championship, as Lorenzo was saying. Really solid, consistent run so far. Bit of an iffy first round at Fuji, but they scored well last time out at Interlagos. Towards the end of another lap in qualifying, and we've got a new fastest time of the session. Brabham Esports to the top, a 154.102 by 5/1000ths of a second. They pit the 222 car to provisional pole position. The 233 jumps up into third position. Taylor, this is as close as you like.
It is very close indeed, and it's going to be very exciting to see how this will play out for them, as Christoph Koreckis will be currently that pole sitter, and it's very close indeed between your top two right now. So this is going to be a matter of just a few minutes. There's about less than 2 minutes left to go in this qualifying session for these TCR drivers, and it's going to be very incredible to see if Brabham Esports can hold on with the pole.
Brabham Esports 6th in the championship. They've had a little bit of bad luck, I suspect, this season, Lorenzo, because they clearly have the pace. They're showing that in this qualifying session. As I said, this is my first IVRA round of the season, but I'm a little surprised, given the speed we're seeing out of this car, that they're not further up the championship table. What sort of happened to them over those first couple of rounds?
A little bit of a streak of bad luck and finding themselves into bad places during the class separation, because we know the TCRs usually they stay bunched up for, I would say, the first 10, 15, maybe 15 laps if you get a little bit lucky with traffic whenever the class comes and make those overtakes. They've been getting the short straw as we now look into Norbert Leitner and the TED line by Impulse, as he's going to wrap up this lap. I don't think there's going to be a massive improvement for Norbert, though, but regardless, is a team that he should be. All right, never mind. All right, never mind. Norbert just goes and proves me wrong. But I think that actually had an off track, so that is not going to count. But we should be looking for him, because it's a team that has been the up and downs, and I think for 2023 for Brabham it's going to be an up year. So they have the name, so we got to be hopeful about that going on for the second half of the season.
Yeah, good-looking car as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of that at the front, and if they're worried about losing touch with the leaders, well, the best way to avoid that is by starting at the very front of the field. And as we head into the final moments of qualifying now, it looks as though that may well happen for them. We're following now the 299 car, which is driven by Robert Sharp as he turns through the left-right at the Villeneuve chicane. The fiercely forward car, number 299, which sits 13th in the championship at the moment, but they are just sort of knocking on the door of the top 10. Again, a couple of tenths away from breaking into that top 10. And Taylor, there is a tendency in these qualifying sessions to get very excited about who's starting at the front and who's starting at the back, but we forget it's a long race coming up later on. Endurance racing is not always about where you start, but here at Imola, actually, track position does matter.
It certainly does, because especially of how quickly you can get around this circuit here. And we're really going to see that when we get to our Porsche Cup class, to negotiate how quickly this field will be when it comes around the circuit, because it's not going to be long before these drivers are going to have to deal with lap traffic or lead lap cars at one point or another in this race. And as we see 1 minute remaining, as we pick up the 278 Maniti machine, it's going to be critical to see how these TCR drivers are going to plan how to negotiate when the faster traffic comes through them very quickly. And of course, if you want to be towards the front of the field, that will allow you to kind of maybe judge how the field lap traffic is going to work their way towards you, compared to being one of the first cars who are going to have to deal with the faster traffic.
Across the line comes Krzysztof Malazewski, and he has logged a 1 minute 54.210, so a slight improvement, but I do think we saw a change there for third place, didn't we? Team Huizenfeld, championship leaders, have just jumped onto the second row of the grid. Andy Fox now comes through across the line to complete another lap. He jumps into 12th, but Huizenfeld jumping further up the order now, a quarter of a second or so away from the new fastest time of the session set by Brabham Esports, as Krzysztof Karekes has now dipped into the 1 minute 53s. So a new fastest lap in the qualifying session set right towards the end. And with the checkered flag now flying, Lorenzo, it looks as though that will be hard to beat. But the times are so tight further back, you only have to find a small improvement somewhere, and that could move you one row further up the grid.
Yeah, I'm just taking a quick look over here. As you said, it basically for top 8, even the marginal differences make a difference. For example, if you look at Manidi, which is B7 to Alpine Star Geodesic, the difference is only 4 thousandths of a second. For Manidi and Ingersoll Rand is only 25 thousandths of a second. So those differences, let's just say one sneeze or one blink of an eye, Mr. Indy McEwen, should make a difference on maybe 1 or 2 spots up and down the order. So let's see how this race breaks down, though, whenever we actually get the green flag going and see if they're going to be bunched up, which I don't think it's going to be the case, because this track is so tight, more than so the others, that it's going to be a complicated one for the TCRs, I think.
It will. I think they'll provide some good racing, though, based on how tight that qualifying session was. It is Brabham Esports, then, who look to have sealed the pole position, and by nearly 2 tenths in the end. Krzysztof Karekes with a brilliant lap time, the only driver to get into the 1 minute 53s at the end of the session, and he did that on tyres that he'd done a number of push laps on as well, so that's really impressive. Then it's Impulse Racing in second position. Then the 222 car will start from the outside of row 1 in the TCR class, ahead of Team Huizenfeld, the championship leaders, right behind their nearest points rivals, and that will be a fascinating battle to watch. Then it's Impulse Racing's number 233 on the outside of row 2. Ted Line by Impulse are 5th, ahead of Ingersoll Rand, and then Maniti Racing with the Alpine Stars Geodesic racing car in 8th position. Full Send Racing on 9th, and Dorian Autosport, Akram Zinune rounding out the top 10. Then it's Fiercely Forward ahead of the second of the Brabham Esports cars. These cars are all over 1 second away from the pole position time in the end. Big One Club are 13th, Olympus Esports 14th, and a little off the pace there after a troubled session, SRP Racing Team, who will round out the TCR grid. So that's the first part of the qualifying session done. We move on now to the Sport class, or the GT4 class, and this, of all 3 classes, is the one that looks a little more one-sided. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing have been in top form all season long. They have won both races so far. I think they were also sat second at the halfway point in both of those races, so 290 points have gone their way. That is 85 more than the Deutsche Payment Esports car in second, but that really is where the fight is, because then you've got the Hugh Jas team, careful how we say that one, 1 point in it between those two for the runners-up spot, with Team Huizenfeld again represented in 4th, with 5-Star Motorsport joint 5th alongside SimCity Racing and Taylor. This GT4 category, this could be a pivotal race, actually, couldn't it? Because another good result for our championship leaders here, and they almost have one hand on the championship trophy. But if they slip up, or if the other teams can really pull themselves together here today, we could still see that gap tighten up a little.
It certainly is, and that's where consistency and planning out this race for this sports class is going to be critical for the Alpine Star Geodesic Racing Team here. Currently, like you said, a comfortable points lead, 85 points, but yet 85 points can still be picked up one way or another by any one of these other teams here to close the gap between themselves and their points leader that they have to deal with and contend with for this championship. This is a critical point for the Alpine Star Geodesic Racing Team, as well as the rest of your top 10.
Yeah, it's easy, I think, when you've got a lead like that after the first 2 races, to relax a little, to take things a bit too easy, to sort of make some assumptions that you've got this in hand, but it does only take one bad race and it could all change around. There are 150 points available through each of the remaining 4 races this season, so Lorenzo, they can't afford to rest on their laurels too much, and as we're already seeing, it's easy to make a mistake, it's easy to get caught up in someone else's mistake here at Imola, and so in a way, rather than relaxing, the pressure is really on for the Alpine Stars team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think more so than any other thing in this championship, I'm just trying to confirm, if I remember correctly, they are running the car which on paper, this is not the car, of course, as we're looking through Kevin Carlisle. He's not even from Pysar Geodesic. They're running the 570S, which is a car that I think for Imola might suffer a little bit because it does suffer on the tires. There are some elevation changes and like some quick turnarounds when you go, for example, through Villeneuve, where it might suffer in comparison to the AMG, but you know, second place in the halfway points in both races, but managed to close out perfectly both Justin Rem and John Betafour, and also Vigo whenever they were doing the run. So far they have to be satisfied with it, but this is the track that they might be on the back foot for the first time in this season, not just for the halfway points, but also at the end points. So let's see how the American team will perform moving forward.
And that is something that I personally really enjoy about GT racing, both GT4 and GT3, is the fact that the cars are different. It's not a one-make class like the Cup classes, for example, and there is a lot more variation within the cars than there is even within TCR. You have front-engine cars and mid-engine cars. You have cars that are really good down the straight, some cars that are really nimble through the technical sections, and that plays out nicely, not just over one race, but over the course of the whole season, Lorenzo. You know, you see it's horses for courses, as we would say over here in the UK. If you are at a track that suits your car, you have to make the most of that opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for the sport class, I've been talking with drivers because I was looking through the officials because we're preparing for the iRacing Roar, Daytona Roar, right, which is coming up next week. So I've been talking with some of the drivers, and I was looking because there's a domination on the officials with the Mercedes AMG. It's like, guys, is this actually something that we should be looking for, like a Mercedes domination like we had last season? We see Aaron Ackles at the tricky corner on the last one. The car kind of gets slots out on the rear because you're kind of like going through a double left, and that second leg can be a little bit tricky for you to navigate. But coming back to my point, I'm kind of glad to say that the drivers are actually satisfied with the BOP so far, because there is no strong car this season. Every car has a chance to win at any specific track. Surely some of the tracks might be stronger, like Daytona might be strong for the AMG. This might be an AMG track as well, so the Aston Martin can also come back with a bullet over here too. So we should be looking for it, because apparently of all classes, this is the one that is actually the most balanced.
Let's all just remember that moment when Lorenzo said that the drivers are all happy with the BOP. That is something I don't think I've ever
I
heard.
know. I'm in shock as well. Trust me, whenever they said, oh, the BOP this season is good for the GT4, it's like, what?
Well, hey, that's good. That is what the BOP is for. It's supposed to make the racing close and to give the teams a free choice of car, really, so they don't feel restricted into having to run one particular type of car. And it has produced some good racing already, a championship being dominated by the Alpine Stars Geodesic racing team. But the racing in this class has been exciting, a bit too exciting perhaps for the Torque Freak Racing Mercedes of Antti Salminen, who has a spin going into Tamburello. And Taylor, it's not often you can get it wrong into Tamburello and get away with it undamaged, but it looks as though that's the case for Torque Freak Racing.
Yeah, you saw there he just went through the gravel trap, got himself turned around, and continues on his way. But it may be calm right now, but we get started for the actual race later on this morning. It's going to be much more trickier, a lot more almost exciting for us, but maybe not so exciting for the drivers when they barrel into Tamburello for the first time.
Yes, that first corner is a tricky one. It's a long run down to that first corner at Tamburello, and it's a real pinch point. Everyone wants to get to that inside line, and as we've seen time and time again, it often results in a little bit of door banging, but we shall see. Hopefully the drivers will keep it nice and clean when we do have the start of the race, which is coming up in about 20 or so minutes time. We're about halfway through this second qualifying session for the sport class. We've got the Cup cars coming up next, and then we will be heading into that 700 kilometre race. At the moment then, Impulse Racing, number 157, fastest in the session, second fastest for Fiercely Forward, and the Deutsche Payment Esports car is third. Those three covered by just half a tenth of a second, and then it is the car that you're riding on board with now, the championship leading number 162 car, which crosses the line now and will set a time good enough for an improvement. No, not that time, so they stay in fourth position, but yet again, Lorenzo, these times really tight, a tenth of a second covering the top two rows.
Yeah, and the second gag goes all the way to P15 in the class, so it's the first one outside is actually the huge ass driven by Antonio Alvarez. So but it's kind of like what I'm seeing over here, which kind of like I like a little bit. Top three is not a domination of cars. You get a little bit, maybe a domination from 3 to 5, but P1 is an AMG, P2 is a Porsche, P3 is a McLaren. So it goes back to what I said a little bit before, but then you got a little bit of a spread between the McLarens and AMGs. But this is what I like. You know, it's close to one another. I think you don't see a lot of pack of cars trying to follow one another. Like we saw the TCRs, maybe the Aero might give you a little bit of a push, or might be a little bit of the scrubbing of the tires depending where you go to the corner. So a little bit of clean air over here might be actually the best choice for you to go. And going back to Mercedes points, like I said over here, I think we shouldn't be concerned about door banging. At least there's no George Russell or Valtteri Bottas around the track, so we're good about that.
Yes, you make a good point there, Lorenzo, and we shall move on from that for now. Perhaps something to discuss when we get into the quieter moments of the race. There have been some very fierce battles here in Imola over the years, and it is a real fight for track position. Sometimes you have to get those elbows out to make progress towards the front. First of the Aston Martins at the moment then is the Patrick Preyas-driven car, the German sim racing car, which is going past its teammate actually, heading out of Ravazza 2 and towards the line. They sit 7th on the grid, but only a fraction behind Ingersoll Rand, and in fact, forget about that, they go to the top of the times. A 1:50.01 is a provisional pole position time for Patrick. That was a brilliant lap and quite a significant improvement. Deutsche Payment Esports go third as well. The times, Taylor, remain very tight, but that was a big improvement, and I think that once more, teamwork had something to do with it.
It certainly looked like that indeed. The two German sim racing cars definitely staying close nose to tail to each other through that entire lap, which allowed Patrick Preyas to be able to take over that pole position here with a 1:50.01. Absolutely flying around this circuit here with that draft that he's helping, plus the tow that he's getting from the 155 machine as well out on the track.
Yeah, and of course he is now towing around his teammate car as well, so these two definitely working well together, although the 168 car I think probably scrapped the start of the lap because it pulled out of the way coming out of the final corner. That therefore affects the start of the next lap as well, but we'll see. They've got time perhaps to squeeze another lap in as well, but that's a really good time that for the 167 car, which arriving here at Imola finds itself all the way down in 11th place in the championship, so hasn't necessarily been setting the pace so far, but looking strong here at Imola. This was the car that they knocked off the top of the times then. Anton Reger in the 157 Impulse Racing Mercedes AMG GT4 hops over the curbs through Acqua Minerale and heads towards the Variante Alta. This is where you've got to be so precise, hit the brakes over the blind crest, fling it into the right-hander, uses a little bit of curb on the left, a little bit on the right. That looked pretty much perfect, and gets a good exit down towards the first of the Ravazzas. I was about to say they're about to challenge for pole position, but that no longer belongs to German sim racing. Lorenzo, we've now got another new car at the top of the times.
Yeah, we got the fiercely going forward. Sorry, I couldn't contain myself. But the Porsche now stands up at the top of the standings, followed by the Aston Martin GSR, and again proving time and time again that these cars are well-rounded. I thought, okay, this might be an AMG track, maybe going forward with a long stint, but no, so far I've been proven otherwise, which for me, I'm personally happy to see that. I'm not going to complain about it. Is this going to translate maybe to race pace? Everybody's going to be balanced. I still don't know. I haven't driven these cars in quite a while now, but again, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, me too. I mean, look at how tight it is. A tenth and a half covers the top 6 right now. Championship leaders Team Huizingveld, who we just saw, are only a tenth and a half off pole, and yet they would be starting 6th on the grid. And that will be making them a little bit nervous, I would have thought, Taylor, because again, we've touched upon that run into the first corner. I'm sure we'll mention it again in the build-up to the race, but particularly for a team trying to defend a championship lead, you want to either start at the front or the back. Starting in the middle, as Team Huizingveld would be at the moment, that can be fraught with danger.
It certainly can be fraught with danger indeed. A lot of things could happen in that opening lap for Team Huizingveld, being stuck in the middle of this pack of drivers, and especially going into Tamburello and Acqua Minerale during that time of the opening laps in this configuration can prove actually a big issue for them at the start of the race. They have to make sure they take care of their equipment, stay out of trouble when they enter into the braking zones here, but we'll just have to see if they can survive that opening lap.
Liam Matthews across the line stays 14th in the number 115 car. The Porsche Cayman makes its way through Tamburello for what will probably be the final time. Might just have time for 2 more laps then in this sport class qualifying session. Antti Salminen, having had his spin down at Tamburello earlier on, is in 13th position right now and needs to find actually the best part of half a second to improve upon that. He has got a bit of a slipstream ahead of him though. So follow him across the line, see if the AMG driver can perhaps advance upon that top 10. Of course, having that spin earlier on, that will have had an effect on his session and perhaps affected his rhythm as well. SimCity Racing jumping to 14th place, and Antti Salminen stays in 13th. And Lorenzo, that's something that's worth touching upon, I think. It was only a small spin. He did no damage to the car, but that can affect a driver's confidence, can't it? If you have that moment early in the qualifying session, it's very difficult to then get back to peak performance later on.
Yeah, it does. Unless you have some really good confidence in the car and you can actually start pushing it appropriately moving forward. Let's just say if you're doing a mistake on the first 2 laps, like on the out lap or maybe in the fast lap, you can kind of bounce yourself back because you still got about, let's just say, 13, 14 minutes for you to try to maximize your time, even though you're going to be losing right around 4 minutes, 4 to 3 minutes roughly, making the second attempt around the track. But you know, it's interesting, this mindset. You know, this is what makes really good racers. If you have really good performance around qualifying, usually means that you can have a decent mid-race pace, and but it will be interesting as we're about to see the sport class come up to our wrap here, Andy, and we're going to be seeing the cup class coming up really shortly. But can't wait to see how the sport race will plan out, because I think this one might be actually the question mark around the Italian track for everyone of these 54 teams.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the sport class battle, actually. As I said, I've got a soft spot for GT4 racing, and I think it's going to put on quite the show for us today. We do have the checkered flag out now, so most of the quick cars have headed for the pit lane. Impulse Racing are still pushing on, though, and we're following the 157 car now out of Ravazza. One last chance to try to find the, couple of hundredths of a second required to get to the front row of the grid. And can Anton find it across the line? He's about to come. It's the last of the timing lines just there. And no, stays in 3rd position, so no improvement that time around. Looks like the first couple of rows now are pretty much set, with most of our quick drivers having bailed for the pit lane, and it's Fiercely Forward who have got the pole position for the sport class here in Imola. But look at these lap times, 1 minute 49.987, fractionally 23 thousandths quicker than Patrick Preyas in the German sim racing Aston Martin, who did for a time there hold pole position. So too did the 157 Impulse Racing AMG, which sits in 3rd, and then the Deutsche Payment Esports McLaren of Ben Kelly McCauley, making it 4 different makes of car in those first 4 positions, and all of them covered by just a fraction over 1/10 of a second. Then it was Sven Demmel in 5th position in another one of the McLarens, ahead of the Team Huizingveld Mercedes AMG of Yannick Danish. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing are 7th on the grid, ahead of SRN Motorsports. Ingersoll ran in 9th, and then rounding out the top 10, the second of the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing AMGs, still only 6/10 off pole position. Then it's Eclipse Racing Team and German Sim Racing's second Aston Martin on the 6th row, row 7 for Torque Freak Racing and SimCity Racing, ahead of the Archer Brothers esports car, the second of the Hugh Jas cars, number 138 in 16th, ahead of Sapphire Simsport and SRN Motorsport, rounding out the 18 car Sport Class grid. Though Sport Class qualifying complete, we now move into the fastest class, the cars that we will see competing for the overall race win here in the 700 kilometres of Imola, the Cup class. A one-make class, this one, the only one-make class on the grid for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, the 992s, and look how tight it is. They are the fastest cars, and they're producing the closest championship battle. Maniti Racing lead the way by a single point over the first of the Aztec Simsport Visceral cars, number 96, and that is going to be a fascinating battle, I think, not only through this qualifying session, but through the 700Ks later on. And Taylor, this gets me very excited, because actually not only are those two in contention, but there's a whole group of teams who, with a good result today, could equally be up there fighting for the championship.
Yeah, you've got the sister car to the Aztec Simsport Visceral team, the number 97 machine, right there in hot pursuit. And then, of course, the Deutsche Payment esports team, another strong one. Impulse Racing, another strong team that has multiple cars across multiple classes here tonight. Looking forward to seeing if they could overcome some strong runs here today. Very excited to see how this will play out for a lot of the drivers.
Yeah, certainly a pivotal race, as we've been saying, this midway point of the championship, but in a one-make category such as the Cup class, that becomes even more challenging, actually, to score really well, because you make a slight mistake and the chances are there will be not just one but 2 or 3 teams waiting to pick up the pieces. So this will be action stations for sure once we get into the race. But qualifying underway, and we've got the number 78 car then making its way around this, the car which we are expecting to see towards the front. They're leading the championship, Maniti Racing, but interestingly, Lorenzo, they haven't won a race yet. Now, you don't have to win races to win championships. That's been proven many times. Consistency is a valid way of doing it. But when do you think they are going to get that first win? Could it be today?
Yeah, I think so, because I know they've been kind of like practicing quite a lot to try to get this performance and kind of erase what happened in Interlagos, because I think in Interlagos everything went wrong for them after the second half of the race. First half of the race, they try to maximize the halfway points and try to, like I said before, navigate through the rest of the race and see how that goes out for them at the end of things. You see some of the first laps come in Visceral esports, IVRA 97 by Stephanie Martini, actually on the top of the standing so far. But what I like about this is really close, and Interlagos teached us a few things about this, that you need the consistency. I think it's showing us that it might come down to fine details. Maybe not at Imola, but maybe going to the next 2 tracks, which is Mid-Ohio and Barber, which are extremely difficult in terms of traffic, especially Barber, where you can actually get that top of the standings. But still, Imola, not an easy track to negotiate with the 992 cars. So let's see how Maniti, Aztec, and Track will do during this race, because they are the teams, in my opinion, that are the ones to watch.
And we're already seeing just how much faster these cars are. We've seen the sport class cars just barely breaking into the sort of mid to high 1 minute 40s. We're already into the 1 minute 42s now for the Aztec Simsport Visceral number 97 car, and that will present a challenge in the race, because these cars are going to be closing in on the TCRs and the GT4s pretty rapidly, and at such a high-speed circuit as Imola, that could well present us with a few bits of action over the course of the 700-kilometre race later on. But we'll see how much further these lap times can drop. Well, they're not going to drop at all for Matteo Kunze, who's heading into the pit lane. 5th at the moment is the Orion Race Team Porsche, but bailing for the pits, Taylor, that seems a little bit odd, because it's too early, surely, for him to want another set of tyres. But we're seeing a couple of cars actually bailing for the pits now, so damage perhaps, or just trying to get themselves a bit of clean air?
Probably a mix of both, actually. Maybe get repair some of that damage, also trying to get a chance to get some clean air, because we have a lot of Porsche Cup cars coming down pit road after just only running a couple of laps here. So very interesting to see how this strategy will play out for these drivers, as we see a couple of them coming back out onto the circuit. but it's going to be interesting to see how this will play out.
Right, okay, so already this is looking like a very different session than we saw for the previous two classes. And Lorenzo, is that perhaps just down to the differences in cars? Because we do see cars like the TCRs and GT4s, they look after their tyres pretty well. You can be fairly consistent over multiple laps. Is that not the case perhaps for these Cup cars?
No, it's not. Cup cars, they have a little bit of different behavior. They're basically a one-shot qualifying, and that's pretty much it. If you look, whenever they come out of the pit lane, they don't try to push the tires because of the thermodynamics that they have around the car. So you try to scrub the less amount of tire possible and try to insert as less heat possible into those tires. It's kind of like the same thing they do of certain teams whenever I drive them around the track. You get the maximum performance once you start going around the track. Well, I'll say by Eric Newman. And then you do your fast lap and you reset after you've done your fast lap. Because there are a few tracks where you can actually get 2 laps, but even then I don't even think it is a very good track, a good choice.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing to think about then, actually, heading into the race later on, because what a different mindset the drivers have to have. You know, they have 1, maybe 2 laps to try and get a good lap in qualifying. That means they're in all-out sprint and attack mode. But then we start the race and suddenly you're in a 4-5 hour endurance race, and that requires a completely different mindset. So an extra challenge perhaps for these Cup class drivers. At the moment, Aztec SimSports Visceral in dominant form. The 96 car on provisional pole, the 97 provisionally would line up alongside them. And how's that for team consistency, Taylor? Just 2 1,000ths of a second between the 2 teammate cars. This is why they are one of the teams to beat in this class.
They certainly are, and they are really putting a astounding lap time. In fact, they were tied pretty much with their lap times here, both of them in the 1:42.92 second bracket. Absolutely flying around this circuit. They will come down pit road. The Visceral Esports 97 machine getting a fresh set of tires, as well as Nicholas Last from the 96 is out around the circuit for the moment, trying to get another little bit of step up on his lap time. See if he can try to get a little bit of an extra cushion over the rest of his competition.
Up through, or down through, Aqua Minerale, I should say, the lowest point of the circuit. They start climbing up towards the Variante Alta again, and I wonder whether we'll see this car from the pit lane this time. Looks like he's pushing pretty hard at the moment, but this car looks so well balanced. We've seen other cars bouncing over the curbs and not settling quite right, getting a bit sideways on the landing, and that's a huge part of making a car quick around here at Imola, Lorenzo, isn't it? Because it is this really fast circuit, and the temptation is to take all of the downforce out of the car, lower the ride height, stiffen the shocks. But actually, you need a car that will ride the bumps and the curbs really well too, because there's a lot of lap time in being quite aggressive through the chicanes.
Yeah, especially going through Aqua Minerale and maybe even Piratella as well. Like, you can gain just from the, let's just say, at the end of the first sector, going to the second sector, you can gain about a half a second per lap just by taking the cleaner line. And even then, yeah, surely you can take out some wing too. You get the front straight performance and try to make those overtakes easier going to turn number 1. But for these cars, because they're more aero sensitive, maybe some of the others, you kind of need the mid to high downforce around this track for you to get some really solid performance on the curve, especially at those that kind of demand downforce, and try to glue the car as best as you can whenever you go into the braking zones like Aqua Minerale.
New pole position time set by this car. It is the ATRS Esports car number 13, Nick Ludecker at the wheel, and he has just gone fastest by about half a tenth or so. 1 minute 42.861 breaks the stranglehold on the session that had been made by Aztec SimSports Visceral. Impulse Racing 4th, and Maniti Racing, I was about to mention the championship leaders. They were only 6th when I last looked. They have now found a small chunk of time and moved into 5th position, but would at the moment be lining up several positions behind behind their big championship rival, the number 96 Aztec Sim Sport Visceral car. There is the Impulse Racing machine making its way through the Tossa hairpin and climbing uphill towards Piratella, but that's a really strong lap time by ATRS Esports, who, again, arriving here at Imola, have not had the best of seasons, really. They've not been troubling the podium places so far, but Taylor, they look like another team for whom Imola could be the race that turns their season around.
It certainly can be that time of the year for them to turn it around, and they are certainly showcasing that here in the qualifying session. Of course, qualifying speed is a whole lot different, though, compared to your race pace, so we'll see if that continues to trend their way when the green flag drops them. But the good news is, if they do get to have this pole position, they have a clean racetrack ahead of them with no issues in front of them. It's just making sure no one hits them from behind when they come on heading in to the first few chicanes.
And that, unfortunately, is pretty much out of your control as the driver who arrives at the first corner at Tamburello first. But again, I'm sure that will be an all-action start to the race. Coming up very shortly, because we're into the final few minutes now of this qualifying session. Cup class cars putting on another really competitive 15 minutes of track time. Can anybody beat ATRS Esports to the pole position? Well, there's your answer. Yes, they can. Impulse Racing back to the top. A 142.844 by 15 thousandths of a second or so have jumped back to the top of the times, and ATRS Esports now have to try and respond. They should just have enough time if they want to pit, stick another set of tyres on and go again. But the track clearly getting quicker. The drivers getting their eye in a little bit more now, Lorenzo, and we are starting to see more and more teams challenging at the front. Impulse Racing, another team who have had their flashes of brilliance this season, haven't they? They won the first race at Fuji. It was really Interlagos where they dropped a lot of points, and they need to try and get their season back on track today.
Yeah, because they faced basically chaos through the Brazilian heat, and unfortunately they couldn't get the result they wanted. They didn't have the solid also first half of the race. They tried to manage on their own, but after that, because of the late yellow flags and everything else, they got caught on the back foot, were thrown all the way back up to the point. They only captured 17 points. So from 145 in P2 and P1, basically thrown down to what is now 6th place in the standings. So it hurts, but I think they know what they need to do to try to get a good performance around this track, and they're doing that, and that's what I want to see, a good show of force from the German team in these final moments of the qualifying.
Yeah, they had almost the perfect first round of Fuji. The second at halfway, as Lorenzo said, went on to win the race, but at Interlagos, sadly, things not quite going their way. Right, more cars heading for the pit lane, and this late in the session, that will be their session done. They don't have time now to do another outlap and get back out there, so we'll focus instead on those who are still pushing, and well, Sasha Engelhardt definitely pushing coming out of Ravatza 2, and got it all wrong. That probably was an off track, so that will ruin the lap. Into the pit lane comes Engelhardt. Nicholas Lask, though, is, well, not last. He is third fastest at the moment then. And the 96 car, the best of the Aztec Sim Sport Visceral cars in points. And in this qualifying session right now, he makes his way towards this double left-hander at Piratella. Full commitment required through there. And the number 96 car only has to find just over half a tenth or so, and it could be back on that pole position. He's got a slipstream from the car ahead, and this looks pretty much inch perfect so far, Taylor. It's an aggressive lap, but not too aggressive. Pretty neat and tidy from what I've seen.
It certainly has been a very neat and tidy lap as he is working his way through the Alpha chicane and makes his run down towards the first two final corners. And really a great drive for him indeed. He's looking to maybe possibly retake the pole position if he's tracking in the right way for Nicholas Last as he heads his way down into the final two corners. Really a great drive. We'll see if he's able to take away back the pole position.
Just got on that curb a little bit going into Ravatza 2. That can unsettle the rear of the car, especially in this rear-engined 992 Cup car, but he gathered it together. He's got the tow from his teammate to the line. Is this going to be enough to get back onto the front row? The checkered flag is out, and the 96 car does go to the top. Look at that, a 1-2 then for the Visceral Esports team, and Nicholas Last goes to pole with a 142.5, and the 97 car with a 42.7 as well. So we were following the lap It looked good, and they were both going really quickly, and car number 96 looks as though it has stolen the pole position right at the end of the session. Lorenzo, that is how you pull together a qualifying session. We've been talking about how evenly matched this field is, and all of a sudden the 96 car is 2/10 up the road.
Yeah, and it basically gives like the first shot towards Maniti Racing. You know, puts Maniti in not at the most comfortable spot for Pedro Burger to try to have a good performance. They can try to work together, try to break away as fast as possible whenever the race starts, and see where it will lead them at the end of things. So the Danish brand, I think, is going to be happy that their Bistro team, is going to be doing moving forward in this race.
Yeah, that was a seriously impressive effort right at the end of the session as well, and the pressure on the driver's shoulders there to deliver must have been immense, but that will give them some serious confidence going into the 700-kilometre race that they have the pace, and Taylor, they have the opportunity to take control of the race as well. We don't know what's going to happen in the first few corners, but if those two cars can come out of the first lap still running 1-2, they're not going to be easy to pass. They can set the pace of the field. They clearly have the pace to stay at the front as well. And that could make life really difficult for the others over the course of the race. Having two cars near the front is a big strategic advantage.
It certainly is. Two cars towards the front of the field will definitely make it a great opportunity for these two to work together in order to try and set up for heading into those first few set of chicanes here at the opening stages, as well as also for the start of the race. We could see, of course, the sister car, the number 97, give a little bit of room to make sure that Nicholas Last can set himself up for Tamburella and get himself running through the field and chart to be the lead rabbit in a sense, if you think about it. Let them try to pull out and let everyone chase him up through the start of the race.
Yeah, that could prove to be a very important final few moments of the qualifying session then, that sees the Aztec SimSport Visceral team lock out the front row in the Cup class. Nicholas Last with the fastest time, a 1:42.572, but his teammate Santeri Martikainen, who was right ahead of him on track, will be starting right alongside him at the start of the race. A 1-2 then for that team, with Impulse Racing in third position for car number 15, and then ATRS Esports number 13 in fourth place on the grid. Then the championship leaders, Maniti Racing, the car driven by Pedro Berger at the start of, or in qualifying I should say, just under half a second in the end off that pole position time, but fifth is a solid place from which to defend that championship lead, which is just 1 point, remember, over the pole sitting car. SimCity Racing will start sixth ahead of WS Racing Esports. Then the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car of Michael Vigo was 8th, Orion Race Team in 9th, and the Seibelt Esports car number 77 completing the top 10. Then Orion Race Team and Kairos Esports on row 6. ATRS Academy will start 13th ahead of RPC Esports, and that is 1 second covering the top 14, even with those big improvements for the Aztec SimSport Visceral squad at the end. With a very tight qualifying session. Hell Racers, Leipert Esports, Deutsche Payment Esports, Olympus Esports, and Trek Esports will complete the 19-car Cup class field for this 700-kilometre race at Imola, which will be getting underway in just a few minutes' time. So qualifying done then here at Imola. A reminder that it's Andy McEwen, Lorenzo Bonda and Taylor Burris taking you through the broadcast today. A big shout out as well to Hugo Luis, our producer, and also to Dougie Beard, who is on the cameras for this event. And we're really happy to have you all joining us as well. If you're watching on YouTube, do get involved in the YouTube chat. We'll be monitoring that through the race. If you've any questions for us or any shout outs you want to make, anyone you're supporting, then let us know. And we always want you to get involved here at the hashtag IVRA series on RaceSpotTV. Right then, guys, interesting qualifying sessions that we just saw there. Lorenzo, I'll come to you first. Any particular things of note to come out of that qualifying session? We've got a couple of our championship front runners with a little bit of work to do, I think.
Yeah, they do. It's gonna be quite compelling to see how Maniti will bounce back from the qualifying performance. I'll say that P5 is bad. Of course, I can joke with Pedro for not getting the pole position later on WhatsApp groups, but jokes apart. It's gonna be a patience race. I think it's gonna be more patience than the Brazilian round. Brazilian, you can, as you go through Interlagos, you can get away with a few things, even though we got a lot of yellow flags, especially late yellow flags at the Brazilian track. I don't know how it's gonna be over here, but one thing has surprised me, and I've been looking at the race control board. no penalties been assigned in terms of on-track discipline. We had that on a few on some of the last rounds. Not on this one. I'm surprised.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Even within qualifying, it can get a little tight out there. People end up getting in the way or being a bit too aggressive, trying to get some track position. But Taylor, that is something that definitely we'll have to monitor through the race, because it's inevitable, really, isn't it? You have 3 classes of car. They're all running at different paces. Particularly when you throw that cup class in, the closing speed is huge. And because this is such a commitment-based circuit, you really carry a lot of speed into the corners. That can lead to incidents, can't it, as the quicker cars are trying to make their way through?
It certainly is. I mean, if you look at just the pole times for each 3 classes, you have a 1:42.5 for the cup class, a 1:49.9 for the sports class, and then a 1:53.917 for the TCR category. So you're looking at about a 10-second gap from the fastest cup car to the fastest TCR car, and then you're having about a 7 to 8 second gap from the fastest cup car to the fastest sports car that we have here tonight. So it's going to be really amazing to see the closing speed between each of the 3 classes and how quickly each of these classes are going to have to negotiate around the other classes during this 700-kilometer race.
Yeah, and it's not the widest of circuits either here at Imola, so you've got to look after each other out there. I know it's tempting when you're engaged in an all-out fight for the class lead, but sometimes it's worth giving away a second so that you don't pick up a penalty from tagging a slower car. Than going all in and ending up with contact. The other thing we're going to have to monitor, and I've got a spreadsheet ready to be filled in as we move through the race, is pit stop strategy, Lorenzo. Now, we've touched upon this a little bit during qualifying. We've got some chance now to really delve into this. You've got 3 different classes of car. They'll all be capable of running different lengths of time on fuel. Some will require tyres at every pit stop, some won't. And you've got those points to think about at halfway. So typically speaking, how do we see in the past the different classes approach race strategy?
It's going to be kind of an interesting one. I don't know if Hugo can actually bring us the track conditions for us, so we can actually talk about this. Thank you so much, Hugo. Ambient is actually 26 degrees, but the track is 28. But the thing you should be looking for is 11:35 a.m. in Italy right now. In this they put 5th of February, so it's supposed to be a chill track where we shouldn't see anything maybe go past 40 degrees. There's not a lot of humidity and winds around the track, and it's partially cloudy, so you got a few bright spots where you can actually cool down those tires. So I think maybe the first thing you can maybe think about double stinting, which might be a big race. But the one thing we have to talk about, because of this new build, I think for the GT4s more specifically than the others, I think maybe the club class as well, the tires do go out pretty quickly, so you might be thinking of putting tires every single pit stop that you make. So we should be looking forward to that, because apparently the double stint is out of the cards anymore. Maybe at the latter stages of the race, but let's see.
Okay, that's interesting then. So if you are going to be forced into changing tyres every time, that will certainly change your strategy around. And of course, you're going to really want to push that fuel all the way, try to drain the tank as much as possible. And if that means doing an extra few laps on the tyres, then we could see some mistakes creeping in towards the end of the various stints. Well, we're almost ready to go racing here at Imola, so we've got one more chance to take a look at how the cars will line up. At the front of the field, we have the Aztec SimSport Visceral Porsches within the Cup class. Nicholas Last, second in the championship, but first on the grid, ahead of the sister car number 97. Then Impulse Racing start third, alongside the ATRS eSports car number 13, which is going to be on the outside of row number 2. Then Maniti Racing, the championship leaders in the Cup class, will start fifth, ahead of SimCity Racing to complete the top 3 rows. Then it's WS Racing Esports and the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car on row 4. Row 5 for Orion Race Team and Staybolt Esports rounding out the top 10 within the quickest of the classes. Orion Race Team's second car will start right behind its teammate in 11th place, ahead of Kairos Esports in 12th. Then row 7 for the ATRS Academy car RPC Esports will start from 14th on the grid, ahead of Hell Racers and Leipert Esports, with Deutsche Payment Esports towards the back of the Cup grid, alongside Olympus Esports on the 9th row. Row 10 then, the last two cars within the Cup class, it will be the Trek Esports car and ATRS Esports second machine of Pavel Kavalik in 20th. Then we continue with the Porsche theme actually, but this time within the Sport class for GT4 cars, and Alvar Gomez with Fiercely Forward's Porsche Cayman on the pole position ahead of the German sim racing Aston Martin that made that big late improvement in the qualifying session, and then Impulse Racing's Mercedes AMG with the Deutsche Payment Esports McLaren making it 4 different makes of GT4 car across the top 2 rows. Then it's the Hugh Jass number 137 car with Team Huisingveld starting 6th on the grid, the championship leaders in the danger zone in a way, heading into that first corner. Then it's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and SRN Motorsport on row 4, with Ingersoll Rand and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing's second car completing the top 10. Then Eclipse Racing Team next ahead of German Sim Racing, the number 168 car not quite finding the pace that the sister car did, which of course starts on the front row. Torque Freak Racing had a spin and will start 13th ahead of Sim City Racing. Then Archer Brothers Esports and the second Hugh Jass car, from 138 of Antonio Alvarez. Sapphire Simsport and SRN Motorsports are together on row 9, with Race Factory's William Brennan completing the Sport class grid. And then finally into TCR, where it's Hyundai domination, the Brabham Esports car setting the fastest lap time by nearly 2/10 in the end over Impulse Racing. That didn't really do that session justice though, it was extremely tight as shown by the next few times. Team Huisingveld 3rd, Impulse Racing 4th, Ted Line by Impulse 5th and Ingersoll Rand in 6th, all of them covered by less than 1/10 of a second. Maniti Racing then a 7th ahead of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing's TCR effort just inside the top 10, so too are Full Send Racing and Gorio Autosport on the 5th row of the TCR grid. Then it's Fiercely Forward, the second of the Brabham Esports cars starts 12th ahead of Big One Club, Olympus Esports and SRP Racing Teams Hyundai at the back of the field. And just like that, we're about ready to go racing then. The Cup class cars come out of Ravazza, the safety car pulls into the pit lane. Now there is a designated start zone during which the cars are allowed to accelerate, but that's quite late I believe towards the timing line, and that's going to mean they're very bunched up when they arrive at Tamburello. 700 kilometres of racing at Imola then gets underway, and it's the two teammates at the front of the field looking to try and take immediate control of the race, and it looks as though that's kind of going to plan, with the pole sitter holding on to the lead, but they're 3 abreast then for second position into Tamburello. A big squeeze and down to 4th position for the second of those S-Tech cars. That didn't quite go to plan, but it does look, Lorenzo, as if the Cup cars have got through Tamburello cleanly.
How?
Good question.
I'm literally shocked right now. I actually expected one of the Viscerals and Nick to actually crash at turn number 1, especially given the contact. They made it a little bit of a bump, as we see also TCRs here in the even. Here we go. Everybody getting away unscathed maybe into turn number 1, Andy. So that's a good thing to know before. Maybe the only car that actually got a little bit of a bad performance might be the RPC car. But other than that, everybody just following one another as we go into our first few corners.
Yeah, all 3 classes continuing to be led by the pole sitters then, Fiercely Forward in the GT4 cars, and then within the TCR class, Brabham Esports holding on to the lead. And yeah, I think I only saw 1 car pointing the wrong way, and that was one of the Cup cars at the Villeneuve chicane. So a pretty clean start, but look at this speed that we're seeing out of Nicholas Last. He leads the way, Assetec Simsports Visceral by nearly just over a second, and we're not even at the end of lap 1. So Taylor, the plan not quite being executed for that team in that the second car lost some ground, but for the 96 car, they are already starting to pull away.
They certainly are. They're about almost a second ahead of Mario Velagut in the number 15 machine right there, the Impulse Racing, as they try to complete lap number 1 for the first time here, up to speed. Everyone's single file, minding their P's and Q's, which is good to see for your competitors. As Nicholas Last, with the help of his teammate in the second Visceral 97 machine, as we ride on board with Matteo Kunzer in the Orion race team, who makes contact as they make their way into Tamburello.
You could see that one coming, really, couldn't you? He was up the inside, but carrying a bit too much speed, I think, into the corner. In the end, though, no harm, no foul. The position stays the same, and actually he is the one who ends up losing time and now has got a big group of cars right behind him. The number 14 there trying to swing around the outside through the second part of the Villeneuve chicane. This is all going on just around the back of the top 10, and there is now contact, and around goes Francesco Lamanna in the Seibelt Esports car off into the gravel trap, and that had to happen. They were banging doors through the entire first sector of that lap, and eventually the Seibelt car ends up getting nerfed off into the gravel trap. And Lorenzo, they're not done yet. This is some fierce racing, considering it's the start of a 700k race.
Yeah, and we're only on lap 2, and why you trying to go 3 wide to Piratella? I cannot understand that. I cannot fathom why you're going to try to make that move, as Kairos now get boxed in, and here goes Fujita on the outside going now to Variante Alta. Kairos going to fight back. They are, so it can get a little bit of dicey here on the back of the pack. So I really want to look on the replay to see what happened specifically. I think that was maybe the Orion or one of the Apex Tech cars that made the dive into Piratella and made the contact and spun the Seibelt car around.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate, though. Just too many cars trying to fit through the same bit of racetrack, and Lorenzo is absolutely right. We're on the second lap of a 143-lap race. You need to be patient sometimes, but when the cars are this evenly matched, Taylor, and you're at a track that does lend itself to this close racing, the temptation is always there, isn't it? You get the run, you see a gap on the inside, and you just want to go for it. And again, we're seeing that into Tamburello. This time, thankfully, a clean move, but you've really got to measure those attacks. You've got to work out the risk versus reward, and at this early stage, I'm quite surprised to see how aggressive some drivers are being.
It is really surprising to see how aggressive. Of course, some of these drivers, I could probably understand why they want to be so aggressive. Before the tires start to fade away, they want to try to get up towards the front of the field or in a comfortable position to set up for those pit stop strategies that'll be happening later today. But also, you got to be a little balanced and realize this is only lap 3. There's still 140 laps left to go in today's race, and you don't want to be doing something like this as we see the replay. 3 wide, and then there's the contact with the Seibelt machine into the gravel trap. No damage per se with the barrier, but still, you don't want to be doing that on lap 2 or 3.
No, and it was the car that came from the furthest back, wasn't it, that caused the contact. That was a gap that was always going to disappear, and I fear we may be hearing from race control on that one. They are stewarding the race live, as is always the case, and we'll be notified, hopefully, as and when any penalties are given out. Right, back to the sport class then, where Alvar Gomez continues to lead for fiercely forward. He's got that German sim racing Aston Martin right on his tail. That car being driven, I believe, by Patrick Preus again, as we saw during the qualified session. So Porsche leading from Aston Martin as they head towards the Variante Alta. 2 completely different cars here, but both running almost identical lap times. In fact, we've kept our same top 4, haven't we, Lorenzo? So again, good variety of car at the front of the GT4 field, where we're seeing noticeably less of that aggressive driving, at least amongst the front runners. I think they're happy for the time being just to stay within touch of the lead, log some laps, and save the aggression for later on.
Yeah, and we're also seeing some slight separation more into, oh no, oh dear, just trying to copy Mr. Peter Mackay. Oh God, I'll go back, Ewan. Go back, Indy. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, let's see if they can get through Villeneuve. I mean, if they do, it will be a bit of a miracle. This is like a 5-minute sprint race, isn't it? Look at them ducking and diving for position into the Tosa hairpin, where we've already seen some contact. John Aylan here in the Leipert Esports car has a grandstand view of all of that. You really would think that this was a sprint round, not a 700k endurance race, but they are battling for position like the win is on the line. And I suppose in a one-make category, in a way it is. If you're at the back of the field and you want to be near the front, you've got to make that early progress. That was the car I saw going round on lap 1. It was the 31 car, wasn't it? That's the RPC Esports car of Thomas Varngam, and he was tapped into that spin going into the Villeneuve chicane. Not too much damage done there, I don't think, Taylor, but of course a lot of time lost. And that's so frustrating. All of that pre-race prep, all of the hours of practice, your teammates watching on with nervous anxiety, and it all goes wrong halfway through the first lap.
It certainly does, and that's something you don't want to do, but you can't dwell on it too long. You got to get yourself back in the fight of it. Thankfully, it happened early in the race, and like you said, not too much damage by the looks of it, so they're able to hopefully continue on their way as the run progresses. So we'll see how that changes as we get through the race and strategies as we pick up our TCR leaders who are making their way into none other than Butterbatsa.
Yeah, Team Huisenveld up into second position now then, so they're running strongly. Remember, they're the championship leaders by 21 points over the 222 Impulse Racing car, which runs at the moment in third position. So a bit of a gap between them on track, but the two front runners in the points are running second and third, trailing the Brabham Esports car, which really needs a good result. As we've said, they have to be aiming for the 150 points today, try to be at the front at the halfway point, try and stay there until the end of the race. Now, Lorenzo, within the TCR class in particular, I think, because that slipstream is so important, how much might we see drivers try to save a bit of fuel in the slipstream, do you think? Because you can do that quite easily around here, and that perhaps explains why Team Huisenveld aren't exactly on the attack here to try and get past Brabham Esports.
But I would say even Brabham, I think, is saving fuel despite being facing the wind, believe it or not. I don't think they're fully pushing the car to the very brim of it. I think this might actually happen, and it might happen for a short period of time whenever the Cup class comes, where everything, this cluster of cars following one another, this package of cars, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 cars, is going to break maybe two smaller groups, and because they might be catching them into some of the tricky corners of this track. So they're trying to maximize everything moving forward, and whenever you are into the small packs, it becomes more like trying to distance themselves from the other pack at the same time while you're trying to save fuel. So it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, the TCR cars we expect to be able to go around 90 minutes or so on the tank of fuel, so they'll be doing fewer pit stops certainly than the Cup class cars that we can see at the very front of the field. That lead gap for Aztec Simsports Visceral hovering at around 3/4 of a second, but this is the battle that's going on a little bit further back. In fact, this is for fourth position, I believe, for third place even, and the 97 car running in third, just ahead of the number 13 ATRS Esports car. That's the blue car in the middle of this trio, and then Maniti Racing, the championship leader. We've had a spin for a Ryan race team. That's Matteo Kunze, who's already been in the thick of a few battles, and he's gone off at the Villeneuve chicane and waiting there, Taylor, for a safe chance to rejoin. That was fortunate that he found a gap, but you could see that the time lost with the spin, which we're about to see, was actually two cars going around. He was at the inside of somebody else, they both went for a spin, but actually the time lost, Taylor, by the spin itself was less than the time lost by waiting for a gap to rejoin.
It certainly was, and that's something you can't really be wanting to do right now in this stage of the race. You don't want to be making those mistakes because that valuable time can put you in more trouble, and then of course could cause you to lose a little bit of focus and make even more mistakes. So you have to be careful with how you set your car up. It's all like we talked about in the beginning, pacing yourself for these endurance races. I mean, this is a good way for some of these drivers to progress themselves and prepare themselves for what's to come in the next 2 weeks in the world of iRacing, with the Roar, which is next Saturday, and then, of course, the Rolex or the iRacing 24 at Daytona.
Yeah, busy time of year this, isn't it, with the special events starting to appear on the horizon, and many of those early special events on iRacing are based around endurance racing. They're based around the very same cars that the teams are competing in here today. So yeah, important practice, as Taylor says. The side-by-side action there for sixth position within the class. That was the WS Racing Esports number 23 car involved, as they made a bit of side-by-side action towards the Tambirello chicane. And front of the field, it remains very, very congested. The teams just happy to be staying out of trouble at this early stage of the race, and already, Lorenzo, traffic starting to be a factor. They've caught the back of the TCR pack within the first 6 laps or so, and I thought it was busy over the first few laps, but it's only going to get busier now.
Yeah, basically, like I said, within the blueprint, maybe the first 10 laps will be catching this slower traffic, especially the TCRs, but they haven't catch the bulk. They catch the tail end. I think the bulk might be in the next lap or two, so that's where actually is going to get really interesting on how the top 4 actually is going to try to follow. Maybe actually top 5 is going to follow each other, because there's a break between 5 and 6 in the Cup class. and maintain this gap between one another, because right now the gap from one to other is around half a second in the Cup class from first to fifth. So it's gonna be quite tricky, and the one you really don't want to be losing is relatively 1 second in one corner like Temporello, just because you caught TCR at the wrong spot.
Yeah, and Taylor, that's really where this race could be won and lost, because so far through this broadcast, particularly through qualifying, we've been talking about, you know, hundredths, thousandths of a second, half a second covering 6 or 7 cars. Well, that's continuing into the early part of the race, but once you catch a group of back markers, or once you are caught by some faster cars, you can easily drop a second or two in less than a lap. So it is that traffic management that is so key. A part of that, though, I think, Taylor, does come down to luck, doesn't it? It's kind of down to where you catch them, how aware the traffic is of your presence, and a lot of it really isn't in your hands.
No, it really is not, and it's all about where you can time it and getting these passes as quickly but cleanly as possible. You don't want to be just sending it in there, as we see our race leader in the Porsche Cup class catching the tail end of the TCR category. He's seeing him making those passes maybe before entering into a corner, or at least in an area that's a little bit safer. You see, he could have maybe sent it in there in Aqua Minerale, but chose not to. He was being very smart of how to set the car up in order to make a run as they make the run to the Variante Alta chicanes.
Yes, now this is interesting. This is the leaders within the Cup class catching the leaders in TCR, and an aggressive move by Nicholas Last to get up the inside of a couple of the Hyundais there, and that just builds him a bit of a gap over Mario Velga in second place. They were pretty close together heading towards the Variante Alta, but now as they duck and dive their way past the front runners in the TCR class, that gap starts to expand ever so slightly. Hard on the brakes into Ravazza 1, and careful on that exit curb. Really unsettled the car, turning into Ravazza 2, and actually this is pretty much perfect for Nicholas Last, because he should be able to clear these 3 Hyundais on the run towards Tamburello. You can see the extra power of the Porsche as he blasts to the outside of Christoph Krekes in the Hyundai, the Brabham Esports Hyundai, and all of a sudden a very busy and congested racetrack becomes a clear racetrack for the top 2 within the Cup class, but it won't be that long before we start catching GT4 cars as well. And that also is not the fastest way through the Variante Alta. That was a very spectacular moment indeed.
Wow. Talk about a total takedown of a car. This is actually, if you thought about this in iRacing, well done, because this is actually very effective on another racing game, which I will not mention. But wow, I'm quite surprised. Poor Ingersoll ran nothing to do around the corner. Wait, let's look at what happened. Whose car was that? Like totally missed out the braking. And apparently, there's a car that completely missed its braking going to Variante Alta.
I believe it might have been the Honda right behind him in Francesca Lamana. No, not Francesca, actually. My apologies. It was the Big One Club, as caution is out.
Yes, that's not a huge surprise. So first caution then on the 9th lap of the race, and that's because of the incident that we've just seen at the Variante Alta, because in IVRA, unlike some other series, many other series in fact on iRacing, we do run to a very sort of lifelike format when it comes to accidents and safety cars. You're not allowed to just teleport back to the pit lane without telling race control first. You're supposed to, if you have an accident or you have to stop out on the track, you're supposed to pull up to a safe position and await further instruction, and that was definitely a race-ending shunt, wasn't it? The Honda behind just not stopping for the corner. At first glance, I thought it was one of the Cup cars, but you can see an event of that almost looks like a hardware failure or something, doesn't it? Because it's missing your braking point, and then there's just not slowing down at all.
Yeah, literally, in total takedown of the car. Don't take me wrong, it's kind of like good replay, but at the same time it's a bad replay, because I feel for Ingersoll Rand at this point, and there's nothing you can do about it because the engine's basically gone. And so it's like race over on lap 9, which is really unfortunate. And let's see what's going to happen. Now they're going to get bunched up again and everything else. So, yeah. Complete failure of the car, and they come back to the track and kill. I think that was Track Esports right after.
Oh, wow!
Yeah, this is like maybe the rig has failed or something like that. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, and really unfortunate that other cars that were nothing to do with that have now been involved as well. So great work there to pick out the replay of the Cup class car getting caught up in that as well. So big shame. We'll try and get to the bottom of exactly what happened. But as you can see, the iRacing safety car is out on track, and that small advantage that had been built up by the Acetec SimSports Visceral Porsche at the head of the field now goes down to virtually nothing. So on the ninth lap of the race, our first safety car, there is a fairly long and convoluted safety car procedure that now has to be abided by, again all within the IVRA regulations. So this will take a few laps. You're free to come in and pit at the correct time if you wish to. Will we see anyone, Lorenzo, diving for the pit lane here, do you think, during this early safety car? It can sometimes be a good thing to get off sequence.
That would be courageous, I think. You're on lap 9. unless you have to repair something in the car or something like it, maybe you can come out into the pit lane. But we've seen time and time again on IVRA sometimes very quick safety cautions whenever everybody gets bunched up. So it's kind of like 3-4 laps of those cautions, and you can even see the TCR still on the outside for the big one club on the 225, still parked outside of the Variante Alta. So don't know how long that is gonna take to try to go back into the pit lane and get towed. So we'll see how many laps this will last.
Yeah, that's what I was starting to say earlier on before we got the replay. Essentially, if you're involved in an accident, you kind of have to wait there until you're towed back to the pit lane. It really does increase the immersion and the realism of this kind of racing, which is something that I certainly enjoy. It does mean that we now have a few laps behind the pace car to give everyone, ourselves included, Taylor, a chance to catch our breath, because that was a very, very manic first few laps of the race, and already quite a lot to talk about. The aggression within the Cup class, the perhaps strategy that's now starting to be deployed within the TCR class further back. But one thing we can say is that Acetec SimSports Visceral have got the pace, haven't they? They had a just over 1 second advantage by the end of the first lap, and I'm sure they're still pacing themselves a little bit for this safety car, knowing it's a long race. So far, so good.
Yeah, very smooth run here for the opening lap for Nicholas Lassenet, Visceral number 9016. One of the things we have to keep an eye on also, though, is making sure that they can continue this trend as the run progresses, because we're about to close in on the back end of the GT4 or the sports class here very quickly, which would have caused a lot of more difficulty compared to the TCR. Yes, these Porsche Cup cars are very fast compared to the other two classes, but it's all about also making sure where to find the opening in order to get around them at this track, because we just talked about in the early stages how tight and difficult it is to negotiate around traffic here at Imola. So drivers are going to have to be careful now, start to figure out ways to take care of their tires, make sure that they find a way to maybe save a little fuel now, since they're under this pacing speed.
Yeah, the Acetec SimSports Visceral team had an interesting season last time around, where things didn't necessarily start as well as they have this time. They went on a real winning spree through the middle part of the season, and that got them into the top 3 in the points. But this time around, they're going about it in the more traditional way, if you like, because they have been quick in both of our first 2 races. They've already notched up 1 race win, and they're looking to do the same again. The other thing, Lorenzo, that we've seen is that the second of those Acetec SimSports Visceral cars had moved up into 3rd position, but was a few seconds away from the top 2. So this is a real opportunity now for Santeri Martikainen to get himself back into the lead battle as well. These safety cars bunch the field up, there is no traffic between them, and so that car could be on the attack when we go racing again.
Yeah, you kind of stole my line. I was actually going to say that because I think this yellow flag was really good for Visceral, ATRS, and Maniti specifically. It did damage a little bit for WS, because if you look, there is these cars and there's a bunch of TC. I would say maybe 2-3 TCRs that separate, maybe even 4 that separates the P5 to P6. You're gonna look. There's Brabham, there's Hoysiefeld, there's Impulse. So basically, I think the top 5 of the TCRs are actually separating P5 and P6 in the Cup class. So, and they're gonna stay until until we get the green flag. There is no separation of classes whenever we get that green flag going. So, for top 5 in those classes that I mentioned, I think it's pretty much okay. They're gonna be stay together for the time being, but yeah, second life for that number 97 car, and okay, people, remember when I said that would be a courageous strategy? I think some people are courageous.
I hate to say I told you so, but I did wonder whether we'd see a few cars coming in now, because this is where the teams who are much smarter than myself, certainly when it comes to calculations, they will be thinking about what's happening later on in the race. And if they've worked out that by pitting now, it means that they can stay out perhaps at the halfway point and score those extra points, then that's what they're going to do. So we're seeing early pit stops then for many of our front runners, Taylor, and this is a situation now that will only fully play out in a couple of hours' time, but it looks like the majority of the Cup class cars, a handful of TCRs as well, have indeed taken this chance to come in and pit.
And for some of these drivers, this is a good opportunity, because that just means they can stretch it out a little bit longer compared to those who decided to stay out. But the question is going to be, how much of a difference is it going to be for them to stay out compared to the drivers who choose to stay out? That's going to be the critical point. It's only a couple laps difference, which still can make up a lot of time on your competitors. It's still going to be a tricky one, because depending on where you're placed out on the track when you pit exit.
So that has changed things around a lot. The number 13 car there seeming to lose a bit of ground, but we have got the two Acetec cars out ahead of it, so already that has changed things. But of course this is not for the lead. The lead is now taken by the Impulse Racing car, which stayed out. Now they were running second anyway, Lorenzo, so that's an interesting one. They get the track position whilst those around them have all pitted, and that means that number 15 leads now from the number 78 of Maniti Racing, who were 5th. So a real split strategy amongst the front runners within Cup.
Yeah, and to make matters worse for the other drivers, it opened up the field, right, for these two cars, because now the gap between Pedro, of course, it might shorten out. It's going to be around 2 seconds to 1.5 seconds between both of them, and it's only two cars that can collaborate. Just like, hey, friend, do you want to collaborate, friend? Yeah, sure, friend. Let's collaborate, friend, until we get to the pit stop, proper pit stop, if they go green all the way. So it can be a bold strategy for both Impulse and Maniti, but it's something like I've seen in the Interlagos round, and also a little bit in the Fuji round. These maybe early to mid yellow flag cautions playing for some of the other teams the right way, and they're playing going just as probably they wanted it with these mid-race adjustments.
Yeah, it's a big gamble though, isn't it, Taylor, to give away that track position as the Acetec Visceral Esports cars have, because they're now going to put themselves at the back of the field. They're going to be surrounded by cars that are slower than them anyway. They're also going to be on a different fuel load. Perhaps they change tyres. So this now is almost asking for trouble, isn't it? They must really be confident that this is the right strategic move, because having fought hard through qualifying and the early laps to stay at the front of the field, it does seem odd, doesn't it, to give all of that away?
It certainly does seem odd indeed here, especially with the pace that they were setting in the category. So it's going to be interesting to see how Nicholas Last is going to be able to work his way up through the field, as well as also trying to find those right opportunities to make their way up in catching back up to your race leaders in the class. So we'll see how it plays out for them, but still a lot of things still up for grabs in determining how it will play out as they have to negotiate through the traffic.
Yes, so our timing screen will now start to update as they come through at the end of another lap now, and of course those who haven't yet been into the pit lane jump towards the front. One thing that does seem to be the case though is that within Sport and TCR the leaders have stayed out. So within Sport it's still Fiercely Forward who lead the way, the number 101 car, and it is still in the TCR class, Brabham Esports, who have stayed ahead. So in those classes they've decided to stay out, and of course this all is because the different classes will be able to go different lengths of time on fuel. So again, working it back from perhaps the halfway point, perhaps the very end of the race, they've realised it wasn't the right thing to do to pit, and so they retain their track position. With Impulse Racing then move to the head of the order. Maniti Racing second, WS Racing third, ATRS Esports are fourth, this all within the Cup class, ahead of Olympus Esports, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, and Orion Race Team. So 7 of the Cup cars stayed out, and Lorenzo, everybody else bailed for the pit lane. The first out of the pit lane were the 2 Visceral Esports cars, so they're currently running in about 13th, 14th places. 97 still ahead of 96, but they're the first 2 cars who have got back out on track within that class.
You say that, but actually the first one out, I'll give you a little bit of a more impressive impression. Was actually the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing done by Miguel Vigo and the Orion Racing Team, because they only put up fuel, they only put the remaining amount of fuel in the car and went back to the track, whereas Visceral Esports, now that you see the cycling of the order, like everybody's gonna be basically one behind another, like you probably would get a normal race restart, but are actually doing their the proper pit stops, you know, maybe some damage, maybe full stints, because put up tires and fuel from what it looks like on the cars. The one that I've noticed that had maybe a little bit of a problem was actually the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black in the sport class. I'm looking over here. It's been longer than everybody else, 50 seconds into the pit lane, so I don't know what happened for Justin Ram to come into the pit lane and stay that long and be thrown all the way back into second to last in the class.
Yeah, perhaps had some damage to be fixed, I wonder, or maybe didn't have the pit stop set up correctly. There are lots of ways you can lose time in the pit lane, but it's most likely that they just had to stay there for a little bit of damage to be sorted. The next process of the safety car period, by the way, is now ongoing, so those who pitted are now allowed to, they're essentially waved past, certainly within the Cup class anyway, are waved past to the slower classes. So if we were just talking about the 62 car being the first of those Cup class cars off pit road, they dropped behind most, if not all, of the sport class cars, and they have now been waved through. So you'll have all of the Cup cars at the front of the pack, and that just releases a little bit of that pressure from them, Taylor, at the restart, because you don't really want to be heading off into Tamburello. The tyres have lost their temperature, lost their pressure, and you don't really want to be surrounded by cars that are on different laps and in different classes. So that's a smart move, I think, and it might take an extra lap or so to sort out, but hopefully reduces the likelihood of another quick safety car on the restart.
Yeah, your drivers who are towards the back half of the field, who are trying to work their way up after that pit stop strategy. Some of them are hoping for that quick caution to try to see if they can gain a couple extra spots, or see if any other drivers consider coming down the pit road during that pit stop cycle as well during that caution period. So we'll see how it works out. Looking through the field right now, and if it's just my end or not, but I see a little bit of nose damage to the number 15 Impulse Racing machine, your current race leader at the moment. So this could be a little bit of a hindrance for Mario Velgot.
Yeah, I did spot that on one of the head-on shots before. It's that right front corner, isn't it, that's had a little bit of a knock, but again here, I think the driver has to report back to the team. If pitting was an option, you'd have thought that they would have headed for the pit lane straight away if they thought that damage was slowing them down. So quite clearly, Mario has said to the team, no, I'd rather stay out. It's not affecting me too much. And certainly that's what it looked like. His pace was pretty strong. He was keeping up with the leaders in that early part of the race. And a little tiny bit of damage like that, Lorenzo, whilst it looks bad, doesn't always have as big of an effect on the performance of the car as you might think.
What if I tell you that isn't a small damage, that is actually a big damage in this car?
Oh dear.
Would you believe me?
I'll believe anything you say, Lorenzo.
All right, good. So if I'm going to say no. But actually, this is a big damage for Impulse. That right front might take maybe some pressure away. Might make about 3-4 kilometers slower in a track that maybe you might need the reacceleration factor. So Maniti, if they want to take advantage of this on the restart and try to propel themselves, I was going to say Impulse, but propel themselves into the lead of this race, this might be the golden opportunity. Try to Pedro might have to go for a full blazing restart, make the overtake, and try to distance himself. Because I think now for Impulse, the key is maybe relegate P1. Of course, this is not the fastest track in terms of speed. Let's just say if this was in Lagos, maybe I would say definitely Pedro needs to attack and use it to break away, because that damage is quite considerable. But here, because Impulse is not gonna get lots of patches of straights, he can get away, but I would say they might have to relegate and just stay within the toe as the best they can, go into the first piss up and maybe use a late caution to repair that damage.
Yeah, especially now that Mario doesn't have anybody to draft with, essentially. He doesn't have a car to follow, does he? So that straight line speed deficit could become even more noticeable. Well, the safety car's lights are out. It's heading towards the pit lane, and on the start of lap number 15 of 143, we're going to go racing once again here at Imola after our first safety car period of the day, and a real shuffle of the strategy with the top 5 cars in the Cup class all staying out and everyone behind them having pitted, leaving there with a mixed bag of strategy. Already up to speed then is Mario Velgert, and he tries to keep the slightly wounded Impulse Racing number 15 car out at the front of the field. We're back racing again here at Imola. The green flag flies and across the line they go. The top 2 making a really good restart. Further back you can see the battling going on within the Sport class, where fiercely forwards yellow and black Porsche still leads, and immediately tries to get past the second of the Brabham Esports Hyundais in the TCR class. Across the line they will go, and for that Sport class they don't have the same luxury as the Cup cars of being waved past the TCR, so they do have to immediately start fighting their way past some of the slower machinery. There is Alvar Gomez, who leads in the TCR class itself, and he has made a really good restart there. Taylor already gapping slightly the 167 car behind him.
He certainly is, and really doing a great job. That Brabham Esports team putting on a stellar performance here as we see some of the GT4 cars. That is Ben Kelly McCarthy, who is going his way through in the Dutch Payment Machine. Stephen McGarvey in the SRN Motorsports in 5th position. Those two are going to go battling as they make their way out of the Vilnius chicanes and heading over into the Tosa hairpin. Nose to tail, side by side as they make the climb up the hill over towards none other than the Piratella.
Yeah, towards this really daunting double apex left-hander. The first apex, the most important one, that's the tighter. Still carrying lots of speed through there, jockeying for position, trying to avoid the slower TCR cars, and then down into this real roller coaster section through Acqua Minerale. The quick first part, the tighter second part, and that's the 262 car off the road at Acqua Minerale, the car that was running reasonably well, I seem to recall, within the TCR class. Yes, it was just outside the top 5 or 6, got it all wrong going into the first part of Acqua Minerale, and a bit of a lucky escape actually there, Lorenzo. No contact that I saw, and no damage done, but that was a fast and scary part of the track to get it wrong.
Yeah, very, very scary for the Alpine Star Geodesic car. My question, though, is if there's any lingering damage on the rear, if they damaged the diffuser because it went over heavily into the bumps. Of course, this I fully attribute to cold tires, as now we're going to see something happening to the full send, and unfortunately torque sent full sending the full send car into the outside of the Variante Alta. You can even see the Alpine Star Geodesic EU Mercedes having to deviate on the outside to try to break away from potential damage. And now P1 and P2 breaking away now from WS, who just cannot keep up.
Yeah, so interestingly, Mario Velgert able to hold on to the lead for now, so he may be carrying that damage. It may be affecting his straight line speed, but not enough that Pedro Berger has been able to find a way through. These two continuing to lead the pack then from WS Racing Esports in 3rd position, and looking towards where the first of those two have pitted might be. Well, they're not making a lot of progress right now, so track position gains continuing, and it looks like those who stayed out, at the moment at least, able to hold their own. They hop over the curbs through the Variante Alta, and this time around Pedro a little bit closer. And Taylor, if this number 15 car is carrying damage, it's the run along that pit straight where it could be vulnerable, and Pedro might just be close enough now to mount an attack.
He certainly is. We'll have to watch and see as they come out of the final 2 corners of Hrvatska, making their way down the front straightaway here. We really see the difference of speed. You see Berger is having a little bit of a tow right there as they come across the front straightaway, and we'll take a look at the times between the two competitors. right now, last time by, Pedro Berger with a lot faster by a little bit as they make their way down into the Temporella chicanes.
Yeah, so again, you saw the gap did come down, but no more than you'd expect with the slipstream effect here at the main straight at Imola. So I think Mario might have been right to stay out. The car doesn't look to be that slow at the moment, does it? Maniti staying in third position then, and looking back for those Visceral Esports cars, they're still 8th and 9th respectively, so not really making any progress.
Slow down.
Slow down, yes, for the Impulse car. So we have had the lead change, and that's a real shame, Lorenzo, because he was holding on quite well. That was the point I just made. But that Villeneuve chicane, it is so easy to go over those curves a bit too far and have to serve a slowdown.
Yeah, especially the second leg of Villeneuve. There is, because what happens, you want to attack as most of the inside as you can into the second leg, and unfortunately for Mario Velgod, I think he got caught up on the wrong end of cutting too much that chicane. As we see Sven Demel making the overtake, I think that was on the 10 line TCR, trying to close down the gap into the P6 Deutsche Payment Interceptor from Kelly McCauley car in front of him. But unfortunate to see that Impulse getting that slowed down, but still within the drafting range of Pedro Berger, which is right around the second that he wants, and can still be effective because P3 is still 2 seconds behind nearly.
Yeah, exactly. Things looking good then so far. Down towards Aqua Minerale, they head once again. Sven Demel even here in the 137 McLaren. Beautifully balanced over the curbs. Another place there where it's easy to run wide and pick up a slowdown penalty, and that can be really, really punishing, especially if you're in the quickest of the classes. You end up having to really slow down quite a lot, as we saw for Impulse Racing, who now they've lost the overall lead, have lost the tow as well. They're 2.5 seconds behind Maniti Racing, so Maniti once again starting to establish themselves at the front of the Cup class. In fact, a similar gap between Fiercely Forward and German Sim Racing in the Sport class as well, and even between Brabham Esports and Team Huisenfeld, things starting to separate. So you do see this sometimes after a safety car restart, don't you, Taylor? The safety car bunches everybody up, but precisely because of that, the gaps then sometimes extend a little bit when we do go racing.
It certainly does, and this is so critical here during these stages of the race where drivers have to find that sweet spot where you have that opportunity to maybe find places to close the gap on your competitors, but also for some try to extend that gap with the safety cars, like you said, bunches it back up. But then in certain points, it can help extend your lead because you could possibly be ahead of some lap traffic while your competitors are stuck behind that lap traffic. So it's really all about where you're set up and placed when we restart.
Yep, indeed. Down towards the Tamburello chicane they head again. This all Mercedes AMG battle within the Sport class. Two cars very evenly matched as they make their way out of there, but a slightly better exit could yield an overtake into Villeneuve, but you carry so much speed into that left-hand apex that the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car stays ahead, and that trio of AMGs in fact makes its way through the Tosa hairpin, staying in the same order. Just managed now, I think, to get themselves out of the traffic. Lorenzo, meanwhile, I think has spotted something that might have happened to Orion. We've been talking about them a lot so far, haven't we, Lorenzo?
Yeah, we did, and they had a really solid pit stop. I saw them dropping back to number 44 quite a lot on the timing standings, wondering what has happened to that car specifically.
Yes, they are last, in fact, now within the class. So, yeah, you're right. All of the gains they've made during the pit stops, unfortunately, being undone slightly now. We've also had a bit of changing around within that Cup class for the Visceral cars, because, in fact, the 96 has dropped out as well. And I think we're seeing a replay there, Taylor, of perhaps what happened to the Orion car. Now, I missed the first part of that. Did that involve the 96 as well?
That's what I'm trying to see as well, looking over the replay footage. Here's a better look at it.
I did.
And yep, just a small tap right there from the 96, and the 96 also getting some significant damage here. That's one of the downsides when you have to go towards the tail end of the field and have to try to climb your way up. So tough break for your former pole sitter and race leader in Nicholas Last.
Yeah, I mean, Lorenzo, that's exactly what you were talking about. It was a bold call to pit, to give up that track position, and that's exactly the risk that you take. It was hard to see exactly what caused that. I mean, I didn't see any contact. There must have been, perhaps a bit of netcode on the way down towards Rivazza, but ultimately it doesn't matter. The contact was made, it's damaged the 96 car, and that could be their chance to win the race now pretty much over, directly because of the call they made to come into the pit lane.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wondered if there's any damage on the left-hand side of the number 96 car. I would say so, because there was quite a considerable impact on the rejoin, trying to hold the car into the track together. I just couldn't see who they made contact with, and potentially damage the suspension on the front left of their car. And it's unfortunate, but Imola is, like Interlagos, is one of those tracks that I would like to make it's kind of like a Brazilian Italian drama. It's kind of like the only difference is kind of like, instead of the 3,000 like plot twists you get in Brazilian telenovelas, you can actually get like the plot twist in Italy with just gestures, and that was a big gesture.
I like that analogy. Now then, the hopes of that team rest entirely on Santeri Martikainen in the number 97 car, 97 car, and he's about to try and have a go on the inside into Piratella. Can't quite make it stick. We're on board with Santeri now. He is running in 7th position then. He's got the 62 car just ahead of him, and that number 62 Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car is one of the other cars which pitted but did not change tyres. So there is a slight tyre advantage here for the 97, and that's what he's going to try and use to get past the number 62, and then he will be the highest placed of these Cup cars to have made a pit stop. Everybody ahead will still owe us that one extra stop, but Taylor, the time being lost here by the Aztec Sim Sports Visceral car is noticeable, because they're getting stuck battling with cars which are on older tyres and therefore are quite a bit slower, and they're already 10 seconds behind the race leaders.
Yeah, this is not the situation that they need to be in here, and it's going to cost them dearly over the long run of this race for the moment here. So drivers need to try to find a way to plan it out, come up with a audible in a sense to see what they can do. Maybe try to do a little bit of short pitting possibly when they get closer to it. See if they can get into clean traffic, and really brave move right there to the inside of the Geodesic Racing Porsche as they make their way down into Tamburello. Very brave call, was able to make it stick, but one false move, it could have cost them dearly, and they would have ended up just like their sister car, the 96.
Yeah, Miguel Vido did not want to make that easy, did he? But there was just enough room left, and that is a change of position then. 6th place now for the number 97 car, and as I made the point already, everybody ahead of him now yet to make their first pit stop, including the number 21 Olympus Esports Ariane car of Christian Arp. So that will be his next target as they race out of the Tosa hairpin, and this real split strategy between the front runners in the Cup class providing some interesting racing. There was a split indeed even amongst the championship front runners, because remember the 96 and 97 cars, well, they were 2nd and 3rd in the championship, they both hitting, whereas Muti Racing, the championship leaders, elected to stay out, and that is what's given them now this strong track position advantage. Muti Racing leading the way now by just over 2 seconds, but the battling all really happening behind, and Lorenzo, it looks like only a matter of time here before we see another move from the 97 car. He's tucked up right behind Christian Arp as they head towards Rivazza, and I think we could see almost an exact repeat down the main straight of what we saw a lap ago.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to see how he's going to try to set that up. A little bit of a fast corner into the first leg of the final one. Now, really smooth one on the second one. Going now through Rivazza and now catching that draft. And you can see Olympus no way to share draft to other drivers in front. So let's see that move being done on the inside possibly right now.
Yep, looks to the inside. He's got the tyre advantage. He should have the pace advantage as well. And he gets into the corner later on the brakes and now moves back into the top 5. So Santeri Martikainen really driving well and now has some clean air in which he can try and really set some good lap times, because nobody else is coming through the field in quite the way that he is. We've got the number 29 car, I think, is the next of those on fresher tyres, the Hell Racers car of Nicholas Kelm, and he's just not making the progress through the traffic in the same way that we're seeing from Santeri, and he's already starting to get away from the 21 car, which now comes under attack again from the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car of Miguel Vigo up towards Piratella. Chooses not to look up the inside there, but that 21 car looking a little bit shaky now, and Taylor, the rear of that car in particular just doesn't look very well settled, does it?
No, it certainly does not, and it's really critical to see how that car is handling right here, especially during these stages of the race. He's got to find a way to try to save his tires a little bit, try to see what adjustments he can make when he comes back down pit road as they head down into the Alta chicanes. Drivers trying to just make sure they tiptoe their way through before heading down into the Ravazza curve. These drivers are really struggling with the pace here towards the back half of the field compared to the drivers who had not come down pit road. Pedro Berger really putting on a stellar drive right now as he holds on to the race lead.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch his lap times in comparison to Martikainen. Now that Martikainen's back into some clean air, they're both in clean air, but of course one of them on slightly fresher tyres, albeit some 15 seconds back or so. Across the line he will go, and Santeri Martikainen is going to be, according to the timing screen, just under 12 seconds off the race lead. His last lap was a 44.8, only 3/10 slower than the race leader, even with an overtake, so it does suggest that the Visceral Esports car is going to be the quicker of the two. Meanwhile, plenty more battling going on behind. This again is the real scramble to get that track position back, having made an early pit stop. This is the fight for 8th position. Hell Racers ahead of SimCity Racing and the Deutsche Payment Esports car as well. Lorenzo, I think all three of these cars pitted under that first caution period, and they're now busy scrapping with each other and starting to negotiate some TCR traffic.
Yeah, and you can see they're negotiating quite well the TCR traffic, and not far behind. He's about 4 seconds to Santeri Martikainen and everybody else, so was actually quite a correction. Martikainen is far ahead of him, actually, to be very honest with you. But good to see that they're not losing a lot of time to SimCity Racing and Hell Racing Tershin for Nicholas Helm right in front. But the one thing you shouldn't be trying to do is kind of like risky maneuvers at this point of the race. You can see now Deutsche Payment on the Variante Alta going to the braking zone. It might actually damage Orion a little bit. Don't know how it's going to damage in terms of times. That might damage maybe 0.2 of a second Kazuki just because of the braking zone. But other than that, everybody just keeping themselves together. Not too many major drama moving forward as we had this first restart.
Yeah, well, we've managed a handful of laps now, haven't we, since the restart. Everyone keeping it, most of them keeping it reasonably clean as they continue to fight for positions, ducking out of the slipstream across the start-finish straight there to get past one of the TCR Hondas and then try and get the slipstream on your rivals as well. A reminder in the other classes that it's still Fiercely Forward who lead in Sport class, still Brabham Esports within TCR, the best of the battling continuing to happen within our Cup class. That's why we're focusing on them so heavily, because they are producing some fantastic racing. And Taylor, this Porsche Cup car is a real driver's favourite. It's one that personally I struggle to get to grips with, to be completely honest, but it's a real driver's car, isn't it? No ABS, no traction control, lots of power, not very much downforce, and you can see why the drivers love it, because they're a challenging car to drive, but one that also produces good racing.
It certainly is. It's personally one of my favorite cars on the iRacing service. Not per se of driving it, but at least watching racing and competition here. I mean, we of course see here on the iRacing service the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, which just this past year utilized this brand new 992 Porsche Cup car and continue to use it here for the near future. And these cars are so amazing to watch drive, of what amazing skills we see, both in the virtual and in the real world, because now this is the premier Porsche Cup class that will help propel some of these future drivers further up into the world, where one day we could see them race in a GT3 or a GTP car or LMDH in the near future.
And that really is the point of the 992 Cup car, is that it's supposed to be difficult to drive, because it's supposed to teach the drivers everything they need to know to move on up the racing ladder. If you can handle one of these cars, then when you jump into a proper GT3 car, you should be even better. There's a spin right in front of the number 13 there. That might have been the 45 Orion Race Team car going round. Yes, it was. Kazuki Fujita is off the road. Did he make contact with the barriers? He might have just missed it, but a lot of time taken to rejoin the circuit. And here is the replay. Goes up the inside there of, I think that's one of the geodesic Hyundais, hits the curb, loses the rear. And Lorenzo, that's exactly what we were talking about. When you get these Cup cars sideways, they're not easy to catch because you don't have that traction control to fall back on.
Yeah, but also I think there was just too much acceleration to see what happened now to Thomas Wangen as he made slight contact with the tire barrier, now going to...
Oh dear.
Remember what I said about Russell and Bottas?
Yeah, that did look familiar, didn't it?
That did look familiar a little bit too. Thank God we don't have rain yet into iRacing. That could have been much worse. But other than that, a little bit of miscommunication from what it looks like. That looked like the Lippert car behind and the RPC, but it's unfortunate to see being thrown back quite considerably now into second to last. That would be second to last because the last place is actually Lucas Gaditz in the Trek Esports, several laps behind.
It's turning into a bit of a nightmare race, this, for Orion Race Team now, with both of their cars in the Cup class falling into trouble. Now, this is the fight for second place within the Sport class, and Patrick Preus in the German sim racing Aston Martin, who in the first part of the race was really sticking with Alvar Gomez, has dropped back now to the tune of 4.5 seconds and is really feeling the heat from Impulse Racing's Anton Rega behind him. Aston Martin versus Mercedes-AMG GT4, two front-engine cars, both generating their lap times in similar ways, but there's a big mistake for the Impulse car, and he may well have found himself into the gravel. No, did a good job there, did Anton, to stay on the road, but Taylor, he just dipped a wheel on the grass turning into Tosa, and that really spelled disaster.
Yeah, these Mercedes-AMG GT4 machineries have very finicky handling when it comes to just touching the grass here compared to some of the other GT4 cars that are maybe a little bit more forgiving compared to the Mercedes, but we see him able to make a nice recovery, but did lose so much time, though, to Patrick there in his Aston Martin. It's now about 1 second separating those two as they battle for that second step at the podium heading to the Alta chicanes.
Yeah, so that, as you said, relieves a bit of the pressure for Patrick Preus then, but interesting to see now whether Anton can catch him again. It looked as though he was the quicker of the two, but perhaps he was pushing a bit too hard to get that gap down before he had that little moment. So these two circulating just under 5 seconds behind the class leader. It's just over a 5.5 second lead now for Boniti Racing within the Cup class, and we jump back into the Cup class now, and the battle for 6th place. Olympus Esports, that's the pink, white, blue and yellow car, number 21, and just ahead of the 62 Alpine Stars by Geodesic Racing, and a good example there of how you've got to be patient sometimes in the traffic, because Christian Arp tried to get up the inside of the Brabham Esports Hyundai into the Variante Alta, and sensibly Lorenzo realised that that wasn't going to work, and rather than sticking his nose in the door anyway, he backed out of it, avoided contact, and actually held on to the position as well.
Yeah, the concept of a gap equals place in the gap plus car equals gap. A good gap for me doesn't sometimes work for the drivers. They have to be mindful about it, and that's a good thing that the Olympus car actually did. Just back out, try to be smart about it. Might lose a little bit of time. Yeah, sure. I might let Miguel come closer and try to make the overtake into turn number 1. Yeah, surely it might be might happen. It's just a racing thing to go on, as Miguel didn't go for the overtake on turn number 1. Just maybe try to save tires or finding that better spot to make that overtake, but he's making Christian work to defend his spot for the time being. So that's what we want to see. Mindful drivers, minding the gaps and respecting the other cars on the track, and avoiding potential yellow flags.
Oh, and this could be a yellow flag because we've got 2 cars in the gravel at Tosa. The number 13 car, I think, was just involved in that as well. And that is another tangle at that part of the circuit where we've seen so much contact already so far. And Miguel Vido, I think there was the 71 car, getting tapped around them. And off into the gravel, that was Eric Newman. And again, it was one of those really late moves into Tosa, Taylor, that we've seen happen a few times. It's a tempting move to make, but you've got to be so committed, and you have to get fully alongside. And again, that's not what happened there.
Yeah, a lot of people would love to try to make a pass into Tosa like we just saw, but unfortunately, you gotta time it just right. And like you said, you got to be side by side with your competitor going into Tosa. You don't want to be about a car length or at the rear bumper or even to the inside just by a nose compared to your competitor. You got to be side by side and committed to do that. One false hesitation could end up that same scenario like we just saw.
don't think that's the last time we'll see cars in that particular gravel trap, that's for sure. We're on the 28th lap of 143 then, this third round of the championship, and what a race we've had so far, really delivering everything that we expected it to. And I'm sure the HyperX Club Sport Series by IVRA is going to continue to provide twists and turns over the next few hours. We're riding on board with the Ingersoll Rand Mercedes in the sports class. 13th they sit at the moment, but they're part of this pretty close group of cars fighting for 11th place. The Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Hyundai at the front, Hyundai 162 car at the front of the queue, and with a queue of GT4 cars right behind. And in fact, the move being attempted there at the inside of the Archer Brothers Esports Porsche, that was a cleaner attempt at a move at Tosa, and you can see you're having your own battle, and then through come the Cup cars as well, just to make life even more interesting. But the pass is completed up into Piratella. That, Lorenzo, is how it's supposed to be done.
Yeah, clean and smooth, and well done to make that overtake being done right in front of the Alpine Star Geodesic car, as they're also, from what it looks like, the Hell Race status sheet car from Nicholas Helm right behind. So you know, you use that separation, a little bit of the chaos and confusion of the all the cars being all together, so try to break away a little bit of what it looks like, making some dodgy overtakes in the TCR, up to the point that TCR was not happy about it.
Yeah, absolutely, and the TCR cars really reliant on the quicker cars treating them nicely, really. You can't disappear if you're in the slower car. 167 in the pit lane then. In fact, we've got a couple of the sport class cars in now, the German sim racing car and the Deutsche Payment cars both in. I think we're getting a driver change on the second of those cars that I mentioned, so sport cars making their way in, and that is about right. I think we've done about an hour of racing. That's roughly what you'd expect out of a tank of fuel for those cars, so expect to see a few more of them diving for the pits in the near future. Meanwhile, back to the Cup class, and this the fight for fourth position. Some really good lap times coming in here from Santeri Martikainen, as we expected. And he is looking now to... Oh, in fact, sorry, it's the other car. It's the 96 car on the tail of the Kairos Esports machine. So still going then, Taylor, and a little bit of damage done to the left front, but actually not as much as we thought. So perhaps we shouldn't count the 96 car out just yet.
No, we certainly must not count the 96 car out just yet, but it's still going to be a tough road for them. They are making some decent time, but they've now broken into the top 10. Nicholas Last, looking at his lap times, he's about a second to 2 seconds faster than the next several cars up ahead of him, so he can make up some decent lap times as this run progresses.
Yep, down through Aqua Minerale then, and the car looks okay, actually. It was quite a big hit that it took, so I'm pleasantly surprised to see that that they're still running strongly. And of course, they have pitted a little bit more recently than some of their fellow classmates, so should be able to pick up a bit of track position through that method as well. But as they make their way out of the Variante Alta, there's actually a group of cars ahead that they should be able to get past pretty quickly. Meanwhile, top two within the sport class have just pitted, Fiercely Forward and Impulse Racing number 157. That is just one lap later than some of the other sport class cars. Also, the second of the German sim racing cars is in, and so Eclipse Racing Team temporarily, Lorenzo, move into the class lead.
Yeah, and as we didn't cover about that, which is kind of important for us to talk about. You know, these GT4 cars, they don't have 100% fuel mileage. They have about 3/4. That is enough for them to go around the hour or next to the hour for them. So let's just see now. Apparently, it looks like Twerk Freak on the inside of Archer Brothers, but well defended by Liam Matthew from what it looks like into turn number one. And but NT Salmon not dodging from the fight. He's trying to look for that position no matter what. So that's what we want to see moving forward. But expect these cars to go around the hour, maybe a little bit past 1 hour and 2, 1 hour and 3, depending on how lifting coasting have been doing on these cars. Because one thing the GT4s don't have in comparison to the TCRs and also the Porsche Cup, the Cup class, they don't have clutch on the car. It's all electronic.
Ah, okay, so that will make the fuel saving a lot harder, won't it? So yeah, and with the reduced fuel tank as well, they're going to be really limited on that fuel. So in which case then, how do you go about saving any fuel? That becomes an awful lot harder.
Yeah, you just have to lift and coast around the corners as we see Pedro now coming into the pit lane to do his stop. Same thing around the hour for the Brazilian driver as the number 78 goes into the stall here, Mr. Andy McEwen. Don't know if Pedro is going to hand off to his fellow driver. Apparently, no. He is going to hand off to Maxime Mariot. So the Belgian driver is going to take over from the Brazilian and try to carry the Green Army into P1 whenever they come out of the pit box.
Yep, so lap number 31 they come in. Remember, the others pitted around lap 12 on the safety cars, so they can expect to go another going on for 20 minutes, I suppose, before they have to make their way into the pit lane. So the race continues to shift around in Cup. Impulse Racing now take over the race lead, and that 97 car of Santeri Martikainen up into second position now. Remember, they made that slightly earlier pit stop. Meanwhile, back to the battle for what is now third in the sport class, and Antti Salminen gets rather rudely edged out of the way by one of the Cup class cars just as he was starting to make a real run at the Porsche ahead of him. And Antti Salminen and Liam Matthews then, for the time being, have their battle put on ice. But it's been an interesting day so far for Antti Salminen. Had that spin in qualifying, had a lot of track position to try and get back, but is now going a bit longer on his first stint in the race, trying to leapfrog a few cars that way. Sport class now being led by 162 Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black. That's the Justin Rem car by 1 second over car 134. Nicholas Last now up into 6th. So Taylor, all of a sudden, this car looks as though it's going to jump back into the top 5 again once this round of pit stops is done.
Certainly seems to be the case, and once again he will retake the race lead once the pit stop cycle is completed for the rest of the 5 Porsche Cup cars that are up ahead of him here. So we'll see how this will play out as the field works their way down into Rivazza. But for, like you said, Nicholas Last putting on a stellar drive right now. Last time by, he was still about a second to half a second faster than the rest of the field ahead of him, except for your race leader, which is the sister car, the number 97 machine.
Across the line they will go then, and are we going to see Nicholas Last try to make a move here into Tamburello, looking to the outside line, just trying to take the normal racing line. I think maybe that damage on the front of the car is hampering him a bit down the straights and just limited his ability to make the move, but he's much neater through the Tamburello chicane and will now try to get that run into Villeneuve. But again, if he's down on straight line speed, he won't be able to make that move stick. So through the Villeneuve chicane they go. Now, Lorenzo, I've been doing some maths. This never tends to go very well when I try to get the calculator out. We'll cover that in a moment, because a nice move made there into the Tosa hairpin means that the Hell Racers Tershine car of Nicholas Helm loses a place and now tries to get it back again. This is close, Lorenzo.
It's extremely close between one another. I honestly thought that could have been any form of contact between the drivers right there, but fortunately for us, no contact whatsoever as they go now into Acqua Minerale. And from what it looks like, that Bistro car, Nicholas Last, trying to do his best impression, trying to go on the variante out. It's not going to work. Close by Nicholas Helm on the inside of the corner as he has to back out, and that actually approaches now the Sabelt car that had issues at the start of the race, now picking themselves back up a bit after the restart. Andy, but that's what we want to see. Good fighting, respectful fighting, but I don't know how much time loss considerably they're actually having in comparison to, let's just say, Miguel Vigo up ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they're lapping over a second slower than the leader right now, I can tell you that, because Santeri Martikainen now leads the race and is doing mid 1 minute 44s. This group are in the mid to high 1 minute 45s because they are battling in the way they are. So as entertaining to watch as it is for us, it is starting to cost them some time. But through Tamburello they go, and lots of curb taken through the right-hand part of the chicane by Nicholas Last. He's into the top 5 now, so this now is the fight for essentially a podium place. The number 17 Kairos Esports car moving into 3rd. That's the yellow and black car, starting to pull away now from the Hell Racers Tershine car of Nicholas Calvin in 4th, and Nicholas Last right behind him in 5th. Defensive line taken into Tosa to the outside frustrated looks Nicholas Last, and he still can't get through. Taylor, I'm getting frustrated for him watching this. How frustrated do you think Nicholas Last is in that car, knowing that he's quicker but just can't get through?
He is definitely frustrated as he has to go to the outside as they work their way through, side by side with the Hell Racer as they head down into Aqua Minerale. Very tricky section here as they work their way through. He has to slide back into line here as he has to try to poke and prod his way to find an opening as they climb the hill and head over to the Alta chicanes. He might try to set something up here, but also needs to realize that he can make us another mistake trying to make an aggressive move to the inside. So we'll see if he decides to think better of it. He decides to take his time and sets himself up for the reversal.
Yeah, this has got the feeling of unstoppable force meeting immovable object, hasn't it? Because Nicholas Lask clearly is faster, but we're seeing some very defensive driving here from Nicholas Helm ahead. Lorenzo, is it wise, do you think, to be defending this heavily against a car which is clearly faster than you when we're not even halfway?
Well, look where Ila Roshito is with the Kairos car. 1.5 seconds. They're losing time, and I can see that Nicholas actually overdriving the rears a little bit. Like, overdrove in the past 2 laps in some of the corners. I thought that would actually make a crash with the Brabham car on the outside. It isn't as nervous as it is already. Just want to make the commentator a little bit more nervous. But you might look again, maybe after past Fiona. Nicholas just putting that Viking defense on Nicholas Last to truly frustrate the visceral esports car driver. You know, they're losing time to P3. That's the one thing they don't want for those who are on the alternate strategy.
Indeed so. We've also seen some pit stops very quickly within the TCR class now, so those cars coming in perhaps a little earlier than I anticipated. They include, though, the Brabham Esports car that had led the race. That was the car that this lot nearly came across going into Dan Barello. That's not a passing place, Nicholas. And the outside into Aqua Minerale is not where you want to be, but eventually the mistake comes. Nicholas Kalmar breaks himself into the second part of Aqua Minerale, and that will open the door. He might have even got a slowdown for running that far wide. Lask will go through the inside as well. Will go the number 77 of Francesco Lavana, and several places being lost, and almost some contact on the exit of the corner as well. And that really proved, didn't it, Taylor, how overdriving like that can only work for so long. Eventually, the mistake you felt was always going to come.
It certainly was, and I think a big sigh of relief came for the Visceral Esports of Nicholas Last to finally get by Nicholas Helm to take over that 4th position now. Now we'll see how much time he can pick up. Last time by, he was about a second off the pace compared to Ian Rochesso and the Frenchman in the 17 machine, as he's got quite a bit of time to make up. 2 seconds is the interval.
Yes, we just saw, and indeed there it is again, the 233 car in the pit lane. Miguel Freitas had been leading in the TCR class. Now, where does he come out in relation to the Brabham and Huitingveld cars? Well, that was the Huitingveld Hyundai going through, and Brabham are, I think, ahead of them on the road, so they're going to come out just ahead of their teammate, actually. Yes, there's the Brabham Esports car, so Christoph Karekas staying at the wheel. He is the first TCR car, the highest placed TCR car, to have made its first pit stop of the race, and that coming, whilst the leaders overall were on their 34th lap. Of course, the TCR cars a couple of laps behind that. Right, Lorenzo, back to my math question that I was starting to ask a few laps ago. We were pondering earlier on this strategy call by some of the Cup cars to pit during that first safety car, and I suspected it had something to do with these points at 50%. I think that's right, because if we're looking at the Cup class, they're doing, what, just over 30 laps, roughly, on a tank of fuel. Yep. That means that the people who have just pitted now, 30 or so laps into the race, will have to pit again somewhere in the mid-60s. Remember, the points are allocated at 71, 72 laps at half race distance before the people on the alternative strategy are going to have to make their next stop. So in other words, by stopping on lap 12, that means I think they can get past halfway before making what would be their 3rd pit stop of the race. So that, I think, is the strategy that we're seeing from the likes of the number 97 Visceral Esports car and indeed the 96 as well. Those who pitted early are aiming for those points at halfway.
Okay. Well, normally, Indy, you probably know this from RaceSpot knowledge already. Never trust, first and foremost, the commentator's map.
Absolutely.
So that's the one thing we need to make sure our viewers know. Never trust our mathematics. But you might be onto something over here. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know, this makes a lot of sensible logics. You know, because if I remember correctly, halfway points is at lap 72 because we're on an odd number. We are not on an even. So because we're on that odd number, you have to estimate, I think, the higher, maybe 73 might be the halfway points. So you might be onto something over here. You know, just pits up around lap, I would say 40 roughly, and you go into 70. So you might give the other leeway to go on 66 or something like that. So yeah, you're playing with the numbers over here really close whenever you come into that second pit stop or third pit stop to maybe close out the halfway points of the race.
And Taylor, that really is what differentiates the really good teams from the ones who are perhaps still finding things to learn, because it's not just about setting the car up, getting a good group of drivers, qualifying well, racing at the front of the field. If you see an opportunity as a team to play the strategy game a little bit differently, that is what can win you championships. 50 points will be given to each of our class leaders at the halfway point. That could be huge in the overall scope of the championship, couldn't it? I mean, we've already seen that Maniti Racing are leading the Cup class, despite the fact they haven't won a race yet, and that's because they keep putting themselves in position to score well at the halfway mark. So this is really where a team strategist can really earn their money.
It really is, and this is where these drivers have to try and pinpoint when is that time for them to come out and pit, so that way if they have the opportunity to hopefully try to find a way to be leading at that halfway point here today. And right now they have about 40 laps before we get to that halfway point, so these drivers need to start considering when and where to try and set up to see if they can stretch it a little bit further in their fuel stop, or see about pitting to see if that number is going to get them to the halfway point.
That's absolutely right. So things calming down ever so slightly then. We've got the 197 car leading the way in the Cup class, with one pit stop now having been completed for everybody within the field. And so this is our eSport IVRA ClubSport 97 Santeri Martikainen leading the way by 16 seconds over the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car of Michael Vigo. Third position for number 17, the Calros eSports car of Ilan Rushto, and he's got Nicholas Last closing in on him in the number 96 Visceral Esports IVRA ClubSport car, the second of the Visceral Esports cars, and then Seibelt Esports in fifth position, Francesco Lamanna completing the top five in the Cup class. The Sport class being led by the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car of Justin Wren, and the TCR, it is Gorio Autosport, but they have not yet pitted, so the TCR cars not managing at the moment to make their first pit stops of the race. So the split strategy within the TCR class. So things settling down a bit now at the front, Lorenzo, and we are now starting to see those who are likely to be at the front come the end of the day, establishing themselves at the front heading into the mid part of the race.
Yeah, which is we're getting into those silly ask hours, and seeing it. What I like also is as we're looking at this Alpine Star geodesic card, which is leading the sport, thinking, oh, the alternate strategy they did, kind of like similar to what Santeri Martikainen and Nicholas Last have done, and everybody else in the Cup cars at this current moment done, is pitted early, you know, kind of make the switchback of having those who are actually on the right strategy. Oh my God, Jesus. Aaron Ackles in a very tricky spot. I'm just wondering where that is. Oh, mid of Aqua Minerale into the Apex. What happened to that Sapphire Motorsport?
I'm sure we can pull up a replay in a moment or two, but looks like the car is undamaged, so possibly just lost the rear of the car through the first part of Aqua Minerale, but gets going again right behind the 21 car, which has now made its latest pit stop. It also had a change for second in Cup, I noticed, because Ilan Rushto and Nicholas Last have both got past Miguel Vigo in fourth position now for the geodesic cars. So second and third positions changing hands, but they are still 17 seconds or so behind the overall race leaders. So the battles at the front of the Cup class now becoming more about watching the timing screen than anything else. Taylor, this is what happens to the 192 car.
Yep, we touched on it. The Mercedes having a little bit of trouble when it comes to clipping the grass a little bit, and loops it around, a little over-braking possibly as well as they work their way throughout the middle rally. Tough break for them, but they will continue on. No severe damage to that Mercedes for the time being.
Now I got a question.
Oh, go on, Lorenzo.
Since we have a little bit of a break in this race, so of course you're still seeing battles, but I have to ask: are you guys actually making gestures when you're naming these Italian corners?
Well, as a fan of all things Italian, be that the food or the cars or the racetracks, I don't know, I've had a bit of practice, but it does help, I find, to use your hands to get the right inflections when you're saying things like Piratella or Tossa. What about you, Taylor? Does that help you?
A little bit. It depends on how much we have to enunciate on that. But yeah, Piratella, you definitely have to give a little bit of a hand signal to make it emphasize even more when you're about to announce it.
It's quite funny, actually. I commentate on sim racing sat down, but when I'm in the real world, I often stand up and it's my hands that get involved. I end up bouncing around the commentary box like I'm on a pogo stick or something, and I don't know why we do it, because we can talk just as well without jumping around and bouncing off the ceiling, but I don't know, we get so excited, and you can see why, and this is something I've definitely realised, Lorenzo, moving over from real world racing to sim racing. It is genuinely just as exciting in the sim, isn't it? And I do find myself getting very wrapped up in it as time goes on, and yeah, taking on some of those mannerisms I might have in the real world, because you forget sometimes that it is just a sim.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is what I like. You know, this that sometimes we do some like the reactions you get on commentary. This is what I like about the most. You get this in real life, you get this in the virtual world as well. So these genuine emotions you get around the track watching these guys drive, as we are seeing. We saw that the Alpine Star Geodesic leader in just a round. Actually, then the pit stop is going to remain in the car for what it looks like. So the alternate strategies are actually now. Looping back into the what would be the normal strategies moving forward for the this GT4 Sport class. So it's going to be an interesting one for me as a half Italian. I kind of have to do these gestures already do by nature. So what can you do about it? So for me, it's kind of cool. And one thing, Andy, you touch upon food. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, I shouldn't have mentioned that, I should have.
Yeah.
That's dangerous territory.
Yeah, that's very dangerous territory, especially given the fact this race is in Italy.
Yes, we've had plenty of discussions off air before we even started about food, and means I've started this 4 or 5 hour broadcast hungry, which is never a good idea. Any budding commentators out there, don't make that mistake. Make sure you've got some snacks to keep you going. We'll have to make do with exciting racing to keep us going, but that's not gone well. The German sim racing car leaning on the Eclipse Racing Team Mercedes, and Chris Chatterton goes off at Piratella, and that was just a tiny little squeeze there, Taylor, going into Piratella, and the AMG with one wheel on the grass was always going off the track.
Yeah, it certainly was a tough break indeed for him as he will continue on his way, but it's definitely not the time nor the place to do so. And we're closing in on about 100 laps left to go in the race.
Yes, and we've just had, there he is, Santeri Martikainen in the pit lane. So this is bang on what we were calculating before, lap 40, and we've got the leader in. We've also got the Orion Racing Team, number 44, pitting on the same lap number 40. So that means that was a 28 lap stint then, having pitted on lap 12 previously. And a very quick pit stop, you can see. I don't think they changed tyres there. If they did, it was a very quick stop.
He was serving a penalty.
Ah, right. Okay, and now we'll pull. That's why it was quick. So now he pulls into the actual pit box. Now, Lorenzo, have you got any news on what that penalty was for?
Let me look. I think that was the Orion car. I think that was the number 44 for Matteo Kunza. 5 second stop and go to making, from what it looks like, he made contact with the Alpine Stars Geodesic car on the braking zone, and they collided. So race control gave him 5 seconds.
Okay, we've also had the Deutsche Payment esports car in as well on this 40th lap. So now again we see those who are on the alternate strategy start to make their way back towards the front again, and including this nice little battle that we're seeing here into the left, right, left at Tamburello. And race lead now taken over by Nicholas Last, which is something 20 minutes or so ago I wouldn't have believed possible, but he has got the lead of the race. This is the fight for 6th position. WS Racing Esports Noah Chila ahead of Maxime Marriott in the Unity Racing 78 car. Maniti Racing on the attack to the outside into Tosa. That won't work on the way in, but it might give him the extra traction up the hill. And can Maniti Racing get to the inside line? No, they can't, as we get, Taylor, a yellow flag.
Yeah, real interesting to see where the yellow flag was. It might be... I'm trying to find out who it could have been. And we'll have to wait and see from race control who it was, but by the looks of it, we are under caution for the second time here tonight as we get a look at the replay with, I believe, the Mercedes. Ooh, big contact right there. And one of the McLarens. Ooh.
Oh dear, over.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
That's the second car we've seen flip over today.
Yeah, that was odd, and very unfortunate for the driver. That should have really just glanced off the barrier, but iRacing Physics taking over there, rather, and it was the 192 car that triggered all of that. Sapphire SimSport Alpha's Aaron Ackles, who we saw off in the gravel only 20 minutes or so ago. Now, this is significant because we've got a safety car coming out, and it happened just as Nicholas Last hit in. So the number 96 car, perhaps timing that perfectly, has gone into the pit lane just before the safety car was called. And of course, once we're under a caution period, there is a certain procedure to follow as to when you're allowed to pit. So because he got in just before that, it doesn't have to apply to him, and he's able to make the pit stop and get straight back out there. But this will change the strategy once again, because those, and another one in also the ATRS esports car, also on the 41st lap, benefiting from some fortunate timing there, Lorenzo, and that could be hugely significant. All of those calculations we made about the Cup class and the points at halfway and when you would be making that third pit stop, this safety car period could now change that.
Yeah, it might throw a wrench in the works for you. Even you were onto something. I'm not gonna lie. I think now more than anything else is gonna change a little bit how this thing goes. Everybody getting the wave around, since this is the first wave of cars getting the wave around. You get a second one, but I don't think we're gonna get to that second one, to be very honest. That would be after the pit stop, because basically this is on the, what would say, the window for those who actually were on the alternate strategies. For the normal strategies, I don't know if it actually pays off for you to do the pit stop. I'll just say if you are Impulse, if you're the number 78 Maxime Marriott, you do that pit stop appropriately into the pit lane and actually get some fuel into the car to try to go for those halfway points. But now everything's going to get bunched up, and as now you can see Impulse, that number 15, the first car behind the pace car.
Yes, they are, and I think they will pit. I think that's what you've got to do, because if you pit now, you should be able to make it to halfway without another stop, which was not the case. So yes, you lose your track position, but at least you're out there at the time of halfway. They're not pitting just yet, but it's not clear as to whether the pit lane is actually open for them for the time being, so we'll give them another lap. But that's an interesting question then, Taylor. So if you are Impulse Racing or Maniti, for example, who, you know, prior to this we were saying we're going to lose out at halfway, is it sensible to get yourself back on the other strategy, so pit now, then you don't have to pit again until after halfway? Or actually, do you try and roll the dice? Because if you pit now, all that's going to happen is you fall behind those who were already on the alternative strategy, and then you've got to pass them on the track. Whereas if you stay out, catch another couple of cautions, you might be able to save enough fuel that you can do it on one less pit stop. It's a difficult decision, this, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's definitely one of the pros and cons when it comes to the strategy side of motorsports, of determining when and when not to pit. Now, for our drivers who have pitted here recently, those guys are pretty much safe in the bag. They don't have to worry about coming down. But for those who have still determined to come down pit road, yeah, it's going to be difficult to see how this will play out for them. And hopefully for some, they are hoping for another caution. Some of them others are not really wanting another caution for any time soon.
Yeah, this is part of the randomness, really, of racing, isn't it? There's a lot that is not decided by the teams or the drivers directly, and just catching the lucky breaks at the lucky time. But it does look like this might well reset this quite complicated strategy situation that we've been talking about within the Cup class, at least. We're running through the top few cars then in each class as it stands. Expect this to change when we get to the next bit of pit stop, perhaps even on the end of this lap we might see some pit stops. But right now it's car number 15, Mario Velgut, who leads the way for Impulse Racing. Then number 97, that's Santeri Martikainen in second position, followed by number 77, Seibelt Esports. So those cars all on slightly different strategies. The 15 car having, we think, is about to owe us a pit stop, whereas the 97 car we know should be able to stay out. Then it's the number 14 ATRS Esports car of Patrick Hingston in fourth, and the top 5 in Cup rounded out by WS Racing Esports Noah Chilla. Then into the sport class, Fiercely Forward have got themselves back to the front of the field again. Almar Gomez in Porsche, ahead of the 167 German SimRacing.de car of Patrick Preyers, but we just saw him involved in that little incident up at Piratella, so we'll wait to see whether there's any penalty incoming for that. Impulse Racing are third, number 157, and Team Husingveld number 148. Florian von Minchwitz is in fourth position, with Joel Kleinmecht in the Dutch Payment Interceptor car fifth. And then finally within TCR, Brabham Esports have led most of the race, apart from during the pit cycle. Number 205 of Christoph Karekes continues to lead ahead of Team Husingveld of Roman Pasch in second. Impulse Racing number 233, Miguel Freitas in third. Norbert Leitner for Tedline by Impulse is fourth. And then the Impulse Racing number 222, Christopher Ems, completing the top 5 in that class. That's how it stands at the moment. All of those TCR cars, by the way, have made one pit stop, so they're all on equal strategy, and we think now should be able to get at least to halfway without having to pit again. The big question here is whether or not we will see anyone dive for the pit lane this time. They're coming through the Rivazzas. The lights are still on the safety car, so we know that we've got another lap or two. And do we see them head in, Lorenzo? Yes, we do. Oh, and interestingly, in also comes Santeri Martikainen. That I did not expect.
Not surprised at all, actually. I think everybody's going to go for maximizing that fuel efficiency, so I wouldn't be surprised if this became a pit party for the leaders. Everybody, you know, putting that fuel and going for those halfway points. Let's see who's going to be the first coming out. Oh, no, man.
Yeah,
that doesn't help your case.
No, it doesn't, does it? Missing the box going in, so they will rejoin, but lost a little bit of time through that. Did anybody stay out? Well, yes, they did, is the answer. We've had, again, about a 50-50 split, so we've had a handful of the Cup cars, I think, who have potentially decided to go a different way, but we have got the 97 car back out on track. Santeri Martikainen, of those who came down pit lane, is once again at the front of the queue, and this now means, again, he resets his pit strategy, essentially, having last pitted only a couple of laps ago, but deciding now to come in and top up the fuel. So this is interesting, isn't it, Taylor? I'm not quite sure. I haven't done the maths yet to work out who's got it right, but someone will have got it right, as someone will have got it wrong, and it's going to provide us with a very interesting little run now to halfway.
Don't know if Taylor's around here, but I'm more than available if you want to try to answer your question.
Absolutely, go for it.
I don't know either, but I saw one development happen, however, which might actually affect the race a little bit. Pedro went back into the car, and I think he went back into the car much earlier than expected. I don't know if something happened to Maxime, but and this I would have to look at, because 44 laps, Pedro did around 28. So for me, it's really early for Pedro to go back into the car. So something might have happened, and let's see what is the breakthrough moving forward with these end of line penalties and else.
Yeah, absolutely. This gets more and more intriguing by the lap, doesn't it? It's only really affecting the Cup cars as well, because they've got sort of quite a short fuel window, but also their tyre window, if you like, is a bit shorter too. So they're really taking every opportunity they've got to pit, whereas the TCR cars, Brabham Esports here, just quite happy to keep on following the safety car. They lead the way in their class, and that's going to be a straight-up fight now to the halfway point within that class. Brabham Esports leading the way in TCR, as they have done for much of the race, really.
And I just looked. Maxime only did 14 laps. That's half of the stint.
Yeah.
So something happened to the French. I said Belgian when he took over the car. He's actually French. Well, but if he was Belgian, he was just closer to the French part of Belgium. I know there's a Belgian in my residence who told me there's a French part. I know this much from doing my geography. I kind of know my geography a little bit since I'm now settling to Europe finally after 6 months. So it's kind of like it's interesting. And for me, this change was too early. I think it might have not been programmed at all for Pay to try to take over the car. But let's see where the 78 will lead to the halfway points. I think this might actually take maybe a lap or two before we actually go to green flag again.
Yeah, I think so, because they've got to get the wave rounds done now, get the Cup cars through in front of the TCR field, because of course, even those who hadn't pitted were a little bit stuck behind those TCR leaders. So Kairos Esports then lead the way. Hell Racers Tersheen are second. Orion Race Team, who have had a very up and down race, are back into third position again. Now Deutsche Payment are fourth, ahead of the second Orion car. I mean, it was only 10 laps or so ago that I mentioned the 44 and 45 cars were right at the back of the Cup class, having both had spins, and now they find themselves both inside the top 5. RPC Esports are 6th, and then 7th position, the first of the cars to have just made another pit stop, that's Centauri Martikainen in the 97 Visceral Esports car. So the top 6 then, essentially, all choosing to stay out, and all presumably hoping that they can stretch the fuel a bit, and they are going to be able to save that fuel a little bit better under the safety car period. And Lorenzo, that's an important thing to think about here as well. The more safety car laps we have, the better that fuel economy becomes.
That is true. Of course, it's still going to be around the range of 28 to 27, between 27 to 30 laps if you try to push the car to the maximum brim of the fuel and how efficient you are, try to lift and coast and maybe clutch it out in some of the corners and still being effective on the lap time. But yeah, now we're starting to see the realms of maybe not needing to save that much to go into the realms of the halfway points. You might actually do the halfway points and put right next to the lap right after that. So it will be an interesting development if that actually happens in my point of view, because there's still maybe some like question mark on when we got to get that restart, because I estimate will be between maybe lap 47 or 48. We're actually going to get that restart. Maybe 46 in the cars as well, depending on how fast the end of lines and wave rounds actually went.
Yeah, which should put us well in that window. I think that we shouldn't have many more pit stops before the halfway points are allocated. Remember, that's going to be around lap number 72. This is a time-certain race only if we don't get to 143 laps within 6 hours. But in theory, we should be able to do this. This is only the second safety car that we have had. The first one coming on the 9th lap of the race. We then made it all the way until lap 43 before we got our second safety car period for that multi-car shunt, all involving sport class cars coming out of Piratella. The earlier pace car was thankfully dealt with pretty quickly, and let's hope we can get plenty more green flag running before we are done. So Ilan Rushto leading the way in Cup class within that sport category. Alvar Gomez continuing to look strong here, Taylor, and the Porsche has been at the front of that field pretty much every time that we've looked at it so far, and it does seem that he's got the pace to pull away once we're under green flag racing again. So is there anything that the likes of the German sim racing team can do you think, to stop a bit of a domination here from Fiercely Forward?
They have a little bit of work to do, I have to say, but I mean, the Fiercely Forward team is definitely going to be one to watch from both competitors here as they work their way through. But I gotta say, it's going to be a long battle for the Fiercely Forward team to still have to negotiate through some of the traffic that has to be up ahead of them, as we see Ian Roches, who is currently holding strong as your overall race leader for the Kairos Esports team in that number 17 Porsche. Strong team so far, has been running inside the top 10 for the majority of the race.
Yeah, absolutely, and Brabham Esports likewise in the TCR class looking dominant, but Lorenzo, Alvar Gomez in really fine form at the moment, isn't he? Not just in this race, but he's been performing well in the recent past as well, and right now seems the class of the field.
Yeah, he's in the class of his own. I was actually having the discussion on our race spot chat, and by the way, we're actually watching the chat and we're communicating through it, and this makes a lot of sense. I've been following Alvar on the GT4 splits for quite a while now. I think ever since this new build started, this new season started, because we're all week 4 right now. Alvar has been on a class of its own. For me, he's easily the best Porsche driver, Porsche GT4 driver with the Cayman in the GT4 splits. What he has done with this car is simply unbelievable. He's been matching the Mercedes. He's been winning official splits. This guy, I think, easily one of the best acquisitions that Fiercely 4 had in years. After now the rebuild, because they actually had a really good solid lineup that moved up a lot of places, like for example, Maxime Moriot was actually part of Fiercely 4, went to Manini. There were other drivers who eventually went to Apex Racing Team and other outlets. So having Alvar, which is, like I said, the best Cayman driver in the sim today, is a great acquisition moving forward, and let's see if they can retain for the remainder of the year.
Yeah, definitely, and he's showing that class here today, isn't he? Just been unstoppable, qualified on the pole position, has led almost every lap of the race within sport class. Certainly the only time he's lost the lead is through pitting, and once he got back to the front, looked as though he was pulling away. But again, this upsets the rhythm of the race a little bit, having these caution periods. It just means that, you know, all of those good lap times you were putting in, that nice gap that you built up, that all starts to disappear, and Alvar's going to have to defend, because of course, Taylor, if you are Patrick Preyas, for example, in second place, you know that this could be your only chance really to get past him, because once Alvar gets into that rhythm, he's very hard to keep up with, almost impossible to keep up with. So that maybe makes this restart even more important.
It really does. So it's all about timing. It's all about seeing how the lap traffic, because there is a couple of TCRs up ahead of them right now when they get ready to take the green flag momentarily, in for the way to where it could cause a little bit of an issue maybe for Alvar Gomez compared to Patrick. So it's going to be about making sure that you get onto the gas as quickly as possible to really try and get around Alvar Gomez, and then it's about watching where you set your car to get around the rest of the lap traffic that's up ahead of you. So Patrick has a little bit of work to do. If he times it right, he could challenge for this race lead and find a way around.
And of course, as a reminder, the sport class cars do not get waved around any TCR cars that may be in front of them. So that could present an opportunity perhaps for Patrick to have a go at getting the class lead away. So ticking ever closer towards halfway then. That's the 46th lap of the race being completed, I believe, and as they make their way, yes, onto lap number 47, Kairos Esports just waiting patiently now for this race restart. And Lorenzo, with every lap that goes by, those people who pitted perhaps start to feel a bit more nervous, because they really need every lap to try and get up the order for those points at halfway. And the longer this caution period lasts, the less time they have to get those overtakes done.
Yeah, and actually, you ponder a question that we should be start making now, because of the halfway points that are looming large lap by lap by lap. This is a track that easily can breed yellows. So from what it looks like, just because of halfway points, do they go for those halfway points? Should they commit hard to get those halfway points and increase the risk of yellow breeding yellows?
Yeah, that is the worry, isn't it? Because they put themselves back in the pack. They could be the cause of another yellow very easily. We've seen that already, haven't we, actually, with the 96 car, which pitted early during the first safety car, and then when it was back out under racing, it was involved very quickly in a bit of contact. So I don't know. I think it's so hard to predict because of the way that the caution periods work in this particular series, because they do last quite a long time. They're quite common as well, because of the fact that you can't just fast track back to the pit lane if you have an accident. If it's a big one, it's very likely to cause a safety car. And so you can't really predict that. So I think you go for the halfway points as long as you're sure it's not completely sacrificing your shot at an overall race win. But there are teams out there who will realise, with the greatest of respect, that they're probably not going to win the race. They don't have race-winning pace, but when an opportunity is presented to them to try and get to the front for the halfway point, then that is worth going for. And that's what you've got to remember, I think, isn't it, Taylor? Every team out there is going to have a slightly different agenda. Some are going for the race win, some are just trying to bank points for the championship, and others are just trying to take advantage of a situation they're presented with.
They certainly are, and that's all about how people want to try and set themselves up for these endurance races. Everyone has a certain storyline that they each want to conclude on a high note for the best of their abilities, given the fact of the situation. Some drivers, like you said, wanted to win. Some drivers maybe a podium. Some drivers just to maintain their points lead or points position is going to be important for them to try to come out on top with today's race.
Also, just looking at the stint lengths for some of these cars which have stayed out, I think with all of these caution laps, they might be thinking they can stretch the fuel to halfway now as well, because the cars, the top 6 at the moment in that Cup class, all about 7 or 8 laps into a stint, while a good 4 or 5 of those have been under safety car. So I reckon they could just stretch this now as well. So it is likely that those who have pitted under this safety car are going to have to overtake the others on the track. I don't think they can rely on them pulling into the pit lane and getting out of their way, but all of this will start to become a little bit more obvious once we do get up to racing speed. And of course, we don't really know what everyone's done on tyres as well, and that's something else worth looking into. We've seen tyres in that Cup class has proven to be a big advantage. Right, these cars look like they're going quite quickly, so I think we are perhaps about to go racing again here at Imola. We're on the 48th lap of the race, and that looks like we're back up to racing speed. Yes, we are. Green flag back, and we've already got a Porsche in the gravel at Tamburello, and that was one of those leading cars as well that had stayed out on this cycle of pit stops. They rejoin just at the back of the top 5 or 6, but the lead battle is between Kairos Esports and Hell Racers, and further back it is every driver for themselves as they try, Lorenzo, just to survive these first few corners.
Yeah, from what it looks like, that was the Deutsche Payment that got involved into a mishap on turn number 1 on into Tamburello, and caused kind of a commotion. You can see right behind of him, you can see basically this field of Cup cars trying to sort themselves out around the track, and now Kevin crossing and create a little bit of a separation to Harald van Herde, but now let's see if Harald is going to be able to hold Pascal Costa, Stefan Helbig, John Allen, Peter Burger, and everybody else behind, who's looking very fierce and feisty to try to move up the field and get those points. And look at Pascal trying to go for the inside, but no room whatsoever to try to commit for the break and make that overtake with the Olympus car.
I don't know whether something happened to Santeri Martikainen there, because he has dropped down the order, I think, on that restart. Number 97 down in 15th, and I don't remember him being that far down when they were trundling around behind the safety car, so I don't know if he got involved in some shenanigans on the restart as well, but that could be a big story if he has. He has been arguably the fastest driver within the Cup class, but always on this alternate strategy, and it may well have caused him some trouble. In fact, you can see the two teammates swapping positions at the back of the shot. That was Nicholas Last being allowed past Martikainen, who is going quite slowly, so I think there has been a drama for Martikainen. We'll get to that in a moment though, because there's more side-by-side action towards Tamburello, and this is going to be for 7th position. I believe the 21 car losing a couple of positions into the first corner, as again some of those who have pitted more recently perhaps taking advantage of their better tyres to move through the pack. But Lorenzo, that could be big drama then for the Visceral Esports squad. Both of their cars finding trouble on restarts.
Yeah, wondering what happened to Santeri as well into that restart to lose so much ground and see if there's any accrued damage with him. And meanwhile, Graham trying to defend from what it looks like the WS car on the inside, or even Leiper, and somehow, someway, Graham Sanders managed to hold the position so far. And behind also Patrick Hingston trying to make an overtake from what it looks like on Niklas Last, but couldn't get that done at the end of things.
This is very frenetic racing indeed. And Taylor, put us in the driving seat here. If you're, for example, Nicholas Last here, you're trying to dig your way back up the order after that pit stop. You're surrounded by people you don't normally find yourself racing with for position. And you've got a car on your front bumper, a car on your rear bumper. You've got people trying to pass you. You're trying to pass them. It is so busy. And the mental drain that has on you is immense, isn't it?
It really is, and that's where you have to try and pace yourself. Yes, you are in a mix of a race to try to get yourself up to the front of the field as quickly as possible. You know you have the pace to lead this field, but the thing is do you have the patience to get there? One bad mistake could cost you dearly. We've already seen it happen to them early on in this race. Now they have to try and settle back into another rhythm, try to log laps, take cars one at a time, or at least one corner at the time, depending on your pace here, and trying to find your way back up to the front of the field. You still have a lot of time. We're just now under 100 laps left to go in the race, so anything is possible between now and when that checkered flag falls.
Yes, so Kairos Esports then leading by 0.7 of a second after this very action-packed race restart, but we're focusing quite rightly on some of the cars at the back of the Cup class field because they have been at the front of it for most of the day. In 15th position, number 96, Nicholas Last. In 17th place, Santi Martikainen, side by side at the front of that group though, and that again I think centres around the Olympus Esports car, which is struggling for grip at the moment, and cars queuing up to try and find a way past it, up towards Piratella. It's really quick left-hander, leaving as much space as they can on the outside line, but it's dirty out there, there's no grip, and you've really got a feel here, Lorenzo, for Harold Van Heerde in that number 21 car, clearly struggling for pace compared to those around him, but he can't just jump out of the way. He's got to try and keep going at the best pace that he can without impeding anyone.
Yeah, because he's the car with that's like you said, the spent rubber, 21 laps into his stint, so he's longer than everybody else with those new tires. So the problem for the other one is kind of like, how do you manage the time that you're losing to that car? He's doing what he's supposed to do, battle the best way he can without losing too much time to the other one. So, and he's entitled to make the defenses, going around the inside, block the path of the other one, try to maximize the time loss for the other drivers. That is his job as defending. So that's what you got to do. You got to have that mindset of, I'm losing time, but can I manage to lose time over here? As we're gonna now see what looks like Nicholas Last on the inside of the WS car for the number 23.
Yeah, he had the run and he had the slipstream, but as soon as he pulled out, seemed to lose all of that speed. Again, that damage on the left front corner, perhaps slowing him down slightly. Meanwhile, Martikainen behind gets past Chris Beat, so that is now 15th place for the 97 car. So whatever happened to Martikainen on the restart, he is now starting to fight back from that. Maybe he picked a slowdown up somewhere. That would explain why he was pulling out of people's way and letting them go. He's watching now, though, as his teammate goes on the attack, and so too up the inside line goes Graham Sanders in the 62 car, and he will lever aside the Olympus Esports car and is the latest driver to get past car number 21. Then you've got the two Visceral Esports cars running in tandem to the outside line into Piratella. That's a risky place to be, and a really brave move by Nicholas Last. He's left the room on the outside there, Taylor, but that was a bold move to make.
And a beautiful pass as they completes it heading into Aqua Minerale. Now he sets his sights on Harold van der Heerde, who is in that Olympus Porsche now as they make the run down to the Alta Chicanes. Great drive as they make their way through. And there's the sister car, Martikainen, down to the inside of the driver of course, none other than Noah Chile and Christopher Beat as they complete the pass and now set themselves up for the Olympus as they head down to Ravazza.
Oh, and a spin there for number 31. That was down at the Aqua Minerale section of the track. A harmless spin in the end, but that car already seems to be carrying a little bit of damage, and that spin won't have helped their cause, but they rejoin the RBC Esports car of Thomas Vangen, losing some ground as a result. Meanwhile, back in the other classes, no changes for the lead. Fiercely Forward still leading in Sport class. Brabham Esports in the TCR, both of them by a similar margin. 1.3, 1.4 seconds is their advantage, but as we're seeing in Cup, lots of action going on a bit further down the field. The 116 car we're focusing on here, that car is sitting a little bit further down within its class, but in this ongoing battle, it seems, with the Mercedes AMG behind, these two cars, Lorenzo, have been tied together for much of the race, it seems, and even with all of the topsy-turvy strategy, they continue to circulate together as we cut back to the Cup class, where it's all kicking off again.
Yeah, a little bit of elbows and shoulders. Look, from what it looks like, something happened before Piratella. From what it looks like, let's look on the Apex Tech, the number 13. From what it looks like, the WS car got lost, got a little bit loose around Dotsa, and making. Oh, he made contact from what it looks like. We're just lost on his own. We brought the Sim City car behind. One of the Apex techs coming up as well, and then the number 13 coming to the scene too. But going back into what is the Torque Freak and the Archer brothers car, yeah, they've been glued like Siamese twins or something like that. Or fortunately for them, because right now they are in P11 and 12 in the class and trying to do their best to maintain some contact with one another, but cannot get closer to the SRN car in front of them.
Back to the fight for second place here then. Kairos Esports starting to pull away. It's the Orion race team who have been moving through second and third. Number 44 is Matteo Kunze. Then it's Kazuki Fujita, who had that spin just before the safety car, but through a stroke of luck has now found himself in a podium place. And Nicholas Helm in the number 29 Hell Racers car right behind. You can see the way that Ilan Rocheteau has started to pull away slightly, but I think that's really just as a result of this battling going on behind Taylor, because already on this lap, the two Orion cars are starting to reel him in again.
They certainly are, as they make the run up to the top of the Alta chicanes here momentarily as they come out of Aqua Minerale. And you see the two Orion drivers of Matteo and Kazuki trying to see what they can do as they head down into the braking zone. Great drive between these two competitors as they try to keep pace with your race leader.
Yeah, up the hill they go towards the Variante Alta. Fifth position is a couple of seconds behind them. That's the Deutsche Payment car of Kevin Krosny, number 87, and he is on the same strategy as them, actually, so it's even further back until you start getting to some of those who pitted behind this most recent safety car, so they're not really making the progress they need to, and we are now less than 20 laps away from that all-important halfway lap when the half points will be awarded. But you can see down the left-hand side of the screen the way that this gap, this relative, is coming down, isn't it? It was about a second and a half when we joined them at the start of the lap. It's now under a second between Ilan Rocheteau, the race leader, and Matteo Kunze in second, and 0.8 of a second, Lorenzo, is just about enough for the Orion race team car to start getting the slipstream, and you can see the effect. It was 0.8, now it's 0.7, it might be 0.6 by the time they hit the brakes. He is on his way, and he's bringing his teammate with him.
Yeah, trying to do the best of one helping the other, and so far they're actually getting a little bit. They're getting a little bit of performance they probably wanted, because last lap for Ilan Rocheteau was actually at 145.1, whereas both 44 and 45 on the 144.6 and 0.7 respectively for each car. So they're getting closer and closer and closer. But the one thing you cannot do is just overdrive the car and kind of abuse the track limits like you've probably done this time around outside Tatsa. So, Matteo Kunze, if you're the rabbit, you got to be an efficient rabbit for you to close down the gap. And even though you kind of do it, you just cannot overdrive the car, because then you don't have grip to fight for the position.
Yeah, exactly, and that is a very easy mistake, an easy trap to fall into, and he has a big moment through Aqua Minerale and will give away second place surely to his teammate. Yeah, Fujita goes through, and Taylor, that's exactly what Lorenzo was describing, because Matteo was just pushing so hard. He could see the race leader, he could see that he was getting closer, but especially in these cup cars, I think you're only ever a slight miscalculation away from a big moment, and actually he did quite well to save that.
He certainly did. A beautiful save indeed for that Orion Porsche. We see now his teammate of Kazuki Fujita definitely may almost make that same mistake coming out of the Rivazza turn right there as they make the run for the front straightaway. The two teammates now trying to work together to see if they can close the gap. As they come across the line, they were just about 1/10 to 2/10 faster than your race leader. And as I say that now, they're now a second off the pace. So that gives a lot of leeway for that number 17 Porsche.
Yeah, that really messed up both cars' rhythm, actually, didn't it? Because, of course, there was the mistake for Kunze, but then Fujita, I'm sure, will have lifted off the throttle a bit, because for a moment he didn't know where his teammate was going. But thankfully, Kunze was able to save it. And so they continue to run in tandem, but now in the other way round. So the car with the green highlights is Kazuki Fujita, and the one with the red wing mirrors orange wing there is, in fact, is his teammate Matteo Kunze. Nicholas Helm dropping back slightly behind them in 4th position. Still 5th for Kevin Crosney, 6th Pascal Costa. We have had more progress made, though, by Santeri Martikainen, and in fact he's back ahead of his teammate now. So Martikainen into 10th position in the 97. Nicholas Last is back down to 12th. So that does rather lend a bit of support to my theory, Lorenzo, that it might have been a slowdown for Martikainen that saw him lose that round, because he's back to his best again now and he's carving his way up the order.
Yeah, a little bit of a scary moment for what it looks like.
Oh, we may have lost Lorenzo for a second. We'll try and get him back on the... Oh, he's coming in and out, Lorenzo. We'll come back to you in a second.
Okay.
Give your Ethernet cable a bit of a wiggle, and we'll hear your thoughts in a moment or two. But yeah, Taylor, this 97 car coming back up through the order quite nicely, maybe carrying a bit of damage. They may have had some issues, but they are the kind of team who seem able to bounce back from these.
They certainly are. They are able to make a lot of headway. In fact, you got Nicholas Last right there behind them. So they're both just about to break further into the top 10 with, of course, Santeri in 10th, Nicholas in 11th as they work their way up through the front straightaway. The two teammates definitely on a bit of a hard charge as they try to climb their way. They may have a shot to try to get into the top 5 before that halfway point, but given the fact of the pace that they're running, even with the gap, they may not be able to catch up to the race leader before the halfway point.
Yeah, if no one has to pit again before halfway, which it's touch and go, but I think they might just be able to make it without pitting again, those leaders, then yeah, I think a top 5 is the most they can hope for. If some people have to start coming in for fuel, though, that could start to change that a little bit. So again, this will all play out over the next 15 laps or so. But I'll tell you what, even just by following these two cars, Lorenzo, I'm getting plenty of enjoyment out of this race, because they have been up and down the leaderboard. I think that Santeri Martikainen has been in every position possible at some point within his stint. It's been a very, very lively race for him.
Yeah, I think he has been basically a up-and-coming race for him. You know, just trying to find himself in terms of pace and trying to keep that strong mental focus. I checked what happened as we probably got a battle for P5 over here, as now Justin has to roll Kevin Carlisle from Sim Racing Team. Like I told you, first time, whereas that 162 that leads the sport class in scoring find themselves in the back foot.
Yeah, they do, don't they, actually? They are in 5th position at the moment and not looking quite as racy as they have been in the past. Meanwhile, a bit of a tangle, and that is one of the Brabham's esports cars. That's the leader, isn't it, in TCR, getting involved with the 192 car. That's the Sapphire Sport Mercedes that had its spin at Aqua Minerale, but that was the TCR class leader there, Taylor, getting involved in some contact. What was your thought on that?
Something you don't need to be doing, unfortunately, and we're seeing that happening big time for a lot of these drivers here as they work around lap traffic here. You gotta pick and choose when and when not to make those passes. You may feel like you could follow a competitor through when they're trying to get by a lap car, but sometimes that's not always going to be the case.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see what race control have to say about that. I mean, Lorenzo, that's a difficult part of the circuit to run side by side, and in fairness to Brabham Esports, they were the slower car being overtaken. So in that respect, the pressure really is on the faster car to make a clean overtake, isn't it? But ultimately, there just wasn't room.
Yeah, and from what it looks like, Sapphire from the look Sapphire car, just didn't commit too much going into the braking, try to have a little bit of an overlap on the second leg, just staying side by side and making the overtake on the outside to capitalize on the overlap and seal the deal is a little bit tricky. So I don't blame Brabham way too much for that door-to-door bang and kind of throwing the Mercedes AMG G4 of Sapphire to the outside. So stewards might see the other way or something like that, or even the drivers might see the other way in the GT4, but it is what it is.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm sure that both drivers will have completely different opinions, because that's just the way it is. I've spoken to many racing drivers, both real world and sim, and I've never yet spoken to a guilty one. They all seem to find someone else who's to blame, so we shall see. Thankfully, it's not our job to decide whether a penalty needs to be applied. That's down to the race stewards, who have done a really good job. There have been a number of penalties applied, not too many. One of note, which I missed when it happened, was to the number 13 car, because car number 13 had been one of the front runners corners in the Cup class. That was the ATRS esports car, and I was about to ask why it had lost so much ground. It's 9 laps down now. Well, that's because they had some contact with the numbers 71 and 87, and that damaged the car, and they got a penalty for it as well. So number 13 out of contention now for the class win within the Cup class, which it was a little bit earlier on. So yeah, 1 or 2 starting to fall by the wayside now. We're approaching lap number 60 of this 700-kilometre race at Imola, marching towards that important halfway point. And because of these safety cars, Taylor, we haven't really seen any separation of the field, which we might have expected at this point. It's giving us some really good racing, but it means that actually it's becoming more of a sprint race than an endurance, because you're getting these little sprints between safety cars, and it's all action.
It certainly is, and that kind of gives us a little bit of excitement as, big wide right there for one of the Porsche Cup cars as he has to deal with some TCR traffic. That's the Olympus Esports and the Full Sim Racing battle for 6th place in the TCR. As we see them work their way through the Full Sim, what does get around the only Audi TCR car in the field today.
Yeah, the older spec Audi. It would be nice to see the new generation, the Mark III Audi in iRacing, perhaps in the near future, but the Audi's still a competitive car, especially out of some of these tighter corners. Seems to get really good traction. Loses a bit down the straights, but gets off the corners particularly well. And yeah, good to see that car running reasonably competitively. Through comes Santeri Martikainen, who's still in 10th position, so hasn't made a huge amount of progress yet. And about 15 seconds or so off the Cup class leader as they march their way back towards the first corner. TCR class still being led by Brabham Esports, but Team Huizinfeld staying right with them as well. And I noticed they were quite close to them when Brabham had that contact with the Sapphire Mercedes, and they're not letting them go either. Just 0.8 of a second between our 2 TCR class leaders, and there they go through the Tosa hairpin, and they've got some of the sport class cars coming up behind them. But Lorenzo, I really can't pick a favourite between these two. I think Brabham and Huizinfeld so evenly matched. They've never been more than a couple of seconds apart all race.
But you know, it is that thing that seconds apart in TCRs, it feels like a lifetime sort of. Let's see what happened to the Deutsche Payment. Just completely lost on its own, and that's a little bit of a letdown for Kevin Krause, considering the fact he was actually in the top 5 and even top 300, and unfortunately got that failure, driver failure around thoughts. But then again, that corner is just one of the worst corners because it is an uphill climb, and it is it. And there's also you're coming up from the left-hand side as we see Alvar. Those who are in the normal strategies coming into the pit lane and do their pit stops.
Yeah, top 2 in the sport class here, so that is a driver change now as well in the fiercely forward car. So the 101 machine with Eduardo Pecorini jumping on board. 157 now has Anton Reger back on the wheel, and Yannick Danish jumping onto the Team Huizinfeld number 148 car. So 3 of them in. All of this on the 59th lap of the race for the overall race leaders. Of course, they will be a couple of laps further back, but we're getting into a pit window for the sport class cars. We anticipate they will all have to make one more pit stop though before the halfway point. I don't think anyone will roll the dice on strategy during that most recent safety car period. That now means that this is the fight for 3rd place. SRM Motorsports ahead of Torque Freak Racing and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. 3 Mercedes AMGs here, Taylor, running absolutely nose to tail.
Great to see these 3 Mercedes battling for 3rd. SRN currently the final step of the podium right now, but the Alpine Star Geodesic Racing machine really putting on a good show here, running inside the top 5 as well, as these 3 will work their way through. Keeping an eye on it, of course, for all 3 of them, they really are putting on a drive. And how about Antti Salminen, who is in that 181 Torque Freak Racing, has had a lot of trouble, but has maintained to stay inside the top 5 after the drop the green flag, picking up 9 positions. So definitely going to be one to watch.
So too, I think, is the fight for the Cup class lead, because Matteo Kunze is back ahead of his teammate now, Kazuki Fujita, and he's only half a second behind Ilan Rocheteau, so he has been catching up to the number 17 car pretty rapidly. We'll show you that if anything interesting happens. Meanwhile, the Cup class battle for 3rd continuing through the Rebazzas. They've got the number 21 Porsche just trying to find its way past and jinks out of line at the very, very last second and makes its way ahead of the Torque Freak racing car, which has been in the thick of some of these sport class battles since the drop of the green flag. Because these cars are all very evenly matched, there's no real advantage to be had down the straights. Even the slipstream effect isn't quite enough to allow Anti-Salomon to make a move into the Tamburello chicane. All of these drivers getting towards the end of their stints now as well. I anticipate we'll see driver changes for most of them at the next round of stops. So they continue down towards Villeneuve. The Cup class lead battle is down to just 3/10, and Lorenzo, we've had more TCR contact.
Oh, that's fiercely forward. I think I got into contact with the Olympus from what it looks like at the exit of Variante Alta, and unfortunately just thrown into the Arco barrier quite hardly, and of course having some front end damage. Don't know how badly affects the car, if there's going to be any steering rack damage for Fiercely Forward, but unfortunately that TCR just getting into the bad end at a very important point of the race.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I'm not quite sure how, but they ended up 3 wide coming out of Variante Alta, which is impressive and a little bit silly. It was never going to end well, and indeed there just wasn't space for the 3 of them. Right, having promised you a battle for the lead in the Cup class, I feel like I've robbed you of that now somehow, because the back markers have separated Rushto and Kunze again. Every time Matteo Kunze and his teammate Kazuki Fujita get close to Ilan Rushto, something seems to happen to allow him to pull the gap back out over a second. So 1.1 is now the margin between 17 and 44. These 3, though, are several seconds clear of the Hell Racers car still in 4th position. So they've got a comfortable margin over some of their nearest rivals. As for Santeri Martikainen, he is now in 8th place and right on the tail of the Seibelt Esports car in 7th. So again, gaining ground, but not yet on terms with this little group in front. But Taylor, a bit of frustration perhaps creeping in here for Matteo Kunze. He closed in on Rushto once and then had that slide at Aqua Minerale. Then he caught him again, and the traffic meant that he dropped about a second or so, and he knows he's now running out of time to try and get into the lead before halfway.
He certainly is. There's about, let's say, about 10 laps left before we get to the halfway point, maybe 11 or 12, as we see this battle right now. Kunze trying to do everything that he can here for the Italian to chase down the Frenchman in these closing laps, as he is definitely wanting to make sure he can showcase for his home country here today. As Kunze in that Orion Porsche just tries to pick it up just a little bit. Does he have enough to pick it up next time by? We'll find out as they make the run up to the top of the hill of Aqua Minerale before they head down to the Variante Alta chicanes.
Yeah, and what's building up here is a very close fight for that halfway stage, Lorenzo. And one thing we need to remember is that the drivers engaging in this battling are now on tyres that have done over 20 laps. By the time we get to halfway, they'll have done about 30 laps. And we know that these Cup cars, they really do abuse their tyres quite a lot. So how much are you maybe trying to manage that situation now, knowing that you're going to have a fight on your hands for points in about 10 laps' time?
Aside the fact that don't screw the tires?
Yeah, well, they don't seem to be looking after the tyres, do they? I'll give you that.
Yeah, from what it looks like over there, but of course, Alpine-Star Geodesic having a little bit of a moment outside Piratella, but keeping the car on the track. Well, the good thing with these TCRs, if you lose them on their rears, you just press the accelerator and they're supposed to be back. So that's what I think of what the driver out of the TCR, which I think is Stephen Walker, did. So good for him. Just keep it on the track, even though the fronts and the rears might be a little bit damaged.
Yeah, and just kept it out of the gravel as well, which was pretty impressive. So yes, good save, but a bit of time lost, a couple of positions no doubt. Meanwhile, back to the 7th place scrap, Stephen Kjelvik and Santeri Martikainen, nose to tail as they make their way towards Piratella on this, the 63rd lap of the race. And Martikainen now trying to take 7th place away. He's been stuck behind this Seibelt Esports car for a couple of laps now. Again, seems to have a slight speed advantage, but Taylor, in a one-mate class, especially around a track like Imola, you can't, if you're 3 or 4 tenths of a second a lap quicker than someone, that's not going to translate into an easy overtake, is it? You kind of have to have a bigger performance advantage than that, and so that puts Martikainen in a difficult position. He's going to have to take a bit of a risk, I think, to make this move work.
He certainly is, but it's a matter of how risky of a move do you want to make it. There's certain points of the track where you can make the pass. It's still a risk, but it's not going to be superior or a pass that's going to cost you possibly in time or damages to your vehicle. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be picking the right time to make the pass, but he's got to do it quickly if he wants to try to work his way through. As for Nicholas Lass, is trying to work his way through around that field, along with trying to get around the Seatbelt machine, as we see with Santieri.
And I am starting to wonder, Lorenzo, how much this damage on the front of the 97 car is affecting it, because where other people have been able to make the move in the slipstream along the pit straight, this car just can't. We've seen it a couple of times. It gets close, it pulls out, and just can't quite get fully alongside. And it may not look badly damaged. In fact, it doesn't look as badly damaged as the 96, but I think it has had a knock on that right front corner, and it just can't quite find the straight line speed required to make the overtake.
That is true. I'm trying to look if the damage on the right front that you mentioned is actually something that needs to be addressed maybe in near future, because what I also think, Taylor, I don't know if you can agree with me, from what it looks like, the positioning that Santetti is actually finding himself going to the corner, a little bit of a risky move right here. Taylor just managed to get away unscathed by the hair over the Ingersoll Rand car, and I think he's going to get towards Justin Rem for what it looks like. Is not finding the best positioning to get himself a good run and make that overtake.
No, it certainly seems to be that case indeed there, Lorenzo, as we see Rem holding strong over Carlos Ruiz, who is keeping pace with him. But the problem is, with all this lap traffic coming around them, it's finding it more and more difficult to get around and find the opening they need in order to try and battle for the race lead. Now they have a little bit of clearing. There is a couple of more Porsche Cup cars right behind them as we pick up the one of the esports Porsche cars, as I believe. I did not catch the number on that Porsche, but as they work their way across the start-finish line here, not a whole lot of time left for these two to see who will be able to maintain that lead before they get to the halfway point.
Yeah, and surely must be adding a little bit of frustration towards that visceral car to try to make that overtake work at the end of things, as we go back into now the battle for P1. Orion actually finally, after beating on the drum so much and knocking on the woods for actually some really good laps, managed to catch the rear end of Villa and Rochito, as we are right about roughly 7 laps towards the halfway point of the race here, Taylor. I don't know if they're going to be able to make that overtake work, and if the fuel gear range is actually going to get them towards that lap 172 to 173. So surely Matteo Kunzer is going to try to make that overtake work, and the question is, where does he make that overtake, and how risky are you willing to go to get that lead position and get those 50 points on the board for that number 44 car?
It's going to be a mix of how risky you want to make it. You can do a lot of things here, but for the Cairo City Esports team, they are doing what they need to do, just hitting their marks, trying to stay ahead of the two Orion Racing team. The Orion team, they may try to pull a strategy to work together to get around Ian, but of course, Lorenzo, that's still a lot to happen between now and as they catch up to one of the TCR cars, which they will thankfully catch on the front straightaway instead of heading into Tamborella as another TCR car comes off the pit road.
Yeah, close racing here for the Cup Class lead. As we've been promising you for a while, we do finally have a fight at the front of the field, and no real traffic around. Bit of a mistake there from Ilan Rosto coming out of Tamburello, and that's music to the ears of Matteo Kunze, who sees his chance to get to the front, perhaps just in the nick of time before these points are awarded at halfway. We're anticipating on the 72nd lap of the race. We should see points allocated, half points, so 50 points for the class leader, as opposed to the 100 that they would score at the end of the race. But Ilan Rosto now, for the first time, really having to defend this lead, and I think you can see that he's feeling the pressure a little bit. They've all pitted on about the same lap, these cars, so there's no real tyre advantage as far as tyre age, but who's managed the tyres best, well, that could be the thing that makes the big difference. And of course, all the time that Kunze is stuck behind Rushto, Fujita closes in as well. The top two TCR cars are in as well, so that's Brabham Esports and the Hussingfeld car. Hussingfeld going for a driver change by the looks of it, and that will be Fabian Siegmann jumping into the car, and they'll be back out on track very shortly, Lorenzo.
Yeah, sorry, but yeah, looking forward to see what Siegmann is actually going to do in that car. Siegmann, really fast driver on the Team Hussingfeld. As we see, one of the first drivers actually blinking, Kazuki, I think, going into the pit lane here, Andy. So we can actually see, first and foremost, that 27 laps on the gauge for them is not going to be enough to try to take him to the end. Of course, might be different for the number 17 of Kairos and the number 44 of the sister team of the Orion race team. But should we be concerned that they might not be able to make it until the end of lap 172? Because 28 laps, 27 laps for both of these cars. The first lap within 23 laps relatively on the scene is Impulse Racing, and they have fuel enough, I think, for the number 72 to 73 lap here, Ewan.
Yeah, I think you're right. So I was saying that these lead cars could make it, but it was going to be close, wasn't it? I assumed that they stayed out because they'd done the calculations, but that's quite a long way short. That's about 5 or 6 laps short of where you need to be. And I don't think Fujita would have pitted unless he was absolutely certain that he couldn't make it. So, of course, we don't know how much fuel was put in, or whether perhaps they tried something with a shorter pit stop to gain that time. But Fujita pitting, and that makes it now just a two-way fight for the overall race lead and lead within the Cup class between Ilan Rosto and Matteo Kunze. But an interesting development there, Taylor, and that will now get all of the teams starting to think and starting to wonder which of these strategies is the right one.
It really is now, as we see the pit stop strategy starting to come into play for a lot of teams as we approach that halfway point, and going to determine to see who is going to be able to make the best strategy call as we get closer and closer to that halfway point now. As this is now, for some of those drivers who are towards the back half of the field, they may consider going ahead and pitting now in order to try to leapfrog the competitors when the pit stop cycle begins for your race leaders.
Yes, I think you might be right. Meanwhile, defensive driving here from Rushto, but right round the outside goes Matteo Kunze into Tamburello. That's a really risky move, and there is contact. Rushto off into the gravel trap, and that was always the risk. It's so hard to go side by side through there, and Ilan Rushto, having led the race valiantly for a number of laps under pressure, finds himself down in second position, but after a small amount of contact with Matteo Kunze, and that could be a real talking point moving into the second half of the race. Kunze gets the lead, but did he have the line? Was he entitled to force the issue through there? We see that so often, Lorenzo, through that particular sequence of corners. Both drivers thinking they've got the line. There's a bit of a slide, isn't there, from Kunze? Did that send him maybe into the number 12 car?
Possibly. I think there's a little bit of air between cars, and we can see Beniti and another TCR just right after, and causing damage maybe on the front right of 274. Just trying to look, who was the other car though? I think that was the Gorio Autosport going to Tamburello, and unfortunately the damage might have been too much for the 274, but 278, but still trying to keep moving forward. Whereas right now, Pascal Costa now reached the tail end of Nicholas Hellman. We know Nicholas tried to put up a little bit of a fight, and I still don't know. if that 44 and that 17 have the fuel enough to try to get towards the end of 72 to 73 for the 50 points, respectively, and also Nicholas Hellman. But we know we are in for a good fight, but never mind. Nicholas goes into pit lane, just showing that no fuel.
Yeah, so Nicholas Helm, then number 29, is into the pit lane, his third pit stop. We've had a spinner coming out of the Ravazzas. That's number 31. And was there an assistance? I think there might have been. There was contact anyway. Thomas Vangen might have been getting sideways before that, but he has a rotation and will get going again. But yeah, Taylor, if those top two cars have to pit again, then the fight we're seeing between Maniti and Impulse and Visceral Esports, that is for the race lead going into the halfway mark. So this is a hugely important trio of cars. They're on your screen now coming into Tosa. This could be for the race lead when we get to lap number 72, which is now only 3 or 4 laps away.
It certainly is going to be a big point to talk about here as we see these drivers continue to work together. And of course, like you said, once the pit stop cycle begins, after we hit that halfway point, the race lead here for Maniti and the rest of the drivers who've already pitted for the time being will pick up and intensify. So this is going to be interesting to see how it plays out amongst these three competitors.
Yep, out of Aqua Minerale they go then. The Maniti racing car is being driven by Pedro Berger, as it has been since the start of the race. He's just got a small gap now over Pascal Costa in the Impulse racing car. Of course, we know it's Santeri Martikainen in the 5th placed number 97 car. Remember, he was down in 17th place at one point after that most recent restart, which was about 20 laps ago. He has done a fantastic job to work his way now into contention for at least a top 5 at the halfway point, and maybe he could even be in the lead. He's going to be very, very close, I think, to Pascal Costa as they come across the line this time. The top two have stayed out again, so Lorenzo, we're now on to lap 70. We're 2 laps away. It does look like Orion and Kairos are at least going to try this, aren't they?
Yeah, they're cutting it real close. I think for them, as long as they can get over the line and nurse the car, just kind of like, you know, when you're asking for help for a little bit of a hand, they'll give me a hand, push the car for me so you can get towards the pit lane. As we were seeing the battle between the Alpine Stars, the Geodesic and Deutsche Payment Cup cars. That is actually for P8 in this Cup class car and overall standings as well, since Graham Sender and Kevin Crosby are within the lead lap as well. Really good battle as Graham tried to do his best to try to break away from Kevin, as we saw had a little bit of spin right here a few laps ago on Tatsa. So let's see if the German driver is actually going to get that one back and put that German team one up on the Americans.
Speaking of spins, we saw the RPC Esports car have a spin a lap ago. Well, that's just coming to the pit lane as well. So Fjellstad Christiansen now jumping into that car as they work again towards this all-important halfway point of the race. The Geodesic car hanging on to its place as well. I spotted just ahead of them there, you can see Nicholas Last right on the tail of Stefan Helvik for 6th place. So the second of the Visceral Esports cars also looking to try and pick up another place before the points are allocated, which will be in just a couple of laps' time, down towards the Rivats as they go. In fact, that looks as though Last was shaping up for a move in the distance as they prepared to hit the brakes, but a risky move to try and make into Rivatsa 1. Got to be fully committed, and actually the exit speed is far more important than the speed you take going in. We've just had a pit stop though, Taylor, I think for Kairos Esports. Yes, we have. So the second place car blinks, and that leaves just the Orion race team out in front.
It certainly does, as Kairos Esports will come down along with Full Send, and a driver change is happening over at Kairos Esports. Kevin Richards getting behind the wheel of the number 17, as he will see what he can do for that team as they make their way out onto pit road. So we'll see how that goes.
So, nervous times now for Matteo Kunze. We are on the 71st lap. As far as we understand, it is at the end of the 72nd lap that those points are scored, which means that actually, Lorenzo, it's not just a case of doing 2 more laps. He's got to get 3 more laps out of a fuel tank, because the last thing he wants is to lead at lap 72 and then run out of fuel on lap 73. He's got to get back to the pit lane as well, and that is a risk that might not be worth taking, because it is far more important to still be running at the end of the race than it is to run out of fuel trying to lead at halfway.
And I agree 100% with your thought logic, but I think for Orion, given the fact they are in P7 in the standings, the one thing they really want to be having is another, I'm not going to say abysmal performance, but it's kind of like a little bit of a letdown on what could have been in the halfway mark going into the latter portions of the race. Of course, you got to think about the bigger picture right here, as they are thinking about the bigger picture, Andy. So we kind of know who's the halfway points are going to go for the time being.
Well, but what order they'll be in, we don't know, because we've still got this really good fight, haven't we? Visceral Esports have got past Impulse Racing, so Santeri Martikainen is about to move into second place. There goes Pedro Berger. He takes over the race lead. He last pitted 28 laps ago, so we're pretty confident that all of these cars now can make it to the end of this lap and a few more without having to make a pit stop. That was some contact going into Tosa, and that is one of the Hugh Jass cars, the 138 car, getting tipped into a spin by a Cup Class Porsche, but again, no real damage done. But yes, this now is the fight then. Pedro Berger, 9/10 of a second clear of Santeri Martikainen. Lorenzo, has Santeri got time to get onto terms with the leader? He's catching him.
Nah, he doesn't. I think unless Pedro makes a blasphemous mistake on one of the corners and opens up the opportunity for Santeri to make that move, we probably know that it's done and dusted if Pedro doesn't come into the pit lane for halfway points being dealt for Maniti, and they get 50 points up in the board, I think, for the second time this season.
Yeah, they did it at Fuji the first round. They were running inside the top 3 at Interlagos last time as well at the halfway point. Maniti Racing with a 1-point lead in the championship over Car 96, which currently runs in 5th position. They are 53 points ahead of Car 97, so they're going to extend their margin over both of the Asetek SimSport Visceral cars, and it's going to happen very shortly, because for the 72nd time, and they pit and they dive for the pit lane. So Pedro Berger heads in, and Santeri Martikainen goes across the line and will officially lead lap number 72. Now, do the points get allocated at the start of lap 72 or at the end of lap 72? I suppose that's the next question.
End.
Okay, so that means it should be Martikainen and the number 97 team who take the points then. So, big drama for the leaders in the Cup class, and Lorenzo, that was not something that I expected to see, and there can only be one reason. They must have felt that they were literally about to run out of fuel, because having gone all that way, I don't see why they would have chosen to pit, but that seems strange to me. They should be able to go, what was it, 28, 29 laps, especially given how many laps were behind the safety car.
No, but I think there was a little bit of a pushing from Pedro and everybody else at the start of the stint, so I wouldn't be surprised that if they went for it at a certain perspective whenever the stint started, so the fuel gauge probably would have been less than probably they wanted it to be. So unfortunate, but if you look at the glass half full, Pedro got, I think, 4th place whenever they actually crossed around the line, so it's around 40 points for him. So it's not the worst case scenario. He's still gonna have the lead of the championship over the other Viscera for the Viscera 96 car. So now he can actually think about the long battle, the full points in about 72 laps. So 70 laps roughly, and see where it will lead them at the end of things.
In comes Martikainen, in comes Pascal Costa, so it clearly was quite close on fuel for all of these cars, even those who pitted under the last safety car. So the top 3 coming in fact, both of the Visceral Esports cars are in, along with the Impulse Racing cars, so 96, 97 and 15, all pitting at the end of lap number 73. And Taylor, a really interesting turn of events there. Then Maniti Racing looked as though they were going to lead that 72nd lap, but they had to come into the pit lane, so car 97 ended up leading, and that car then comes in 1 lap later. So all of those Cup cars, it turns out, were really pushing the fuel mileage right to the limit.
They certainly were indeed, as we pick up the battle for 8th place in the Cup class between Kairos Esports and the Hell Racers as they make their way to the Alta Chicane. Some driver changes also happening for the Visceral Esports. Pascal Costa gets behind the wheel of the Impulse Racing machine as we wait for the rest of the pit stop cycles to happen.
Indeed so. So with halfway now gone, the thoughts turn towards the end of the race now and working out what the strategy will be from here. But of course, Lorenzo, we've seen time and again in this race that you start to wrap your head around the strategy and how many more pit stops it needs and who's looking strong, and then out of the blue you get another caution period. I don't think we've seen the last of the safety car in this race, so in a way trying to predict this is a little bit fruitless, and for the teams that's so frustrating, as this is a significant little side-by-side battle. The Aztec Sim Racing car coming out of the pit lane just ahead of the Kairos car. That was close.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an argy-bargy between Hell Racers and from what it looks like, that was a Maniti TCR. Somehow, some way, the TCR got alive.
Yes, and this fight can therefore continue, but the significance of this, I was about to say, is that the number 97 car, 96 car in fact we're looking at there, has got ahead now of the Kairos car, which was of course ahead of it before the pit stop sequence began. So we end up once again with Maniti Racing out at the front of the pack, Seybold Esports second, and Impulse Racing in third position. But still, even after all of that, Lorenzo, they're nose to tail on track.
Yeah, they're all on the track, following a really good route and just keeping their foot down in terms of things. And of course, Pedro leading now the group, whereas now there's a little bit of proximity between all these three cars we're seeing on screen. Now, my question is, because this is the one thing I really want to see moving forward. All the stints we've seen so far had yellow flag interference, so we don't have a true measurement of the stint so far. Of course, you have a rough estimate of about 27 laps, roughly, but this is what I want to see. I really want to take a look on a green flag stint and see, oh, they had 27 laps, they had 28 laps. Then you can truly measure, oh, if it is 28 laps, then you probably have one more pit stop and then a half a pit stop. Well, I said between our internal chat, they have 2.5 pit stops considering the one they just made. So it's going to be an interesting one whenever the next one approaches, and how close until the relative end of race time we're probably going to have on live timing, and then make an estimate on calculations and see if they're going to get closer or not without a need of a pit stop. Additional one, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully, they should be pretty secure now on fuel, but as you said, if a safety car comes out and they all start pitting off sequence again, that could change things. One interesting thing I've spotted is that Maniti Racing have held on to the lead because I think they did not do a driver change. Pedro Berger has stayed in the car, so too Stefan Helvik behind him, Pascal Costa in third, Kazuki Fujita fourth. Whereas both of the Visceral Esports cars have had driver changes. So Anders Dahl has now jumped into the 97 car and Vince Peters into the 96. So that driver change, I think, Taylor, has cost them a lot of time. They're about half a minute now behind Maniti Racing. And of course, they were right together when they all started pitting because they were fighting for the race lead. So a bit of a gain there for Maniti, but how much time does it cost you generally to execute a driver change?
It depends on, of course, due to the fact this is in the sim world, of course, it depends on how quickly you're able to get in the car in the real world. But for the sim sports, it's all really about the same time, pretty much, unless you make a mistake of entering in your pit box, which we did see the two Visceral Esports car miss their box when they entered onto pit road. So that could throw into a factor of how long of a gap this will be. But the thing is, though, they're fresh drivers. Anders Dahl and Vince Peters, they're fresh drivers. They're now focused, ready to go, compared to maybe Kazuki Fujita, who maybe was out there already for 2.5 hours and growing. He definitely may be in that section where he may be a little fatigued, maybe a little tired, and it also could cause some issues for him later on in the run compared to the teammate, the sister car, the 44, which did a driver change as well. Greg Salmons behind the wheel right now.
Yes, you're right, actually. Yeah, Greg into the 44 car as well. So that is another car, the first of the cars, actually, that executed a driver change that time and has also jumped ahead of the Visceral Esports car. So I guess the question then is, Lorenzo, car number 97, they lost about 25 seconds there to Maniti Racing. Is that about right for a driver change, or do you think that was quite a slow stop? Because they seem to have lost time even compared to others who had driver changes too.
No, right. It's right about that mark. I'm just looking at the pit stop for Pedro. I think we have to also take into effect that I think Pedro is double seating his car up. I really want to look at the track conditions because I think this is a very chill after the done his move.
Well, that is for the lead as well. That's Stefan Kelvik past Pedro Berger, who didn't really put up much of a fight, but I think that's because of what you're talking about. He's double stinting the tyres, and we know that's not easy to do in these Cup cars, is it?
No, it's quite hard. Now that I don't know if you can get track conditions going up right now. Of course, we have to focus on this one specifically, but I think the track right now it's right about the 30 degrees. Roughly 30 degrees on the track. So it is a chill track, and given the fact it is a very chilly track, 30 degrees, you can actually double sit the tires without punishing them too much. The only thing you cannot do, of course, like I said before, time and time before, you cannot overdrive the rears. If you overdrive the rears in a track like this that has a lot of track elevations, a lot of braking zones, and movement changes like going left to right in a short sequence of turns, can make more difficult the cooling down of the tires, so your performance is going to get hindered. So I think that's what is on Pedro's mind right now. Just try to nurse the car the best way he can, so you probably have to give the car to Maxime whenever he takes over the car, maybe on the next stint.
And it also means that Impulse Racing's Pascal Costa is closing in too. So Costa on a similar strategy, you would imagine, because he was also in that fight for track position with Veniti Racing before the pit stops. And yet, Pedro does seem to be struggling for pace now more than other people who are on the same strategy as him, if that makes sense. But it's the fight for the top three positions then as they charge their way past some of the GT4 traffic. The Sport class, by the way, being led now by German Sim Racing, with Impulse Racing second, fiercely forward, who have done a driver change. Eduardo Pecorini is now in the 101 car, but he has dropped down into third position now, about 5.5 seconds off the class lead. So we've had some changing around in that class too. So the only class that really resembles what it was 20 minutes ago is TCR, where Brabham Esports continue to lead the way by 2.5 seconds or so over Team Huisingveld. But there have been lots of changes in all of the other classes, and we're seeing another one here, Taylor, as Kevin Richard tries to move into 9th place towards Tamburello.
And Kevin Richards, you're right on board as we now go on board with the 29 machine of the Hell Racers, the Pampas Vaz, as he works his way around through Tamburello. Currently sitting in the 11th position, keeping up with the driver of Kevin Richards up ahead as they go side by side up ahead of him. Close call as they head through the Villeneuve chicanes.
Yeah, really low grip part of the circuit, easy to get a bit of understeer, which is what was making me hold my breath. And then they go for the big lunge up the inside at Tosa as well. Plenty of space is left on the outside line by the Deutsche Payment car of Kevin Krosny, and Hampus Baz continues to have a really good view of this fight for 9th position ahead of him. Up the inside of the GT4 Mercedes they go. There's a bit of a hip and shoulder, and that is Hampus's opportunity. The Hell Racers car gets the better run out of Piratella, then makes contact. A big slide. That was about the worst part of the track to make contact, Lorenzo. I don't know how they got away with it.
I don't know how he got away with that either, to be very honest with you. That tire-to-tire contact, of course, put a little bit of a scare on Hampus Baz' number 29 car, but lifted away a little bit. That's why the Kairos of Kevin Richard actually took the lead a little bit, going to Aqua Minerale and put up the kind of like the gavel on what his decision is going to be. I'm not going to make this easy on you.
You know, I really enjoy these onboard pictures, especially from cars that are running in the midfield, because I don't think we realise, Taylor, but this sort of thing happens every lap. You know, there is always someone who is in a really close battle, then trying to get past the back markers. There's a bit of contact here, a bit of a touch there, and we don't always see it happening from the external shots. It's only really when you ride on board that you see just how difficult this is, ducking and diving between the traffic whilst fighting for position within your class as well, and the amount of close calls that you have along the way, it's huge for every team.
It really is, and you just saw it right there as we ride on board with Hampus Baz right now. We saw the last lap, the last time they came through here, of how close it was to where chaos could have ensued in front of him. But as now they climb over to the Tulsa hairpin, he's now going to try his hand to get around Kevin Richard, but still has to worry about Thomas Cope right behind him as well in that 21 machine, who's trying to get around him on the outside.
Yeah, the 21 car closing in on this group as well. So yeah, the three-way battle we were watching now becomes still a three-way battle, but replace the 87 car, which has now started to disappear up the road, with the number 21 Olympus Esports car of Thomas Cope, which is right behind the car we ride on board with now, Hampus Baz for the Hell Racers, up towards the Variante Alta again, right over the curbs, and heading back down towards the Ravazza sections once more, with Hampus Baz in the Hell Racers car continuing to look for ways through. He's in the tow. Again, looks to try and outbrake him, maybe into Ravazza, but really all about the exit speed. Rides the curb through the left, runs wide over the curb on the right, flings it into the left, and because he was on that curb turning in Lorenzo, you could almost feel, couldn't you, the rear tyres starting to lose grip, and that almost ended in a big slide, but he's right in the slipstream, and I think will now try and make a move into turn one.
Yep. Getting that run, a little bit of a side-by-side here. Andy going now. Kairo's trying to defend a little bit more aggressively into turn number one. Olympus not far behind that. It's Thomas Cope side-by-side. A little bit of a wiggle for what it looks like. Kairos trying to go for the cutback, but Walls sealed the deal for Mr. Hampus Baz, going from into the top 10. Now Olympus in the charge.
Yeah, and that Kairos car really slipping backwards now in this particular stint, with Kevin Richard in the car. It had been running, of course, near the front just before the last round of pit stops. Whilst this goes on, the situation at the front of the... Oh, we'll get to that in a second, because there was a mistake again there for Kairos, and so Thomas Cope will get alongside him towards Piratella. The overtake coming a bit sooner than I expected, but when the mistake happens, you've got to pounce, and that's exactly what Thomas Cope did, and he moves now into 11th position, and will now set off after the Hell Racers car ahead. But yeah, at the front of the Cup field, still less than a second between Seibelt Esports and Miniti Racing. 3.5 seconds then back to Impulse Racing in third place. But that gap at the front, Taylor, has been sort of ebbing and flowing. It looked for a while like Seibelt was starting to pull away, and then suddenly Pedro Berger closed right back in again, and continues to close, as you can see on the timing tower.
Yeah, we're starting to see that really come into play here as they work their way over towards, I believe that is going to be Ravazza, as they work their way through. It's about 1/10 of a second separating the top two, giving the race lead to the Seibelt Racing team as they negotiate through some lap traffic. As we also keep an eye on the Hell Racers and Olympus as they come across the line.
Yeah, this gap coming down pretty quickly too. The Olympus car of Thomas Cope looking pretty pacey, and he's going to try and find a way past Hampus Baz to make it 2 positions in less than a lap. He's given the outside line, but he's very late on the brakes, and in fairness, Hampus, I think, almost moving out of the way there, Lorenzo. He pulled to the left. It looked like he was defending, but in the end, a pretty easy move there for Thomas Cope to move into 10th place.
Yeah, and but the problem is I think he got to slow down right in the process up to the point that Kairos now got back into position. So a little bit unfortunate right there for Thomas. But really good three-way battle. So even though there's now a little bit of a separation between all these 3 drivers at the end of things. But undoubtedly, I think that might close up not 3-way but 2-way, depending on how quickly Thomas actually made that overtake and get closer towards Hampus' car.
Yeah, so frustrating that for the Olympus car, because it's clearly the quickest of these 3, and now the Kairos car really defending heavily as they head towards Aqua Minerale again. So having made 2 really good overtakes, they've now got to make them again inside of the Audi they head, and for the time being at least, the pressure is off for Hampus Baz in the Hell Racers Tershine car. There, in the sport class, we've got our class leader. This is Alex Batter in the German sim racing Aston Martin, and right on his tail, only half a second behind at the line, Anton Reger in the 157 Impulse Racing car, fiercely forward, are 6.5 seconds behind them, and again you can anticipate that they lost some time through doing the driver change last time around. So Taylor, first time really that we've not seen the Porsche out in front, and it is the German sim racing car that has a very slender lead.
He certainly does indeed, as we watch on here with Alex Bata behind the wheel, trying to hold off Anton Rieger in his Mercedes as they work their way through, heading over to Acqua Minerale. These two drivers have been the class of the field watching Impulse as well as the German sim racing team as we watch on and keep an eye to see how this will play out. The Porsche, of course, of Eduardo Piccaroni in the, of course, Fiercely Fast machine is trying to, or Fiercely Forward machine is trying to close in as well. Still got a ways to go to catch up.
Yeah, they have been fiercely fast as well all race long, but a little bit of work to do now, just on the way that the strategy has worked out over the last couple of minutes. But down towards Ravazza they go, and two left-handers onto the pit straight again. The gap just slightly starting to creep up behind them. A gap that's coming down is the one in TCR though. Team Huisenfeld starting to reel in slightly the Brabham Esports car. Christoph Krekas in the Brabham car. It's Fabian Seaman for Team Huisenfeld, and that gap is under 2 seconds again now. So all three of our classes, Lorenzo, continuing to provide very, very close fights for the lead, and we've been green now for quite some time, so it doesn't look like they're going to separate themselves at all.
Yeah, which is always a good thing, you know, having these close battles and everybody following one another, not just in the sports but also club class as well. But thank you, Taylor. You're the voice of reason, because you forget one thing. You're commentating with me. You do know I have a reputation to hold the gear race spot, right?
And what's that exactly?
The emperor of yellow flags.
I see. So if we want the field to be bunched up at any point, we need to just drag you into a broadcast. Even if you're not on the broadcast, we need you to be here to liven things up.
Precisely, especially if this is Road America. Like I actually had that. I was commentating the entrance round. But jokes apart, yeah. Let's like I said, I really want to see if this goes green all the way, so we can, again, like I said before, we can actually get a true measurement of a proper stint. How many laps can these guys do before they come into the pit lane? So we can truly measure if the need of a additional pit stop, and how big of a pit stop that will be, if they're even thinking about maybe splitting down the middle, depending on how circumstances will go if they go green all the way.
And the teams would quite like that too, because, you know, their fuel numbers have been messed up with all of the cautions and the slow laps and pitting out of sequence as well. So they'll have a rough idea of what their fuel mileage should be, but in practice it can be quite different than it is in theory. So yeah, let's hope that we do stay green. We're doing quite well now. It's been about 11 or 12 laps since most of our leaders last pitted. This, though, the fight for the lead in the sport class, and Anton Rieger is closer than ever now, heading into Tamburello, but not quite close enough. The Aston Martin of Alex Bata stays ahead. He really does like using those curbs, doesn't he, through Tamburello? The Aston right up on two wheels every lap. And now a little bit of traffic ahead. Who is this going to favour? Can Alex get up the inside into Villeneuve? No, he can't. And so Anton perhaps now sees the chance to close in out of the right-hander towards the left-hander at Tosa. Up the inside goes the Aston Martin, and Alex Bata forces his way past the number 200 Honda Accord, but then drifts a bit wide, and Anton Rieger maybe now sees an opportunity to find a way through. Taylor, this is generating into a really close fight.
This is really going to be interesting to see here as they come up to Tamburello, or actually Tamburello indeed, as they work their way through. Actually, that's not Tamburello, my apologies on that. As they work their way out of Piratella, heading to Acqua Minerale. These two drivers really putting on a stellar performance here on the second half of today's race. They have a little bit of TCR traffic in front of them. That's the 267 machine. Currently, that is the fifth place car in class of Norbert Leitner, who's up ahead, as we have an issue right here for one of the sports class drivers sliding through the sandy beaches of Imola and continues on his way.
Amazingly avoiding the barriers somehow. I'm not quite sure how. That was Elias Rueda in the Ingersoll Rand Mercedes with a little bit of a nudge going into Tamburello. But finally, we see Alex Bata get past this Hyundai. And that's something else I've noticed, Lorenzo, even since qualifying. The lap times between the GT4s and the TCRs, there's not that much difference, is there? So for a GT4 car to overtake a TCR, it is a genuine overtake quite often, isn't it? You really have to work for it.
Yeah, because this is one of the tracks that, whereas the TCR does have a little bit of a downforce performance in comparison to the the TCRs. The only sorry, the TCRs have downforce advantage on the GT4s in some of the corners, so they kind of have to rely on the pure braking into some of the corners, kind of like really dive into the corners and try to maximize the speed, the difference that the GT4s have a little bit of a more engine boost in comparison to the TCRs. But like I say, you go into Acqua Minerale, it becomes much harder because entry-wise, the TCRs have the upper edge. Exit-wise, the GT4s will have the upper edge. So this is the trick mindset of these GT4s. They have to face to try to break away as fast as they can. Let's just say if they have a TCR in the middle and you're fighting for position, you want to try to have the maximum distance between the competitor you're having.
Big slide there from Stefan Kjelvik out of Variante Alta, but this is the fight for the Cup class lead, and Pedro Berger sees now that he's got the chance. He's got a bit more grip than the car ahead, but what he doesn't have is the good look in the traffic, because a TCR Hyundai appears just at the worst moment for the Maniti Racing driver, and he has to stay behind for now. Back onto the main straight they go again, and the gap just creeping out ever so slightly. But Taylor, a good race this for Sabelt Esports. They've been quick all season long, but had a really terrible start to the season when they didn't score a single point at Fuji at the season opener. But this time out, they were able to get themselves a solid podium finish. They're in podium contention, indeed in race winning contention here. That Maniti Racing car is looking pretty ominous in its mirrors.
It really is, as we have pit stops happening for Alex Abata and the German sim racing Aston Martin. But yeah, pointed out, as you said, the Maniti team definitely going to be one to watch as the race begins to pick up, as we pick up the Visceral 97 machine, who's in a little bit of a battle with one of the Orion team.
Yeah, this is about the longest we've gone without mentioning either car 97 or 96, but this is the fight for 5th position. Orion Race Team's Greg Salmons just ahead of those two cars. The 97 is Anders Dahl, the 96 Vince Peters. Remember, both of those Visceral Esports cars took on new drivers at the last pit stop, which is why they've dropped backwards slightly. The same is true of the Orion car as well. So all three of these drivers now really starting to get up to speed in their stint, and the battle is on for a position just inside the top 5 in Visceral Esports, having been catching over the last few laps. In fact, taking about half a second a lap out of Greg over the last couple of circuits. But again, as we're seeing here, Lorenzo, catching is one thing, passing around Imola is very much a harder job.
Yeah, definitely. I think of all tracks, this might actually be, I would say, in this season, the second hardest for you to make an overtake. Because you have to fight every single lap, and you have to find the commitment point for you to make that overtake. I would say hardest one might be Barber, because Barber does have a lot of overtaking opportunities. And it's a track that I think would say, I think there's 1 or 2 points where you can actually make an overtake, maybe 3 where you go into the corkscrew. But other than that, it's very hard to find a section where you can make a pass workable. Now let's see if that Visceral car is now going to get the proper run to make that overtake.
Now he's used the slipstream nicely there, Anders Dahl, and he's got the inside into Tamburello, and I think he's going to go through into 5th place. Late on the brakes, the brake discs glowing on both of these 992 Cup cars, and he does indeed go through. Now back to the fight for the race lead. Pedro Berger has caught Stefan Kjelvik again, and will be in a real hurry here to try and get through Taylor, because he's been joined by Pascal Costa. So Impulse Racing now making this a real 3-way fight for the race lead as they head towards Acqua Minerale. The tension starting to build here for Maniti Racing. They really want to get this overtake done.
They certainly do here, as they now shoot around one of the slower sports class of the McLaren, as that's a close call indeed right there. Just chops the nose off that McLaren as they come to the Alta chicane. As now the Maniti Porsche is now going to be caught up behind one of the both a Porsche and a McLaren, as they have to now quickly get around the Impulse Racing machine. We're also involved in this battle for position here, but still a great fight here. But the Sabelt team doing what they need to do, timing when to get around lap traffic, and of course that stretches out a little bit of a lead between him and the Maniti car.
They're all pitted on slightly different laps, these three. Lap 13 for the number 15 car, lap 14 for number 78, and then the race leader on lap 15. They're all on roughly the same strategy. The one car who has pitted slightly out of sequence, if you like, is the Orion Racing Team car in 4th. They pitted last 21 laps ago, so they will be the first of them to come in. They pitted that a little bit earlier, of course, before the halfway point. So still a few strategic questions to be answered, but these three are about 20 seconds up the road from them, so it does seem at this point that these three cars are establishing themselves as the race favourites. But Lorenzo, are we expecting driver changes from these three at the next stop?
I would say 80 or 75% confirmed for Manini. I would say Impulse may be on the same strategy on making that driver swap. I think Pascal is gonna hand it back to Mari Velgut, depending on circumstances, and let him finish, because Pascal, I think, went longest. I know Manini has to do a driver swap anyway at some point of the race. But let's see what happens. I'm listening maybe on the chat. Maybe something is happening. Potential yellow flag coming up.
Okay, well that would change everything, because that would, I'm sure, bring everyone down pit lane, but quite a bit earlier than they were hoping to. So we'll wait and see. We haven't seen any reason for a yellow flag, but there could be a car stuck in a dangerous position, and as we've seen previously, that will be enough for race control to throw the caution flags out. And I was going to say that would bunch everyone together. They can't get a lot closer together than they already are, really. This is a very, very tightly bunched pack in the front of the Cup class, just getting separated slightly by some traffic. That's the fiercely forward Porsche that they are putting behind them as they race along the pit straight. The Seybold eSports car of Stefan Kjelvik with this advantage. We're on the 89th lap of the race, and for the time being, all looks clear, so the race can continue. And that's good news, Taylor, because we're getting to within 10 laps now, I think, of seeing some of these leaders coming into the pit lane. And that means that, as Lorenzo was saying, really, for the first time all race, they're properly pushing these tyres right the way through a stint. I think part of the reason they've been able to double stint so far, Taylor, is because we've had safety cars that have interrupted the pace and allowed them to slow down. That's not been the case in this stint.
That is absolutely correct there, Andy, as we're seeing with the strategies of the cautions coming out, playing into the favor of some of these drivers. They're able to double stint their tires, but also I have a feeling here they can't probably do that anymore anytime soon with how the pace of the race has been going now after those caution periods. So we'll see how this plays out as the run progresses, but like you said, about another 10 laps or so, we should be seeing the next pit stop cycle.
Yeah, it was 17 laps since the Seybelt car was in the pit lane, and we were thinking that it would be somewhere just before 30 laps, it seems, that they can do on a tank of fuel. So Seybelt car just negotiating some more of the GT4 runners, that sport class for the GT4 cars, led now by Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, John Bertover, who I don't think we've mentioned so far, leading from Torque Freak Racing, but I think they're in the middle of a bit of a pit cycle with German sim racing car, Impulse Racing and Fiercely Forward all having pitted a couple of laps ago, and so that splits that class for the time being. Another thing, Lorenzo, that has changed, and I don't think we've covered it, is the lead in TCR, because that is no longer Brabham Esports out in front.
No, Oisingveld, the champ leaders of sort, the championship leaders, actually, again, propelling themselves into the top spot. Wondering what happened over here for Christoph Kerekis to lose that position. But then again, like I said before, Fabian Siegmann is a top-notch driver on these TCRs. Know how to actually drive the cars like none other. A force to be reckoned with, and looking forward to actually take a look after on Christopher Kerekis' stint to see what went wrong for the 205 to lose the lead.
Yeah, well, we might be about to see what happened, and this looks like he's just pulling right out of the way. Now, is he serving a slowdown, or was Fabian just that much quicker that he decided to wave him through? I think it might have been the latter, because the gap had been coming down quite rapidly. It had been about 3 or 4 seconds at one point, and then it was coming down by 3/4 tenths of a second a lap, and in the end, the Husingveld car just cruised by. So that was the change for the lead, and that was sensible, I think, really, for Brabham Esports, Taylor, not to get engaged in a real fight just now. If the car behind is a lot quicker, the only thing you're going to do by defending is frustrate them and perhaps tempt them into a risky overtake. So if it's clear that they've got the pace on you, sometimes pulling out of the way it doesn't feel like the right thing to do, but it might be.
It certainly is probably the best thing to do, especially given the fact we still have quite a bit of racing left to go for this event. So drivers, such as we saw with the Brabham Esports Hyundai, definitely making a smart call, letting by the Hoisingfeld machine, and it won't take long, I have to say, before the Brabham team is able to get back underway to go and chase down the 248.
Yeah, what they would have liked is to stay within the slipstream of the Hoisingfeld car, but actually they're struggling to do that right now because Fabian Seaman is just setting such an astonishing pace. He's doing 1 minute 53.1s, which is within a couple of tenths of a second of the outright fastest lap within the TCR class. And whereas the Brabham car 53.2, a tenth or two slower, so not quite able to stay in that slipstream range, which means that the gap keeps on creeping up. Meanwhile, back out onto the main straight again. It's not just at the front of the Cup class that we've got cars running very close together. Right the way through the order, that continues to be the case, and this looks as though it is the Kairos car again, isn't it, in 11th position, which is at the head of this particular train of cars. 91 laps in the book. And that car, Lorenzo, has been an interesting one because it's been at the front, it's been at the back, it's been in the middle. It's another one of those cars that hasn't had a particularly consistent race, but, you know, if we were to get another well-timed safety car, they could get right back into it.
Yeah, but the question is, it's kind of like trying to find scraps around the track. It's kind of an impressive one, how this race has been shaping up for some of the teams, right? When you think you're having a good performance, it is not actually the best performance you want to be putting around the track, and you're moving so up and down. I think the yellow flags, like we said before many times, have thrown a few wrenches and a few invariables into this race that you cannot say for a fact this is the final spot they're going to be whenever the final cycles are actually all done. So we're quite surprised. But going about how the race is going, can I just quickly mention we only have 5 retirees of 52 cars that took over in this track. There's still 47 remaining, only 5 retired.
That is impressive. You're right, I hadn't spotted that. 3 of them are TCR cars and then 1 apiece from the Sport and Cup classes. So yeah, pretty low attrition rate, and actually there aren't that many cars which are running multiple laps down from where they should be. The ATRS Esports Porsche is some 9 laps behind the rest of the Cup class, and then you've got the fiercely forward TCR car which is about 5 laps behind the rest of the TCR class, but everybody else really is running kind of in contention on the lead lap. And Taylor, that's one of the big reasons why you should never give up. If you're on the lead lap or even 1 lap down in a race like this, because of the way the cautions work, you can always get back into it, as we've got another side-by-side fight through Tambirello, which is not going to end well. Over the curbs there goes the Lipa Esports car of Marcel Raupach, and he has to settle back in line behind. But yeah, Taylor, important not to give up, because in a race like this, if you can stay on that lead lap, you know, we've seen it already, haven't we? Cars can go from the very back to the very front just by playing the strategy right.
You certainly can, and still with a lot of racing left to go, we still have about 50 laps to go left in this event, so a lot of things can happen. And like we talked about early on, we could have about 2, maybe 2.5 pit stops left for your race leaders before this race is over. So there's still a lot of strategy left to play out in this event, so drivers are not really in that worrying mode. For maybe some drivers who are outside the top 10, they may be considering some different braver strategy calls compared to those inside the top 10, but a lot can still play out for these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I've said a few times, the team's now really starting to look at the end of the race and sort of working back the strategy from that point. And the longer you can stretch this tank of fuel, the longer you can stretch the next tank of fuel, then the less fuel you have to put in at that last pit stop, because it doesn't look like being a full stint to the end, again, unless we start getting a few more safety car periods coming in. But yeah, lots still to play out here. Don't go anywhere. Thank you everyone for joining us as well on the YouTube chat, and hope you're all enjoying the race. There's a link to the live timing there as well, so you can follow everything that we're seeing here, and all the lap times, pit stops, and the stint lengths, which have become such an important factor in this race. And it's been a brilliant third round of the championship. The championship moving into its second half in a few weeks' time, but the IVRA ClubSport series has put on possibly its best race of the season so far, I would say, here at Imola, and still plenty more to shake out from it. We've got a 7/10 of a second lead only in the Cup class, and actually that is coming down over the last couple of laps, Taylor. So Pedro Berger and Stefan Helvik continuing to circulate very, very close together, and only 6 or 7 tenths between the two of them.
This is by far probably one of the best battles to keep an eye on. Even though they're not really closing in too much right now, it's still a battle to keep an eye and watching on, because they are really putting on a stellar performance for both these two drivers. The Maniti Racing still keeping strong with the Seabelt Racing team as they work their way over to Tamburello. Once again, some TCR traffic up ahead. That's the Brabham Esports machine right there in front. And really great drive to keep an eye and seeing how this will play out as we watch some of the other GT4s and other cars battling out. That is your top three, really, in the or actually no, a little further back, apologies, in the GT4 category, about 6th position.
Yeah, but you mentioned Brabham Esports. They've just pitted again. Jordan Bachmeier has got into the car now, so a driver change for the car, which led much of the early part of the TCR race. Team Huisenveld now lead from Impulse Racing by about 12.5 seconds now that the Brabham car is pitted from 2nd position. Just got a glimpse there of one of the Aztec Visceral Esports cars coming through as well. That was number 96, I think, Vince Peters, who was running a couple of seconds behind his teammate. Those two cars running both inside the top 5 now. They're 97 up ahead of 96, and as they turn their way through Tosa, they still have that Orion race team car of Great Salmons right behind them, so they both got past Greg, but Greg sitting in their wheel tracks and moving through the traffic right behind them as well. A pit stop now from the lead of the sport class as well, and that's the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car of Jon Butterfer in. There he goes, the McLaren up onto the jacks, and again, it doesn't look as though that's going to be a driver change, so he will stay on board. It will, though, temporarily, Taylor, hand the lead over to the SRN Motorsports car as well. So that was a decent length stint. I think that was about on time, and in fact, Taylor, we're starting to see some of the Cup cars in as well.
We certainly are starting to see some Cup cars come down pit road, so we're going to be seeing how this will play out for some of the strategy as with a couple of TCR. That's the Team Huisenfeld car coming off pit road right there. As they see here, the Porsches battling. That's the Maniti leading the charge in this group. He has to negotiate some GT4 cars out of Tamburello, making the run through here, but this is definitely one of the big send right there around the outside. The Maniti throws the block to get around that Mercedes.
Ooh, and Impulse Racing almost make contact with the Mercedes. This is now for the lead, by the way, because one of those Cup cars we saw pitting was the Seabelt Esports car, and as we predicted, it was a driver change as well. Clément Beausolein is now in the car, so that car will drop down the order, and this means we're starting to get an answer now for stint lengths. That was a 23-lap stint for the Seabelt car. It is the 23rd lap of the stint for Maniti Racing as well, so if they're running at the same fuel mileage as Seabelt, they will be in this time as well, and then a lap later we'll see Impulse Racing come in, so they're actually getting fewer laps than we thought out of a tank of fuel. All of those fuel numbers being skewed quite a lot, it seems, by those early caution periods. So Maniti into the lead, but I wonder, Taylor, whether we'll see them dive for the pit lane this time. If they don't, then that suggests that they're getting slightly better fuel mileage than the car that had been leading the race.
Certainly seems to be the way, and indeed for these drivers here, as the SRN Mercedes is trying to hold on against the Hugh Yass car as they make their way down into, that is going to be the Rivazza, and continue on their way. But these two, the McLaren, really putting on a great drive here today. We've seen a couple of them, as now we see the Impulse Racing TCR head down pit.
Yes, it does. So Impulse Racing making another pit stop. That's Chris Shorter jumping out of 3rd place in that class. Then the 222 car heading for the pit lane. The overall race leaders on their 96th lap of the race, and this the fight for the sport class lead then. Mike Young in the number 174 car for SRN Motorsports has got Giovanni Romano right behind him. Stay right behind him, just drops a couple of car lengths there as they come through Tamburello, and so the margin just creeping out slightly as they head through the first couple of corners, and there contact the number 200 car heavily into the barriers, and that will be a lot of damage done, almost bouncing back onto the track as well for the Goryeo Autosport car of Akram Zinone. And a lot of damage you'd expect to the rear of the Honda. It didn't look that bad, actually, Taylor, but I think there was damage done. And his race may well be over, as we've had a change for the lead.
Certainly have right there, as we see Pascal Costa take over the race lead in the Impulse Racing as they make their way through, continuing on.
That might have been a slowdown, I reckon. He ran very wide through Piratella. Even if it wasn't a slowdown, it cost him time, didn't it? So the mistake coming, and we expect him in this time anyway. So that's really frustrating for Maniti Racing. They've got the lead, and they're due into the pit lane this time. But unfortunately, it looks like they won't pit from the race lead, will they? Let's see. As they come out of Ravazza, the leader stays out. Second place stays out. So Maniti are getting good fuel mileage then, it turns out, and are able to go a little bit longer on this stint than the Seibelt car that had been in front of them.
Yeah, they certainly have, so we'll see if they're able to stretch it out a little bit further and see if they can maintain some much-needed position over the Seibelt before they have to come down for their pit stops. They could try to stretch it out for another 3 laps and try to get to at least the lap 100 mark.
Yeah, so this is the 25th lap on this fuel tank for Maniti Racing. And I guess they've saved a little bit of fuel from being in the draft, maybe, of the Seibelt car. Perhaps a little bit of lift and coast going on, because, you know, they were very close together for most of that stint, and Maniti Racing could well have been saving in the draft. That might explain why they're able to go that little bit further. This is now the 24th lap for Impulse Racing as well, and they perhaps have been doing the same thing. So an example there, I think, actually, Taylor, of how leading is not always a good thing. You know, we think about this a lot in oval racing, don't we? You know, if you're racing at Daytona or Talladega or something, you don't want to be the lead car. You want to be 3 or 4 cars back because you're saving fuel. You can go longer, spend less time in the pit lane. But it is a valid strategy to try and deploy in road course racing as well, especially at a track such as Imola.
You certainly do want to do that here, so we may see some drivers give and take a little bit here before this race is over and try to utilize the slipstream. Unless they catch a lap car, then I'm pretty sure the leader will try and at least be in that middle. You always want to be that middle car, because that's where you're actually saving the most fuel, because you're getting the pull from the car in front of you and getting pushed from the car behind you. So it really works out quite well to be in that predicament. So as we see right here for Pascal Costa in that Impulse Racing machine, he is in a good position right now to stretch his fuel out.
Yeah, another lap now being completed, which almost makes me wonder whether Seibelt pitted earlier than they should have been. We're on board with Pedro Berger here as he heads towards the Variante Tamburello. They've got a lapped Cup car just ahead, which might provide a little bit of a complication as they head towards the Villeneuve chicane, and really hammers those curves. Bit of opposite lock on the exit, up into 5th gear, and then down into 4th, I'd imagine, for the left-hander. No, in fact, knocks it down into 3rd. Sensible, really, so you don't have to change gear again as you change direction into the right-hander at Villeneuve, and then down into 2nd gear for the Tosa hairpin. You've really got to manage the traction, manage the acceleration out of the corner, climbing uphill all the time. The lap car looks as though it's going to get out of the way, which is good news. Being shown the blue flags, and manages to stay out of the way of the 2 race-leading cars who continue to do battle around this beautiful Imola circuit. And Impulse Racing and Maniti Racing continue to be very, very evenly matched. There's something quite hypnotic, I think, Taylor, about riding on board around Imola, because it is just one of those tracks. It's visually satisfying, isn't it, to watch these really quick drivers, really consistent drivers at work.
It really is. It's absolutely an amazing. It's almost a form of art, if you consider it, for some people, when it comes to racing around a circuit such as Imola in a very difficult to handle car, especially here with these Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars. It's absolutely amazing to watch as we pick up the GT4 battle here, as well as a couple of the TCRs, as we watch them work their way around the Alta chicane. Beautiful drive indeed for these drivers here as we see them continuing on their way.
Yes, with a lead change in the sport class as well, because 137 is now ahead of 174. So Giovanni Romano ahead of Mike Young. You can see the orange and silver Mercedes has fallen behind the yellow and blue McLaren. So the 137 car is strong. Both of these, though, again, are getting towards the end of their stint. In fact, right on cue, in comes the SRN car. That was 25 laps the stint for car 174. Which makes its way into the pit lane again. So don't think we'll see a driver change for that one. And it does just, for the time being, separate the fight at the front. But we would expect here, Lorenzo, that McLaren will be in very shortly as well. We've got your answer as well now, Lorenzo, on the stint length. Well, we've kind of got your answer on the stint lengths for the Cup cars, but this intriguing situation where Seibelt Esports pitted after 23 laps from the race lead, whereas Impulse Racing and Veneti Racing are now on their 25th and 26th laps, respectively. So some teams doing a little bit better on fuel than others.
Yeah, making that fuel efficiency work with the lifting and coasting maybe, and doing everything to their pitch perfect performance. So from what it looks like now, we're probably going to be seeing these guys pit around lap 100, between 100 to 103. You can start getting a rough estimate of maybe splitting in the middle. Their stints, maybe for those who haven't put tires, maybe put a new tire and double stint the tires until the very end and see how that will pan out at the end of things. But from what it looks like, still a very open race, sort of between, I would say, not even top 3, but a top 4. I would even put the 96 into the conversation right here, because even though they are 4 seconds back, 26 seconds for tires, even though you might be putting less fuel, still makes the difference. So depending on circumstances, you can see the 97 and 96 be fighting with Veneti and Impulse for the top 3 and win at the end of things.
Yeah, because we're not really expecting any more driver changes. The Audi sideways right in front of the German sim racers, Aston Martin that was, and the Audi not happy with the driver who they had contact with, it seems, and they might not be done yet. That's the Seibelt car, I think, taking all 4 wheels to the grass to avoid contact with the slower cars. That was very messy indeed, and all 3 classes of car in one way or another were involved in that, and it was a nightmare situation, really. So that was a scary moment that could easily have ended worse. We've had a pit stop for the 137 car, as we expected, from the lead of the sport class now. So Giovanni Romano into the pit lane, but Taylor, that could easily have been a big accident on the run out of Variante Alta.
It could have been, and we've seen a lot of incidents happening in the Alta chicanes earlier in today's broadcast, so it's definitely a close call for that Audi TCR machine.
Yes, which thankfully avoids too much damage, but I always love the headlight flashing, Lorenzo, when a car has done something to you that you don't like and then disappears up the road and you start flashing your lights at them. I really don't think a driver ever takes any notice of that. It's really more to relieve the stress upon the annoyed driver, and yeah, it just makes me laugh. I really don't. What do you expect the other car to do? Do you think it's going to pull over and give up 5 seconds to a car that it's just lapped just because it seems to be flashing the lights? Racing drivers need to vent their frustrations sometimes, I suppose.
Yeah, you mentioned that. It took me back to a story, I think, that was in the Nürburgring 24, I think 2018 or 2019, that Gianni Vecchio, I don't know if it was, I think it was accidental, if I remember correctly, mapped his push to talk button on TeamSpeak to the flashing light. So whenever he was actually talking to his teammates at red line, he was actually blinking the headlights, and you could see sometimes on the broadcast that headlight blinking whenever he was like 8 seconds behind someone else coming up. So we give that that is the universal language for many things in sport.
Yeah, exactly. It's interestingly, actually, looking through the regulations for this series, they do have rules about headlight flashing, and you can do it to tell a slower car that you're about to pass it, but yeah, you're not allowed to just flash your headlights to try and annoy or distract someone. So I think that's a good idea. It's probably a slightly overused tactic by some racing drivers that yeah, this series does not allow. Pit stops, meanwhile, Veneti Racing have just pitted, so have Visceral Esports with both their 97 and 96 cars, so they're pitting with 100 laps to go, and they'd all done about 26 laps or so on that that tank of fuel. Impulse Racing, you could just see at the top of the screen, have pitted as well. So this almost, well, it will now complete this fourth round of pit stops for the Cup class cars. BT Racing have come out of the pit lane about a minute and a quarter behind Impulse Racing, but of course that gap will be much, much shorter by the time that number 15 car comes out of the pits. So Maniti also, Taylor, have come out ahead of Saybelt Esports. So remember, Saybelt pitted about 4 or 5 laps before Maniti, and they've come out of the pit lane 8 seconds behind them. So a very interesting turn of events that for the 77 car.
It really is. So it's going to really come into play to see what that 77 car can do to try and chase down the Maniti. The two Frenchmen will be able to do battle here for the next 40-some laps as we progress further and further into this race. So Maniti has a little bit of work to do. They have to make sure they can maintain this gap and hold on. And for Saybelt, they have to be clean, smooth, and consistent when it comes to getting around the lap traffic to hunt them down.
Indeed so. Waiting for Impulse to rejoin the track. In fact, I think they have, or they're in the process of doing that. Still in the pit lane, actually. But that will be really close between Impulse Racing and Maniti Racing for the race lead, because those two cars were absolutely together at the start of this pit stop cycle. Impulse, I think, are now getting back up to speed on the track. There they are. Where is Maniti Racing? There they are in the background. So again, for Impulse Racing, they have held track position, but they've extended the margin. Now, if they've changed tyres here, Lorenzo, it might take them a lap or so just to get the tyres into the ideal operating window, but that was some good pit work there from the Impulse Racing.
Yeah, just taking a quick look up here for Impulse, 122.0 for Impulse. What did them that this 1 second specifically on Maniti, as we're seeing the move being done on Orion. I think that, just taking a quick look, I think that was what it looks like. That was Mr. Vince Peters on Anthony Mace. But back to my point, just to say, the total time in the box was actually 54 seconds instead of 55.5 seconds that Maniti has done in the box. So just 1 second difference is what it made the life out of Impulse to be in the lead so far.
Yeah, so that has put the number 15 car ahead. Again, both of those cars going for driver changes. In fact, all of our top 3 did that time around. So Impulse Racing lead after the latest round of pit stops. We've got just over 40 laps to go here from the 700-kilometre race at Imola. And it is Mario Velgert for Impulse Racing who leads in car number 15 by 1.3 seconds over Maxime Marlowe and Marlotte in the number 78 Maniti Racing car. Third place then for Saybelt Esports, that's the number 77 of Clément Beausolein, and then the top 5 completed by the pair of Visceral Esports cars, Anders Dahl and Vince Peters, and they are still 20-odd seconds away from the race leaders, so that's interesting as well. We sort of expected them to gain a bit more time when the leaders had their driver changes. That's not really happened, and so Taylor, the two cars that we really saw dominating the early part of the race head into the final hour or so, still more than 20 seconds off the race lead.
Yeah, they certainly are. This is going to be very interesting and possibly detrimental for them if they don't find a way to try and make up that lost time here as we approach these final 40 laps to go for your race leaders. I mean, Maniti and Impulse are definitely the class of the field here in the second half of the race. It's now a matter of, can we see the Visceral Esports team, 96 and 97, try to find a way to catch up? They're in the top 5, so they're still in contention, but it's going to be a long road to climb.
Is indeed. Meanwhile, within the sport class, Lorenzo, well, the sport class have managed to confuse me now, because I think they've put themselves onto a bit of a split strategy without me realising. Impulse Racing, who lead, number 157, well, they last pitted 16 laps ago. It was similar for German Sim Racing in second, but then you've got the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car in third, number 162, who pitted 9 laps ago. So there are 2 distinct strategies going on within the sport class, and I'll have to get the calculator out again, I think, to try and work out who's got it right, but that could be really interesting as we move into that final hour.
Yeah, I agree. I really don't know who has the upper edge over here. I think maybe I'm just trying to see here. If this goes over the hour, I'm starting to think this might actually go on the way of maybe, for example, Alpine Stars and German Sim Racing, because they just need to do a full stint and it's pretty much done at the end of things, but still more than 1 hour of race at least to break down.
Yeah, I think that they all have to pit. We've got 40 laps to go. Less than 40 laps actually for the sport cars, because of course they'll be lapped a couple of times by the Cup class cars before the end of the race. So 40 laps to go. I think that everybody needs to pit again within that sport class. So they might be doing it at different times, and that could be the thing that changes it, Taylor, because it's all well and good saying they all have to make one more pit stop, but if some of them are putting half a tank of fuel in and some of them need a full tank, well, that makes a big difference. You fight for tenths of a second out on the track, but that can cost you 6, 7, 8, 9 seconds in the pit lane that you just can't get back.
Exactly, and you have to be careful with how you come up with your pit stop strategies, because one bad pit stop could cost you the chance to really have a good finish here today, especially as we're in these final few laps of today's race. So you gotta find that opportunity, you gotta be careful, be ready to call audibles on pit road as well. And it's safe to say most of the field is already done with their final driver swaps.
Yeah, I think so now. I haven't worked that out for some of the cars, but I think most of our leaders in the various classes done with driver changes now. Even within TCR, we've got Tim Huisenveld nearly 10 seconds clear now. It's Fabian Siegman ahead of Jordan Bachmeier for Brabham Esports. They both changed drivers at some point during the race, and Impulse Racing then a further 3.8 seconds back. But lapping quite a bit quicker, actually. Impulse Racing, one of the the fastest
Hellraisers
TCR.
now.
What was that, Lorenzo?
Hellraisers just cut the track off of Minardi, so they broke your
No.
commentary.
No, that's fine. You need 3 sets of eyes to follow this race. One for the timing screen, one for your fuel calculations, and one for what's happening on track. So, yeah, I didn't catch that. Were they on their own, do you think, or did they have some help?
Yeah, I'm wondering if they actually had some help from the TCR, because it was really close from what it looks like on the braking zone. If we could get a replay up on that, but if not, it could have been on their own, because it is, again, you're coming up on the downhill, and it is such a tricky braking point that is kind of very easy to miss. We saw that time and time again already in this race.
Yeah, and you're braking on a turn as well, which, Taylor, is one of the hardest things to do in a racing car, isn't it? Racing cars like to do one thing at a time, a bit like me, really. They either like to be braking or accelerating or turning, and if you start trying to do 2 of those things at once, then they're very easy to get unsettled, and Aqua Minerale is one of those corners where you're asking the car to do an awful lot of work, and it's very easy to unsettle the rear end.
It really is, and you have to be so careful where you put the car during that place, especially Aqua Minerale. We've already seen several drivers make mistakes in that section of the course, so drivers have to be careful. You gotta try to brake in a straight line, then you try to turn the car, then you slowly put the throttle down in order to get off the corner exit just right. And some of these drivers, they struggle a little bit here at certain points with one lap or another, and others have been able to maintain that consistently.
Yeah, and that is the key in endurance racing. At times, this didn't feel like an endurance race. It felt more like a series of 30-minute sprint races, but we have now settled into a nice little rhythm through the middle part of the race, and with less than 40 laps to go now, this is starting to feel a bit more like a 700-kilometre endurance race. We've got just over an hour of the time left, so barring any more cautions, we should hopefully get all 143 laps in, and none of the classes are anything like settled yet. We've got less than 3.5 seconds covering both the Cup leaders and the Sport class leaders, and Lorenzo, these classes could go either way, and that's even if we don't get another cheeky safety car thrown in towards the end.
Yeah, the only one who's starting to look like it's coming out of reach, believe it or not, is actually the TCRs, because Fabian is just opening up a monstrous gap. 9 seconds. I think is it might be like in the same strategy-wise in terms of pit stops and everything. Of course, there's a few like laps in terms of fuel strategies between Fabian Siegman and Jordan Bachmeier, but regardless, 9 seconds is a monster gap between them. I see a puff of smoke on the exit of Tamburello right there, the second leg of the chicane. But coming back is everything else. Sport, I don't think this is decided one bit. German Sim Racing can come back. Alpine Stars Geodesic can come back. Fiercely Forward can come back. And in the Cup class, the one thing that surprised me over here was Belt in P3. I thought for honestly thinking, I thought this was actually going to be the 97 or 96 P3 by the time being, not the 77 of Sebelt. And if they do a secondary pit stop to double stint the tires from what it looks like, they're going to pit around 1 lap 120 rough estimate, 120, 122. So they can only go for like three quarters or 4/5 of the stint, which is for them just that is enough of fuel, and you get to the end. So surprising to see Sebelt, despite the problems at the start of the race again, come back and be here Taylor with this P3 in the Cup class.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how it hears as we pick up the GT4 battle, or the sports battle, between the Mercedes, or actually that's a battle for third position, I believe. We're watching the US and the geodesic Mercedes battle, and this is, I believe, around 7th or 8th position as they try to work their way around the circuit. So great battle here, but this is, of course, these are some of the first drivers in that sports class who have made pit stops already, who can stretch a little further compared to some of our race leaders.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone in the sport class go beyond about 26 laps. I think that's about right for a stint length within that particular class. So we would expect, therefore, to see these two cars in within the next, within the next 5 laps or so. But there is a lot to play out here, as we've been saying. The number 13 car just behind them is the delayed ATRS Esport Porsche of Fraser Smith, multiple laps down after getting involved in some contact in the early stages, for which they were given a penalty, but it was sort of a penalty that they gave themselves in the end by losing time out on the track. And the RPC esports car running in 14th position, still with someone to fight there. In fact, this is quite a nice little battle for 12th position. You've got Olympus Esports number 21, WS Racing number 23, RPC number 31, and the number 71 SimCity Racing car, Lorenzo, all running pretty close together. And this is another thing that's easy to forget sometimes in a race like this. We focus, understandably, on the fight for the lead and podium places and amongst the championship contenders, but every single team is in a fight with somebody, even if it is for 14th place. They're chasing someone, they're being chased by someone, and to the teams involved, this will feel like they're fighting for a race win.
Yeah, and that's what it's cool to see, because the battle in the middle of the pack is actually a really good one. It actually, coming back, we haven't talked about this. I think actually, I'm going to talk this about a little bit more about later, because of the prizes, because this is actually quite important, because this is now a feeder series of the 24-hour series that we have, right? So whoever wins the Cup class, the Cup class TCRs and Sport, eventually goes into the other series. But of course, all positions here are important, so you can maybe avoid the pre-qualify or something like that. So you're basically safe for the next season. You don't have to go to the gauntlet of proving yourself that you are worthy of racing. Of course, everybody's worthy, but not everybody can be chosen.
Yeah, and even just on a personal level, I think, Taylor, you know, if you're competing in an endurance race, especially, there's this real desire to finish the race and to finish as well as you can. You know, you're in it together with your teammates. That was not a sensible move, if I may say so. The 71 car elbowing aside the number 31 RPC Esports car, which definitely received a bit of contact at the apex of Tosa, but rejoins right in the wheel tracks of the car that just forced its way through. But yeah, Taylor, you know, getting to the end of one of these races, you're in it with your teammates, and you've perhaps got a team behind the scenes working on the race as well. You know, just getting to the finish in a competitive position is a really nice feeling, and it's one of the things I love about endurance racing over sprint racing, really. You know, sprint racing, it's all about fighting for position. If you're not on the podium or not in the top 5, then you're always disappointed. But in a 6-hour race or a 4 or 5 hour race like this one, just getting to the finish is an achievement.
It certainly is. I mean, I've had the pleasure of racing many different endurance races, both in the leagues and in the official capacity on the iRacing service, just to get to the checkered flag. And honestly, a top 10 finish and finishing the full distance is actually, I consider, a victory more so than actually winning the race, depending on how rough your race was.
And that is the difference, I suppose, between us amateur sim racers. Certainly, I would class myself as an amateur sim racer, and those who are trying to make a career out of it. And it's a real nice mix of those drivers, I think, on a grid such as this IVRA ClubSport grid. Through Tamburello comes the fight for 7th place in the sport class. The Alpine Stars geodesic racing car just gaining a bit of ground over the 137 McLaren as a result of some of the Cup class cars coming through, but that may well now redress itself over the next couple of corners. Oh, didn't know which way to go, and that was a little bit awkward. He was trying to pull out of the way, and yet the number 71 car thought that it was going to stay on the racing line. That was Eric Newman in the SimCity racing car, and Lorenzo, that is something you see an awful lot in multi-class racing, and it's why actually the drivers of the quicker cars would much prefer the slower cars not to try and get out of the way as such, but just stick to your racing line, because if you're on the racing line, then you're predictable. If you start pulling out of the way, zigzagging across the road, you think you're trying to do the right thing, but actually, as we saw there, it can cause problems.
I think in this instance, we cannot blame 100% Oystein here for it, because, to be very honest, from the way he actually got out of the curve, he was actually on the line, because he got out of the curve, he stayed on the left, but the indecision, I think, from the cars from behind, it was so close that kind of make it a little bit of a mess between all these three cars between them. So we cannot blame one of it, but yeah, the general consensus is if you're getting overlapped by a faster car, if you're the faster car, do it as safely and fast as possible to minimize your time loss, and also make as fast as sure and safe and sure that you're not gonna get into contact with the slower car. And the slower car, you just gotta keep it predictable. My sense already was a little bit predictable, of course, just because you get out of the corner, you just have a hairpin right next in a short sequence of straight and turns. It was a little bit confusing, but I don't blame what happened.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those things that happens quite frequently over the course of the race, but had it not been for some very quick reactions there, that could easily have ended in contact, and as Lorenzo said, could have caught a number of cars out. And it goes to show, Taylor, that the art of lapping slower traffic, it's a real skill to have, because racing drivers aren't just sort of looking a few meters in front of them, they're anticipating what's going to happen over the next 2 or 3 corners. So when they commit to an overtake on a back marker, it kind of looks like they've just got the fastest car and they just drive up alongside and they go through nice and easily, but actually they've had to anticipate what's going to happen. And if something unpredictable does happen and they've already committed to the move, that's when contact can be made.
It certainly is. That's where you have to plan ahead and keep an eye on what's going on ahead of you when you're these faster cars approaching your slower classes, such as the sports class and the TCR class for these cup cars. As we watch on through this battle through these 3 drivers, they're in a little bit of a smooth sailing, but then they have to prepare and focus. All right, where am I going to catch the lap traffic? Am I going to catch it in an area where I can make a clean pass? Or am I going to catch him in an area where I need to think about where to set that pass up and possibly even maybe wait a little bit of time in order to make the pass? Because it's better to wait to make a pass on lap traffic than to try to pass them at any given time, make a mistake, and next thing you know, you're in the gravel trap or behind the wall.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You've got to think everything through. You just don't have time to think it through. Racing drivers operate on instinct as much as anything else, and that's why sometimes it goes a little bit wrong. We're anticipating some pit stops very soon, I think, within the sport class. The leaders there having done 24-25 laps on this tank of fuel, so I think we'll see a bit of a shuffle around in sport class next. TCR cars probably a little ways away from pit stops, but in that class, Team Huizenveld continuing to pull away from Brabham Esports for the time being, and it's a 2.7 second lead for Impulse Racing over Maniti Racing at the head of the Cup class field. So for the first time all day, really, Lorenzo, things have just settled down. The gaps aren't as close, at least at the front of the classes, as they have been, and it does seem now like the teams who have got the better race pace are starting to show that.
Yeah, we're coming up to that point where it's kind of like hammered down, where the endurance race kind of becomes a little bit of a sprint, so you kind of have to maximize the tire usage and still push them without overdriving them, like when you're seeing them. Regardless, that's what pretty much we want to see. You know, bring the closers, bring those who
can make the charge into the end of the race again and try to get that fast result from the team whenever the checker flag comes, and see what it ends look at things. I was looking at just a quick thing through the rules, and I haven't seen and possibly would not see a breach of this. Maximum drive time for these 700-kilometer races are 3 hours. Because it is 3 hours, I think for what it looks like, only Beniti is the one that is kind of like hanging the neck. Oh, okay, back to you.
Oh dear. Yes, that was a slide for one of the cars we've just been following, Noah Chila in the WS Racing Esports Porsche, dropping down to 15th in the Cup class then, but that was a scary moment through Tamburello. Again, we've seen so much action through there. It's a really tight but fast chicane, and that is something about it that is a real challenge, a bit like Monza as well. Lots of chicanes, but they're quite high speed, and so you really do have to try and go through them single file without making contact and trying to go 2 by 2. But yeah, luckily I think all of them managing to continue without any big damage on that occasion. Following here, one of the Hugh Jas cars, that's the 137 car, which has pitted about 12 laps ago, so it's on that slightly different cycle of pit stops. It runs in 7th place within the class and is trying to find a way. In fact, I think it has found a way past the 155 car on the start of this lap, so that car moving up into 6th place now within the class, and is the first and highest placed of the cars on its particular pit cycle as well. So that was a move of some significance, and as I predicted, we're getting pit stops now at the front of that field as well. The German sim racing Aston Martin is in, and that is on their 109th lap, I believe, and that will now move the Alpine Stars geodesic car up the order. But Taylor, some changing of positions set to begin in the sport class.
Yes, we are starting to see that here as we see one of the team Hoisingfeld Mercedes come down pit road as well. This will hand over the race lead, I believe, once the field gets through to the 157 of Sven Groot, who will be behind the wheel of his Mercedes as we pick up the Geodesic Racing Mercedes, the 155. Or that the 150 machine, could not tell right off the top, but he is going to continue on his way, and we'll see how the rest of the field plays out with the pit stop strategies as we're closing in just under 30 laps to go.
Yes, that's interesting. Yes, 29 laps to go, and we're not seeing any of the sport cars do more than 26 laps on a tank of fuel. So I think we may have a few of those sport cars running a little bit low at the end. So having said that everyone could do it on one more stop, I'm now beginning to doubt myself on that one. There are some who may require a splash and dash at the end. The 26th lap has just been completed of this stint for Impulse Racing in the lead of that sport class, so it'll be interesting to see whether they can stretch that any further. That could prove to be very, very important. And Lorenzo, this really was all triggered by the safety cars, wasn't it? You know, you can't help it. The safety car comes out, you've kind of got to come in and put fuel in, and then you've made your bed. Then if you can't save enough fuel over the rest of the race to make that strategy work, well, there's not much you can do about that. But their hand was forced. They had to pit when they did, and they are pitting now, Impulse Racing, after 26 laps. So it's going to be tight, this, isn't it? The one thing, Lorenzo, actually that might save them is the fact they probably won't have to do 29 laps, will they? Because they'll get lapped at least once by the Cup cars. That might just be enough to save them.
Yeah, maybe once or twice, but it still cuts really close. We'll see how this potential last pit stop for them goes.
It's racing then into the pit lane, so too is Fiercely Forward, so they're both putting on the same lap, which leaves Alpine Stars Geodesic with the lead of the class. They will be hitting, well, they've probably got another 5 or 6 laps at least that they can do. So from this point onwards, I think any sport class car who pits now is going to be able to make it to the end. But well, I thought we were done with the complicated fuel calculations, Taylor. Apparently not. There is still a few more twists and turns in this race, perhaps not within the Cup class, but certainly that sport class is being affected by a little bit of fuel mileage.
Ooh, big slide right there for Brandon Blakesley in the ATRS Academy Porsche as he tries to rejoin the track. as they work their way around the circuit here. I believe that was just about near the Rivazza, right towards pit exit entrance, so he's going to continue on his way, but a close call indeed for that Academy team.
It was, so that's, again, perhaps just a slight example of a loss of concentration as we get to the end of the race now. Drivers who have been in the car for a long time, and track conditions starting to change as well. We're already seeing the light changing a little bit out there, and a slight effect as the sun now starts to come down into the afternoon. Have a slight effect on track temperature and grip levels as well. Fight for 5th place here in the sport class. Impulse Racing number 157 have the advantage over the Archer Brothers Esports Porsche, which has seen its fair share of action over the course of the last 100 or so laps. And these two fighting for position inside the top 5. They are both sort of at different points within their stint. I think the 115 car 16 laps into a stint. The 157 is fresh out of the pit lane, of course, in racing, so that car on fresher tyres should be able to pull away, and it is again the highest placed cars to have pitted on this particular round of pit stops.
Yeah, looking over the Archer Brothers, they've pitted it on 8 laps ago, so they got quite a bit of room to wiggle with for the time being compared to the rest of the field, especially the Impulse Racing machine, who has quite a little bit of work to do. So we'll see how long they can stretch it out as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out.
It does make a good noise, this AMG GT4, doesn't it? And again, that's something I really love about GT racing. Every car sounding different. If you stand trackside or you sit there watching your live feed of an iRacing sim race, you can close your eyes and instinctively tell which car it was that just went past you. And I think it's just something really unique to GT racing. They all sound good, but they've all got their own distinctive engine notes as well, including the Porsche, which we ride on board with now. And actually, Liam Matthews doing a good job on older tyres to stay with the Impulse Racing Mercedes ahead of him. And again, slightly different lines there. The two cars with the engine positioned at opposite ends of the car, essentially. Well, the Porsche, I suppose, is mid-engine these days, more than rear engine, but Mercedes with the engine hanging out over that front axle. And Taylor, you can really see the different driving styles that requires. The Mercedes really charges into the corners, whereas the Porsche perhaps takes a slightly later turn in, a slightly later apex, and really concentrates on getting out of the corners quickly. And that, can favour some drivers over others. If you're a driver who really enjoys leaning on the front of the car, then the Mercedes is the one for you. And if you perhaps are a little smoother with some of your inputs, then perhaps the Porsche might be the one you're quickest in.
It certainly is, and that's what makes, like you said, GT racing so amazing. No matter it's GT4 or GT3 or even, of course, what used to be now the GTE classes as well that we have on the iRacing service, because each car is so unique with certain points of handling, certain points of speed capabilities in certain points of the track or in certain points of the run. And it's just so incredible to see how these cars were so specifically built for a particular track or particular conditions that makes it so unique to drive with compared to maybe driving the same one car or a single class car per se.
Now, this is interesting. This is the pair of Aztec SimSport Visceral cars in the pit lane again. This is only 17 laps since they were last in, though, so that's not a full fuel stint that they've just done, and we are some 26 laps away from the end of the race. Now, I think 26 laps is asking an awful lot to do on one tank of fuel, so I'm intrigued as to why they've pitted early. They've both pitted on the same lap again. They've been doing that most of the race. In fact, I think they've done that all of the race, pitting on the same lap, but that seems a little bit early. Anders Dahl stays on board the 97, the 96 still driven by Vince Peters, so no driver change. Taylor, I've no idea why they've pitted that early, but I think that puts them now in a bit of a tricky position to make it to the end.
It really does. I mean, we've only been seeing these cup cars go anywhere between 20 to 23 laps. Now it's going to go an additional 3 more laps, really, which is going to stretch the field. Unless they feel like they are going to be asked to just hit a certain number now and they don't feel confident enough that the rest of the field can make it either, then this could be the situation. But they need to start saving some fuel now, but also look at possibility of just having to come down for a splash and dash unless they're banking on a caution.
Well, that's quite a gamble to take, isn't it, really? And of course, they're both thinking about the championship too. Remember, the 96 car second in the championship, 97 is third, and the 96 car only a point away from the championship leaders, who are Maniti Racing, who are currently running second place overall. So, yeah, it's a strange one, perhaps just going for a bit of insurance, making sure that they don't run out of fuel, but my point is they could have surely stretched that stint longer, so I don't really understand why they did that. But anyway, as I said, I'm a commentator, not a race strategist, and there's probably a very good reason for that, so we'll wait and see how that one plays out. But that drops them now down to 7th and 8th places respectively. The first of the lead cars we expect to come in is the Sabelt Esports car running in 3rd place, because they pitted early at the last round of pit stops as well, and they're currently on their 25th lap of the stint, so they would be the first of the Cup Class cars, next to the Cup Class cars I suppose, that we'd expect to see in the pit lane.
Yeah, we're really going to keep an eye on this here as we see the fiercely forward Porsche working his way through the field right now in the GT4 category. They're currently sitting 24th overall, or just about, as we take a look on his class, 7th in class. So really great drive right now for them, even though they were up towards the front of the field in the early stages.
Yes, they were. They have pitted recently, and so have the German sim racing car, which is some 16 seconds ahead. So, again, Lorenzo, two cars which at the start of the race were inseparable, they being Fiercely Forward and German sim racing, suddenly finding themselves with 17 seconds between them. So I'm not entirely sure where the Edoardo Pecorini Porsche lost all of that time, but that's probably taken it out of the conversation now for the race win.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit tough pillow to swallow for the number 101, but still had to be commended nevertheless. I'm just going to take a quick look on that 101 stint whenever, since Pecorini actually took over the car in comparison to Pector Prusa. But for what it looks like, Prusa and Bata did some solid stints going around the 150s, whereas Pecorini just couldn't maintain with the same pace, and that's why it broke off this gap to be wider than it should have been. But still, potential top 3 finish for Fiercely Forward, given the fact how the car performed and the track that normally the Cayman wouldn't perform very well, needs to be commended.
We've just seen Maniti Racing come into the pit lane, and a Ryan Race team as well. Now, Lorenzo, perhaps you can help us out, because we were just, myself and Taylor, trying to figure this out. We just saw a very early pit stop for Visceral Esports 97 and 96 cars. They did 17 laps on that previous tank of fuel, whereas others are able to get 24, 25, 26 laps, it seems, under full green flag running. We are 24 laps now, 25 laps from the end of the race. So why are we seeing, do you think, some of these Cup Class cars pitting now? Is it because they don't think we're going to go the full 700k?
No, we're going we're going for the 700k no matter what happens. Even if you get another yellow flag, it's still under the 6-hour limit. What happened is just try a different strategy, maybe a possible undercut, a long undercut, given the circumstances, to see if this undercut on the final pit stop would work, because then you put up full fuel or close to full fuel, and you push the car to the very brim of the fuel gauge and see where it leads you off if you don't catch any slow traffic and if you don't lose a lot of time. So you're trusting that the traffic will work on your way, and the pace and the raw pace of the driver also will work towards your way as well. So I think this is the gamble some of the teams, like Maniti, for example, they're going earlier than usual.
Yes, I realise that I answered my own question there, really, because we are in the window to get to the end. If Cup cars are doing 25 laps, 26 laps on a tank, then yes, they should be able to pit now and get to the end of the race, and that is why we're seeing a real flurry of activity into the pit lane. The Alpine Stars Geodesic racing car has just pitted as well. Miguel Hugo in that one, and so we are now into that final round of Cup Class pit stops. Impulse Racing then inherit a pretty sizable lead now of 28 or maybe 30 seconds actually over Sabelt Esports in second position. They'll be right on board here with Yannick Danish in the Team Huisingveld Mercedes, number 148, making his way down towards Tamburello. 7th place in the class for him right now, and chasing down the Porsche just ahead of the Ingersoll Rand car. they charge their way through that left flick at the start of the lap. 23 laps then to go in the 700-kilometre race here at Imola, third round of the HyperX IVRA ClubSport Series Championship. And the Cup class in particular keeping us guessing right until the end of the race. Yannick Danish diving at the inside of a back marker there into Tosa, and Taylor, the life of a racing driver is a hard one, isn't it? We're sort of getting to the end of the race, we're winding down, we're thinking, well, okay, we've got a good idea what's happening now. Until the very last corner of this race, though, the drivers have work to do. You cannot let your mind wander at this stage of the race, which is really all it wants to do. You're tired, you're mentally drained, but arguably this is the part of the race where you have to concentrate the hardest.
It certainly is, because you are having to focus to make sure you continue to maintain your position or maintain the lead that you have, especially for a driver such as we see here with a 148 machine, who is quite a ways back in the field right now, currently 7th in class for Yannick Danish, but he is trying to see if he can break his way into the top 5. He's got quite a bit of work to do to go and try to track him down as he's trying to close in on the fiercely forward Porsche of Eduardo Pecoroni, who's currently sitting in the 6th position. So he has some more room to make it work, but you have to throw in the factors of pit stops possibly. You have to throw in the factors of, is he going to be able to avoid any incidents that are up ahead of him, especially if we see a possible full course yellow later on in the race. So drivers are going to have to constantly continue to think, even though they are maybe mentally drained, you gotta still remain focused and also listen to what your crew's telling you to do as far as how to hit your marks in certain points of the race and avoiding certain incidents out there on the track.
Is right, and as if there wasn't enough to think about already, teams and drivers continuing to think about fuel mileage, continuing to think about strategy. We've now seen 27 laps out of this tank of fuel for Seibelt Esports in 2nd position. That, I think, Lorenzo, is the longest that we've seen a Cup car go without pitting so far in this race. 27 laps is pretty impressive, and of course every lap that you can save now is a lap less that you have to put in the tank when you do come in for this final pit stop. If, as I say that, they come in for their final pit stop, but the later you leave this final stop, in theory, the shorter it should be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like wishing you're basically making a wish to a fallen star, you know, and see if that bright star is gonna give you good luck at the end of things. Sorry, it's just that I don't know if for the sport class is still going to be done and dusted. I think they're gonna cut, if they cut at the end of the race, gonna cut by 1 or 2 laps, and this might be the difference of, like you said, those who went later than usual, to see if they're gonna be able to claw back the positions at the end of things or come out on top 3. So this is what I like about this unpredictability of where those guys will finish, because even though this is like a predetermined lap race, you have the predetermined laps, you don't know, because of the yellow flags, if your strategy is actually the one right until you get the white and checkered flag for the lower classes.
Yeah, and actually the job is harder, I think, for the sport and TCR teams, because they actually don't know how many laps they'll run, because as you said, you know, they will be lapped by the Cup cars. The checkered flag is shown to the Cup leader, and then that's it. The race is over at the end of that lap, no matter whether you're on the lead lap or 12 laps down, as some of the TCR cars will be. So that makes it harder as well. You, I guess, kind of have to add an extra lap onto your strategy, just in case, you know, just in case you don't go that extra lap down, just in case you have to do one more lap than you previously calculated. And Taylor, those safety cars have complicated that as well. You can sit down at the start of the race and you can say, right, if we run 143 laps caution free, we will complete this number of laps in the same time it takes the Cup cars to do 143 laps. But that's not been the case. The 2 cautions have really messed things up, and that means that for the TCR teams especially, working out exactly how much fuel you need for this final pit stop is not easy.
No, it certainly is not, and that's where you have to be ready to call an audible and be able to pull off a different strategy if those instances come about. So thankfully for a lot of these drivers, they are able to then pull off some good strategy calls, and then some have not been able to and recovered. So it's definitely one to keep an eye on here. And we've been seeing that here all throughout the race so far as the laps continue to wind down. 20 laps to go.
With the Hell Racers car now in the pit lane as well, so they were the next one that we were expecting in. I think after that, the Leipert Esports car might be the next Cup car to make a pit stop. But Lorenzo, we're seeing here the Team Huizinfeld car, which does not lead at the moment in TCR, but it has recently made a pit stop, whereas Impulse Racing, who are some 32 seconds ahead of them, will definitely have one more stop to go. And it's been an interesting race in the TCR group, really. A race of two halves in a way. The Brabham Esports car dominating the first half of the race, but it really does seem that once the race settled down and we stopped having cautions, this was the car that emerged at the front, and that sort of tells you that their race pace was probably better. They just hadn't really had the chance to show it in the first half.
Yeah, which is, it's kind of amazing to think how Team Huizinfeld are actually being able to close races. And if we've looked on the larger scope, I think we probably would have said like 3 hours ago, oh, this is Brabham's race to lose. But then Fabian Siegman took over, did mega stints with that Hyundai Veloster car, basically blazing Brabham out of the contention, even though they are about 10 seconds behind, roughly, from them. Is I would say even it's 11 to 12 seconds behind, but still within contention. You never know what can happen in the things. But I like what Impulse is kind of doing. It's kind of like they're playing chess of sorts. 154s, 23 laps in, but they just came into the pit box, so it's kind of like playing with the fine margins in terms of where they're going to come out into the pit lane, because I think it's going to be a short field for them. Come out, maybe I would say 10 laps for them, given the circumstances on how they will end up in this race. So let's see how this 5D chess is going to pin out for the 233, but I don't think it's going to work out for them too well, as they got overtaken already.
Yeah, they might not be able to stay on the podium, but I think they'll gain some places on where they had been running, because, yeah, this will be a much shorter pit stop. Most of the TCR cars pitted sort of 5-6 laps ago, so you can save quite a lot of time in the pit lane by not putting those 5 or 6 laps of fuel in. So I think it is a good call, and we'll see where they do come out. There is the Impulse Racing Porsche, meanwhile, which had been leading in the Cup class. They have finally made their last pit stop, and that looked pretty short, didn't it? That was just under 18 seconds, I think, stationary. And so they will now pull out onto the circuit. And where is the Maniti Racing car? It's not there yet, so that was the advantage then of the shorter pit stop, because they had been 5 or 6 seconds ahead. They're now going to be over 10 seconds clear of Maniti Racing, and that I think was a really good call, Taylor, by Impulse Racing to stay out as late as they could. They're sort of running the risk of catching a caution. That could have really hurt them, but I think it was worth the risk at this stage of the race, and it has given them an extra few seconds advantage after the pit stops.
It certainly has, and they are in a prime position if they are to keep it clean for the rest of the race, in a shot to win overall and in class here at Imola. But they got to make sure they keep it clean and also see what the rest of the field does. Can they stretch it out, as we see the Maniti car working around here, and currently the gap about 10 seconds. So not a lot of wiggle room left for Maniti to try to chase down the Impulse Racing team.
Yeah, Impulse Racing, that number 15 car won the first round at Fuji, having been second at the halfway point as well. It was nearly a perfect score at that opening round of the championship, but then it all went wrong at Interlagos, and they finished well down the order, so they find themselves a long way back in the championship. A race win is just what the doctor ordered, but with Maniti Racing in second place, they're only going to do limited damage to the championship leaders. Back with Team Huizinfeld, meanwhile, and the 248 car now under some threat, isn't it? Because that was a slightly slow lap last time around for the TCR class leaders, and the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car of Spencer McCarthy is right on the tail now of Fabian Siegman as they head towards the Villeneuve chicane. But again, Lorenzo, they're both on different strategies here, aren't they? I suspect the 262 car, oh, well, I don't know, they've done 22 laps. There's a mistake from Huizinfeld, so they're going to give the lead away. But does that Alpine Stars car have to pit again, do you think?
I think so. I think if they pit is going to be in about between 3 to 6 laps, and you're not going to get 3 to 6 laps in and to the checkered flag in about 30 minutes. Unless this becomes the slowest race in the history of motorsports.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, 22 laps is a decent length stint for them. 27, 28 is about what we'd expect for a TCR car. So they get the lead, they enjoy their moment in the spotlight, and I couldn't really tell whether Huizenveld pulled out of the way there, Taylor, or whether it was a genuine mistake from Fabian Siegmann. It looked like he locked up and run wide, but he may well be on top of that fuel situation like Lorenzo was, and he might have realised, okay, there's no point fighting, let's let them go, and they're going to have to pit in the next few laps anyway.
They certainly are here, and that's going to allow the TCR leader of Spencer McCarthy a little bit of wiggle room, but of course we got to see how Siegmann is going to be able to close the gap here as well for their final pit stops as we progress further into this run. It's going to be a close battle, I think, in the TCR class.
I hope so. It's been very close through qualifying, very close through the first part of the race, but yeah, for whatever reason, Huizenveld really able to stretch their legs in the middle part of the race over the Brabham Esports car, which had been so strong earlier on. Speaking of which, we've got the fiercely forward Porsche coming through. Now they are running fourth within the sport class now. All of those sport class cars sort of on the verge with fuel, we think. That was one of the earlier cars to pit within that class. And Lorenzo, that's another car that really was so strong earlier on in the race, just faded down slightly. But if they can get a podium out of this race, do you think they'll be satisfied with that, knowing that they did have race leading pace in the first half?
I think so. I wouldn't even go further. I don't even think they should be of course, they're not going to be satisfied with the podium spot. Specifically, they probably wanted to win the way that Gomez was actually running at the first half of the race. But unfortunately, a race is a race, and sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. But still, getting a top 5 for Fiercely Forward for them, it's a huge result because they need a result. Both races they actually done, they had promising starts, but always were into the first ones that actually got into some crashes early on and had to tilt back to the pits, and basically the race was over. So getting these points for them, it's golden. Every point they can get now moving forward to try to avoid the going, like I said before, the pre-qualifying gauntlet at the let's just say next season for them is already a good thing.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, if they can get onto that podium, that would be a nice way for them to complete their day. But that's not looking that likely now, unless we do get some fuel, fun and games towards the end. And we do have a quite close battle for second place in the sport class, just as we do for sixth, actually. The Deutsche Payment Esports McLaren only half a second ahead of the 137 car. Also, the German sim racing team have been caught by the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car again. And those two continuing to run within a second of each other too. So some good little pockets of activity within the sport class runners. And again, they're doing all of this battling amongst some of the slower TCR traffic as well. McLaren hopping over the curbs. And Taylor, it doesn't look like a car that would handle that sort of curb hopping, but it's a good chassis on the McLaren. And clearly, with the right setup, you can be just as aggressive over those curbs as you can in a car like the Mercedes.
You certainly can here as we're watching the Deutsche Payment Esports McLaren holding strong against some other slower traffic, plus a couple of the Porsches as they watch their way through. But the two McLarens battling for sixth position in the sports class, really putting on a stellar drive here as they make the run over to the Variante Alta chicane. As they work their way through, actually, no, that's the Rivazza by the looks of it. As they work their way out. No, I'm wrong again, unfortunately. So confusing here in the later stages of the race where we are at, but we're seeing a great drive by the 187 as he's trying to break into the top 5. He's about 1 second back. He could maybe make it something up, but it's still quite a bit of racing left to go for him.
There is. Towards now the Variante Alta they go. Over the curb again, through the right, through the left, and just this lap alone we've seen how these gaps can be affected by the quicker cars coming through. It's a 7.5 second lead in that class for Anton Reger in the 157 car, but he's not lapping as quickly as those cars behind. He's in the 1 minute 51s, whilst German Sim Racing and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing are both in the mid to high 1 minute 50s, so they took about half a second out of him on the previous lap. If they keep doing that, they could catch him before the end of the race, and if we don't have any more fuel pit stops required for the leading contenders in that sport class. And that's going to be in the TCR category. The battle continues to be between Alpine Stars and Team Huisingveld, but as we've said, Alpine Stars due into the pit lane very shortly, but they're actually almost side by side, those two cars, I think, as we get a replay here of an incident into Tamburello and contact for the 148 car, and Mercedes off into the gravel. Lorenzo, we've seen so many incidents just like that, where two different classes of car go into Tamburello together, and because they've both got different braking points, they've ended up making contact going in. That seems to be one of the most common incidents we've seen today.
Yeah, because what happens, I think, if a car gets washed out at the first leg, trying to get back into the second leg, it's so tricky for you to get the let's just say the tangency done right and avoid any possible contact. Because let's just say I'm on the inside, I overbroke a little too much and I kind of cooked the corner a little bit. If I try to come back, I'm going to wash out into the outside and merge into the other lane. So that's why these contacts happen. So nothing you can do about that. Then usually it's going to be on you. Like, for example, that would be on me. If I wash out of the curve and try to come back into the racing line or try to minimize the contact, still trying to keep it side by side, as we see the impulse just cutting across the cars, going down into Rivazza. And that's just how tricky it is to go around Tamburello, because the second leg is just brutal. It's nearly 90 degrees. I think it's about 70 degrees or 80 degrees in terms of the radius from the first leg to the second leg.
Yeah, it's a really tricky sequence of corners, especially when you've got other cars around you, because you've got to be pinpoint accurate through so many of these corners. Lots of corners at Imola, actually, Taylor, they're not sort of long sweepers, are they? They're very short apexes, which means you've got to be precise. If you miss that apex, you can't sort of turn it into a late apex. That's it. You've missed the corner and you're offline for the next one and the next one. And that's why lap times, you see someone stick in a lap time that's a second off the pace all of a sudden. It's not always because of traffic. Sometimes they just made a tiny mistake through a part of the track like Tamburello or through Acqua Minerale, and that can lose you a big chunk of time. You've lost all of your momentum, you're out of rhythm, you've perhaps fallen back behind some traffic, and that's what makes this a really intense race compared to some of the other tracks that we've had on the schedule or will have on the schedule later on this season, such as Interlagos, for example, last time out, where you've got some sections where you're just flat out and pointing straight. Here at Imola, you don't get a single moment to rest.
No, you really don't, because of just how quickly this circuit can really be. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of short or hard braking zones, a lot of long straightaways. So you're actually having to deal with a lot of different things all at once when setting up to run a consistent lap around Imola. You have to throw in the factors of the twisty chicanes. I mean, you're going through at least anywhere between 3 to 4 chicanes at one point or another during each and every lap. And that's about 3 or 4 times where you could easily mess up and lose a lot of valuable time or end up in the barriers.
Alpine Stars here leading the way in TCR, but we're waiting patiently for them to make their final pit stop. Team Huisingveld will then inherit the race lead, and then, Lorenzo, there's a good battle going on behind, isn't there? In fact, it's about to become for second place, because right on cue, the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car heads for the pit lane. That gives the lead to Huisingveld, and this now, Lorenzo, becomes the fight for second.
Yeah, this becomes that 2P battle right now in this track for the TCRs. I was looking at that. It's kind of like keeping itself around the in between 0.3 of a second to kind of like 0.8 of a second, because of traffic and everything impeding the progress of Jordan Backmeyer on the back end of Robin Monster, which earned this P2 with the pit stop, basically doing a fast pit stop and just putting, like I said, around 10 laps of field. That was around 20 seconds into the pit lane. And Impulse, another team that is really strong in the TCRs, getting one of their cars into the top 3. And this car is actually P3 in the standings. Might actually go to P2 because their sister car, which is in P2, is in P6. So it's going to become an interesting battle, because I think Impulse right now, their mindset is minimize the gap that the Team Huisingveld is going to open, because, again, I think one more time, Team Impulse, the Team Huisingveld is gonna basically be about 60-70 points lead on everybody else whenever this race is done, if they finish P1.
Yeah, whereas coming in, of course, Rosenfeld were only 21 ahead of the 222 Impulse Racing car. And that one is the one that, as you said, is running down in 6th position. But what a great day this has been for Impulse Racing. They're leading in the Cup class. They're leading at the moment in the Sport class as well, with their number 157 car, and they've got a car in 2nd place in TCR. And Taylor, they're not going to want to give this 2nd place away because, okay, they'd still be on the podium potentially, but this could become a really strong day for that team, and it's a sign of a strong team as well, isn't it? That you've got drivers who are good in a TCR car, drivers who are good in a Cup car, drivers who are good in a GT4 car, and it's nice to see a team that can cater for all three.
It really is, and you got to be so amazing to see the Impulse team really coming through with a lot of great runs here today. So drivers are just trying to take care of their equipment, focus on what they have ahead of them, and the Impulse team definitely doing that, getting what pretty much every driver wants to do, is make sure they get points to gain on their competitors in this championship.
Which is exactly what they are doing. This number 233 car that is the one running better at the moment of their cars is 3rd in the championship, and actually will, I think, move ahead of 222 into 2nd place as things stand. So I think we will see a change there for 2nd place in the TCR standings. If you want to get updates on this, then do head over to the website IVRAleague.com and follow the links to the ClubSport series. You can also find information there for the Endurance series too, which of course is also covered live here on RaceSpotTV. So if you've enjoyed what you've seen today and you want to learn more, then you've got the Endurance series to watch, and of course the next round of the ClubSport series will be on the 25th of February at Mid-Ohio. So you've got a bit of time, the teams have a bit of time to get some practice in for the start of the 2nd half of the season. This battle then continues up out of Aqua Minerale for the 2nd place. We're done with pit stops now, I think, in the TCR class, likewise within the Cup class. And, well, Lorenzo, we are now approaching the final 10 laps of the race. The 2nd half of this 700 kilometres has absolutely flown by.
Yeah, after we had the last restart of the green flag all the way, that's what we want to see, try to be a fast race. We kind of expected this to be around 4 hours, which I think is one of the fastest races we ever had this season so far. But it's kind of good that it flown by for everybody. I think I barely even noticed it's like gone 4 or 5 hours in total for us over here at the broadcast booth. And just while we were still watching Jordan trying to chase Robin in these final moments, you were saying about these points bagging around the classes. I'm gonna be blunt. I am expecting this the sport class, for example, to have a major mix-up in terms of positions, because the mid pack, like from P4 to P8, even going to the P10, is gonna have a few mix-up because Impulse didn't get any points in Interlagos. Is winning over here, had a solid result at the mid points, so they're gonna bump up a little bit. German C Racing as well. Expect Fiercely Ford to be in that mix as well, maybe trying to reach into the top 10. Of course, Alpine Star Geodesic Racing Black is going to continue in the lead. Maybe the gap is going to widen because Deutsche Payment and New Jazz is not even close. Didn't get close, but those contenders might get closer to them. So it's going to become an interesting championship, maybe for top 3. And in the Cup cars, I think it's going to still be a Maniti lead, but I don't know how big the Maniti lead will be since Bistro cars are right behind.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be a slight extension of the lead, and of course helped by the fact that 97 is doing slightly better than 96 at the moment, and that's the one that's further back in the championship. So that's helping Maniti Racing to extend that margin even further. But it goes to show that you can't give up. If you're within 100 points of the championship lead at this stage, you could still get into it, because there are 150 points available at every race. That's 450 points still available after this one. So there's extra points for halfway. That really will become more important, Taylor, as we move into the final 3 rounds of the championship. And I think you will see some teams really having to think about those points at halfway in those final rounds. Indeed, you could get to a position in the last round of the championship where you've got to put all of your eggs in that basket. If you don't score well at half race distance, then that's it. It doesn't matter where you finish in the race, you're not going to be the champions. So I like this point system. I like that there are lots of points on offer, because that means that even considering a team with a big lead can't afford to relax too much. And I also like the fact that you've got the opportunity to score points twice within a race, which makes the strategy interesting. I mean, that's provided us with a lot to talk about over the last few hours.
It really does, because, I mean, with each and every moment that passes for these next 3 races ahead, the halfway points, those 50 extra points, could be the make or break moment for who wins the championship, pretty much. I mean, it doesn't, like you said, if you could run a smooth, consistent race and end up winning, but due to the fact that you may have not had one bad race in between those and did not get that 50 points because of that you were not leading at the halfway point, that could cost you a championship from these next 3 races. And given the fact, the next 3 races, we're going to 2 unique American tracks. Barber, which is a very fast and short, road course, and then Mid-Ohio, a tight, twisty race circuit that provides a lot of great racing. I mean, you're asking for 2 tracks that are probably going to be very difficult for these cars battling out on the racing circuit, and then the season finale at Suzuka, which is going to be a fast-paced event because of how fast and how much speed you can carry in those cars.
It's a good calendar, isn't it, Lorenzo, actually? There's a good mix of tracks, a little bit of everything. You've got the fast-flowing circuits like Imola, for example, like Interlagos, some of the more technical ones like Mid-Ohio and Barber. And I also enjoy the fact that they're not necessarily tracks that many series visit. We'll continue that conversation in a second, because this fight for second place in TCR has suddenly erupted into life. They're side by side heading towards Tamburello, and the Brabham Esports car of Jordan Bachmeier on the outside line. They both break as late as they dare, and Bachmeier can't quite make it stick. And that was Robin Monster with he was monster late under braking into Tamburello, managed to fend off the Brabham Esports car, and that was some really, really good racing there, Lorenzo.
First and foremost, good point. Second of all, I agree 100%. When I look at this calendar, I kind of low-key loved it, because it goes into, like you said, tracks that normally we don't go or think about going for really good endurance racing. Of course, IMSA goes to Mid-Ohio. There is no endurance at Barber, unfortunately. Super GT goes into Suzuka, and then also goes to Fuji. Interlagos, we have the Brazilian entrance. WBC went to Interlagos, so it has pedigree, all these tracks except for Barber, and they're highly technical. Of course, it provides a lot of things, as now Jordan tries again to look for the move here in Indy, but it cannot capitalize on anything. But I think this is the most technical season I've ever covered or ever seen in IVRA, and I think it does prove a point that if you really want to go forward, especially if you want to get into the 24-hour series, if you win the class, you have to bring something extra. You need that preparation, otherwise you're going to be eaten alive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think on that point, of learning and moving on up to bigger and better things, if you can handle, slicing and dicing through traffic at Barber, then you've got no excuse for tangling with back markers if you're at Spa or Le Mans or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a useful way to learn, isn't it? This is, speaking of slicing and dicing, this is the fight again for second place, and for the second lap in a row, the attack is made around the outside, and this time it might work. There's contact, there's lots of contact. Off goes the Impulse Racing car. You could see that one coming from a mile away. Now, Impulse Racing rejoins, still in 3rd position, but that was just a little bit too much contact. It was an ambitious move around the outside, Taylor, and then having got the inside line for the right-hander at Tamburello, there just wasn't really the space, and the Brabham Esports car, is it about to give the place back? It's certainly given away a lot of time, and I think it might be in their best interest just to be on the safe side here, Taylor, to give that place back.
It certainly is going to be one that they're going to have to consider doing here, and it looks like they are slowing down quite a bit as they work their way through for Jordan Bachmeier to try to give that position back in the closing stages. They only have a handful of laps really to do that. As we're closing into the end of the stage, we take a look at the replay, just a little bit of a hard contact. They were side by side, but the question is, could have Bachmeier been able to not make the contact? Is the question, as one car decided to go.
I think that was a Jordan freak.
That was a little scary right there, I have to say.
It made me jump, yeah. I wasn't expecting to see that. I wouldn't mind seeing that contact again, because you're right, Brabham got sideways and then they hit Impulse, and I couldn't tell whether that was as a result of contact from Impulse in the first place, in which case it was sort of self-policing, wasn't it? But yeah, that was unfortunate that it had to end in contact, Lorenzo. I think that's the big thing we can take away from that, because we were enjoying that battle, and it's never nice to see it end that way.
Yeah, but he gave back the position to Fabian Siegman. So actually, no, never mind. He didn't give back the position to Impulse. It's just that the gap is around 3 seconds, so something might have happened to Robin at the end of things.
Ooh, and we could have a repeat situation here in this scrap coming through Tamburello, but that was the Hell Racers managing to get a place ahead of the geodesic car through Tamburello. Yeah, what confused me there was that the other Brabham Esports car also got ahead of Impulse, but of course they're a lap behind, and that's the car that I thought was slowing down to redress the situation, but that wasn't actually what happened. So yeah, Jordan Bachmeier has held on to second place, and Robin Monster 3.2 seconds back, with now only a handful of laps left to try and get the position back, because we're about to move into the final 5 laps of racing, and Mario Velgut for Impulse Racing has a 13.4 second lead over Maniti Racing at the head of the Cup class field. In the Sport class, it is a 7-second advantage for Impulse Racing over the German sim racing Aston Martin. That gap staying pretty static, and Team Huisingveld, of course, extending their margin now in TCR as a result of that collision behind them to now some 15.8 seconds. 5 laps to go then, Taylor. A fascinating race that we've had so far, and Impulse Racing, if they can hang on at the front of the field within Cup class, worthy winners, but I think it was really only after that final round of pit stops that they emerged as the clear favourites.
It certainly is. Strategy was what wins them the day if they're able to make it to the end of this race here, as he works and negotiates through some of the TCR traffic. That's a 262 geodesic machine, but just that's what overall will win you race events here in the IVRA championships, is strategy calls and running smooth and consistent. Yes, they got involved in some incidents in the early stages, but they were able to recover, and even with the damage to the nose of that number 15, it has not affected them that much. They've been running smooth, fast, consistent times lap after lap, and it really just shows what they've been able to accomplish.
Yes, it does. We've just seen, by the way, a pit stop for Deutsche Payment in the Sport class, the 187 car. That's important. They were second in the championship coming into this race. They were already set to lose some points to those around them, and they've just had to make a late pit stop. Now, Lorenzo, I didn't make a note of how many laps they'd done in that stint, but are we concerned still about some of the other Sport class front runners who are on their 23rd, 24th, 25th lap? Are we concerned about some of those making it as well?
Let me look. I think the biggest concern might be actually I was going to say fiercely forward, but the biggest concern might be GSR or even Nopod and Geodesic teams, because they're on 25 laps, and you have roughly about 8 minutes left of racing. So 8 minutes, that's roughly about... Yeah, it's remaining. It's a 4 lap. Of course, it is 4 laps. So, again, like I said, you're cutting close to 1 or 2 laps in the field. It's how efficient you're gonna be to get towards that end, to maybe win the class. So it's now all bets are off. Like everybody's kind of like going all in and see where it leads them at the end of things. And if their bluff is called and they don't get towards the end of, for example, like Geodesic and GSR, for example, I don't think it's going to be too damaging, but it's going to be mentally draining for them to go from P2, P3, slot it down all the way to the back.
Yeah, well, I mean, a pit stop for any of those cars would lose them a good number of positions, because it's a long pit lane here in Imola, and so you are looking at over a minute lost if you have to pit and put fuel in. So, you know, that could take you from a podium place to about 7th or 8th place pretty quickly, maybe even worse. So that's why they don't want to make the extra pit stop, but of course you lose a lot more time by running out of fuel out on the track. So real gamble being taken by a couple of those teams, and as I said, a lot of it will depend on whether or not the Cup class leaders put another lap on them in the final few laps of the race. But 4 more laps to go for Impulse Racing. 139 laps completed, and Impulse Racing, then they don't have to worry about any of this. They can just manage their situation at the front of the pack, and if they need to save fuel they can, but I don't think they will. Looks as though everyone has worked that fuel situation out perfectly in the Cup. And actually, Taylor, not that many places likely to change within the Cup class, with the exception of the battle that we're watching here for 7th place.
Yeah, looking through the field right now, that's really the only drivers to work through and keeping an eye on here, because pretty much everyone inside the podium positions is set, ready to go for the most part. So really, looking through the entire field, everyone's, except for that battle for 7th, is really set in their ways.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, doesn't it? But again, even at this late stage of the race, you can lose time in traffic, you can have contact, you can make a mistake, and so don't go anywhere, because these gaps are close enough that we could still see some changes before we do see the checkered flag in just a handful of laps' time. Monitoring that situation in the TCR class, by the way, and Brabham Esports have definitely not given that place back to Impulse Racing, and it's sitting still at 4.5 seconds, so it looks as though they're going to hold on to the position and argue their case after the race if they need to. Race Control have been fairly busy. There have been about a dozen penalties given out over the course of the race, not many of them though really to front-running teams, and so that's why we've not been making great mention of it. Most of the teams who have found themselves in trouble with Race Control have been having a slightly bad race anyway, but those at front of the pack have managed to stay out of trouble. And that really, Lorenzo, is one of the big keys to winning a race like this. You can be quick, you can qualify well, you can have a good setup. I think we said this at the start of the race, but if you start getting involved in incidents on track, it only takes one incident with a back marker, and that's it. You're out of contention.
Yeah, not only that, or having a power spike.
You see, I wasn't going to tell everyone that. You've blown your cover.
No, it's kind of like my reputation just goes on, and it's just like this is I'm just proving this is the marvelous world of sim racing. You can have technical difficulties, you can have electrical difficulties, things that are out of your reach. And remember what I was saying, like some of these bets not paying off. Look at that. Impulse pitting, GSR pitting. I think this is going to be about 20 to 30 seconds out of it. They might lose the position to Fiercely Forward. They might be going to maybe P3 of things. Don't know if they're going to get P2, but still a little bit of a letdown nevertheless.
It is, and it means that the Alpine Stars Geodesic racing car, number 162 of John Bertuffer, has taken the class lead. Now, he has done 21 laps on this tank of fuel. He should be okay. Replay there of the number 14 car going around. That's Patrick Hingston in the ATRS Esports Porsche, with a bit of contact coming through Aqua Minerale. But yeah, the sport class leader then on their 22nd lap on this tank of fuel. The car that I'm a little concerned about, though, is the Fiercely Forward car. They are on their 27th lap on this tank of fuel, and they still have another couple to go. So are they going to be able to drag the Porsche home without needing to make another stop? You can see that they are right behind the Impulse car, which came out just ahead of them. So, Taylor, this is the fight for second place on the track. They're worried about fuel. It is all going on here right in the closing stages.
It really is, and it's going to be very exciting to see how this plays out between the two of them, as they should be coming around momentarily. Oh, there goes the Mercedes around.
Wow, so that was Impulse Racing. So they were still second place, but the mistake made... no, it wasn't. Sorry, excuse me. It was the other car getting ahead of herself. The 157 did just go through, didn't it? A couple of seconds ahead. It is another white and blue Mercedes. And I think we've seen that car in that particular gravel trap before, haven't we, Lorenzo?
Yeah, I think more than once. So yes. Sapphire just not being Sapphire at all. It's kind of like a... I'm trying to make any analogies with rocks and stones. I'm failing miserably.
They ended up in the emerald
this is
stuff.
big. This is big.
Yeah, that is German Sim Racing back ahead of Fiercely Forward, so that's third place now, and in comes Fiercely Forward, so they did have to stop again. So that was 26 laps, which means that Alpine Stars should be safe out in front, but that's real heartbreak. Having just moved in to a podium place, they have to pit with a lap to go, Taylor. This is exactly what we were saying. You've got to be pinpoint accurate on those fuel calculations, and if you're not, then it's going to cost you.
It certainly is, and as we see the Fiercely Forward machine comes off onto pit road, and we will see your race leader, Mario Velgut, take the white flag here one more time around Imola, as we have completed 4.5 hours of racing and soon to be 143 laps.
Yes, it has been a fantastic performance, this, from the Impulse Racing team, and it is Mario Velgut who will have the honour of bringing the car home. But they had to fight for this one, didn't they? They did not have any chance to relax. The entire race, really, they found themselves in the fight, and it was only this last stint, really, where they kind of established themselves at the front of the pack. But yeah, this was a brilliant performance from them, and they are now only half a lap away from claiming victory. By 13 seconds or so will be the eventual winning margin, and they'll make their way towards Tosa with one or two last minute hurdles to be jumped. Lorenzo, bit of traffic ahead, two cars running close together. This is the last thing that Mario wants to see when he's half a lap away from home.
Yeah, but he's got 12 seconds to Maxime Marriott, so he can be basically very easy lose like 2 to 3 seconds. Just you guys can go. My rush is minimal at this point of the race because I opened up a really good gap in for Impulse. Very well earned victory. They deserved this one. They pushed up to the very rim, made the strategy work. Had a 1-up on Medini Racing, taking a lot of the moments in the race, despite the blunder that Medini probably had on the strategy. But here he goes. First in the back for the number 15.
Down in towards the Ravazzas then for the 143rd time. 700 kilometres of racing, just shy of 5 hours or so the race time. And out of the final corner will come Impulse Racing, who have played this race to perfection. They were quick in qualifying, the two GT4 cars ahead, nearly causing them a headache at the line. They were quick in qualifying, they played the strategy right, and they have won the third round of the championship here at Imola, the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA, and the third round goes to Impulse Racing, and they continue what has been a solid season for them. Their second win from the first 3 races, and it might just be enough to keep them in championship contention. Meanwhile, the TCR class winner, that was Team Huisingveld. They continue their unbeaten run. 3 races and 3 wins for the number 248 Hyundai Veloster. And another victory comes here at Imola. And the final team that we're waiting for as far as class wins is concerned is within the sport class, because against all odds and really out of the blue, to be honest, within the last couple of laps of the race, the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black McLaren, driven by John Berteffer, has emerged as the race leader, and it emerges now out of the final corner. And as the sun sets here at virtual Imola, it does so with a class victory for the 162 McLaren. Again, fuel strategy was what won it for them. At no point were they the fastest car on the track, but that didn't matter. They played the situation perfectly, and Lorenzo, they have done a fantastic job to come through and steal the victory right at the end.
Yeah, perfect and courageous strategy from a Python Geodesic coming from out of nowhere. I think they pulled up the good old Randy Orton to pick a good resty analogy right here. But what a performance from Geodesic in this GT4, proving why they are one of the favorites in this series and why they are dominating the sport class 3 in a row. Who can stop them? Now, that's the really good question I cannot have a good answer for.
No, they are proving to be virtually unstoppable, aren't they? But 3 more races to go, and the championship will continue to twist and turn through those last 3 races, I am sure. But what a fantastic day for Impulse Racing. A win overall and within the Cup class, 2nd place within the Sport class, and 3rd in the end, a slightly controversial 3rd place maybe, within the TCR class after that late clash with the Brabham Esports car. But Impulse Racing as a whole, I think, Taylor, will leave Imola feeling pretty satisfied.
I would be very satisfied for Impulse Racing if I was on that team with how much of a drive they were able to pull off here. Every spot in class has a podium finisher from the Impulse team.
Yes, they did indeed, and they will certainly be happy with the amount of points that they've managed to score here today. To complete the podium runners, by the way, it was Maniti Racing 2nd in Cup, and the Visceral Esports squad did get one of their cars on the podium, but it was the 97 car, which sits 3rd in the championship. But in fact, we can now confirm that result for you. A win then after 143 laps, 700 kilometres for the number 15 Impulse Racing Porsche by 9.5 seconds. They really did back off on that final lap, understandably, understandably. Maniti Racing in second. Anders Dahl comes home in third in the 97 car that led early on, but through some strategy calls ended up falling about half a minute back and never really could recover. The 96 car also had its issues, but a contact in the early stages did well really to recover to fourth position. Sabelt Esports had a stint in the race lead, but they finished fifth in the end, ahead of Orion Race Team's number 44 car that was really up and down the order all day long. The Hell Racers were in seventh position, just ahead of the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car in 8th, RPC Esports in 9th, and Orion Race Team got their second car inside the top 10 as well, which didn't look that likely in the early stages of the race. ATRS Academy 11th, 12th for Leipert Esports, 13th for SimCity Racing, and WS Racing Esports were next ahead of Deutsche Payment Esports, Olympus Esports, and then some of those who had issues. Kairos Esports led the race through the middle part, but they finished 3 laps down. ATRS were in 18th, 10 laps down, and then not running at the finish, Trek Esports and ATRS Esports as well, and they will not be classified as finishers. You have to complete 90% of the class winners' laps in order to be officially classified as a race finisher and therefore score points. Within the sport class, though, it was Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing who had a slightly more comfortable margin at the end, but that doesn't do that race justice because they sort of stole that one on fuel mileage in the last couple of laps. Impulse Racing second despite the late splash and dash, likewise third for German Sim Racing's Aston Martin despite a late pit stop. The 137 was the best of the 2 Hugh Jass McLarens, with SRM Motorsport rounding out the top 5, and they were the only 5 GT4 cars on the sport class lead. Then it was Team Huisenfeld and Fiercely Forward, with the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing second car in 8th position, SimCity Racing in 9th, and Hawk Freak Racing completing the top 10. Then it was the Archer Brothers Esports Porsche, the McLaren of Deutsche Payment Esports, and the second German Sim Racing Aston Martin, ahead of Eclipse Racing Team, the second Hugh Jass McLaren, ahead of Sapphire Simsport, who had a couple of moments down at Aqua Minerale, Ingersoll Rand, and then the 2 non-finishers within that class, SRM Motorsport and Race Factory, who were multiple laps down. Then finally, we've got the TCR class results, and it was Fabian Seaman for Team Huisenfeld who won by 17.5 seconds. Again, the first half of the race dominated by Brabham, but in the second half, no one could catch the Team Huisenfeld car, which wins by 17.5 seconds over the early race leaders. Third place for Impulse Racing, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing with another top 5 finish for their team, this time in the TCR class, and Maniti Racing also with more points in the bag in TCR for 5th, ahead of Impulse Racing. Ted Line by Impulse, Brabham Esports second car in 8th, the first car 1 lap down. Then it was Full Send Racing and Olympus Esports to complete the top 10 in the TCRs. Then it was Goreo Autosport, and again, we then had a handful that had issues. Fiercely Forward, SRP Racing Team, Ingersoll Rand, and Big One Club, both retiring in, I think, the same incident that was within the very early stages of the race. Right then, so lots to unpack after that, and thank you everyone for sticking around to the end of the race. We're joined now, though, in the commentary box by Pascal Costa. And Pascal, thank you for taking some time to come and chat to us. A brilliant result for you at the end of the day, but that looked like hard work.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it was quite hard work. The strategy was born during the first safety car period. It was too early for us to get in, and then we saw that Azatec got in, but Maniti didn't, and then we stuck to the same strategy. And then when the second safety car hit, it was perfect for us. So I could double stint my stint with the tires and manage all the tires to the end, picked up good halfway points, and then at the end P1 would not have been possible without Mario's pace. He was so damn quick on this track and managed to save tires and stay clean. It was an amazing drive from him.
Yeah, I mean, the whole team operated really well today, and the strategy was ultimately what put you in a position to win. But that strategy is so hard to call when you get those 2 early safety car periods, because at that point, I suppose you kind of expect there to be more. Were you surprised that it ran green flag through the entire second half?
Yeah, I was, especially after I saw that Azatec was pitting the last stint, or did the last stint quite early, and then Maniti did it. We tried to avoid another safety car because it was still possible, and then got a little bit earlier in than we calculated, but it worked out fine. And yeah.
We can see as well that the car was carrying a little bit of bodywork damage at the front of the car. Where did that come from, and how much was it affecting things?
Yeah, these fucking these sausages, these sausages, can kill you if you take the wrong line. And I had a little bit of contact with the GT4 by lapping. He expected me to go in the inside, but I was on the outside, and then I touched another GT4 in T4, T5, I guess, and there was the rest of the damage. But it was a little bit of top speed, but not quite. Disturbing.
Well, it didn't hold you back at all, that's for sure. And we thank you very much for joining us. A huge congratulations. A really nice way that to bounce back after a slightly disappointing race at Interlagos. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the great broadcast. See you next time.
Absolutely. So that was Pascal Costa then, who along with Mario Velgut was victorious in the Cup class here at Imola at the end of the 700-kilometre race. We now then move on to the TCR class, where Team Huizingveld have just been unbeatable. 3 races and 3 race wins, and we are joined now by Roman Pashka, who was part of the driving talent behind the wheel. Roman, what a perfect season this has been.
Yeah, I mean, 3 for 3. Really nothing we can ask more for here.
You make it sound like it's, you do this every day, but this is not an easy class to win in. You've got to call the strategy perfectly. You've got really fierce competition out there, lots of really quick teams. What is it, do you think, that's given you guys the edge?
To be fair, today we were a bit shocked that our pace was so good. We didn't have so much time for preparation. But then after qualifying, we managed to put a car on 3rd position, and we knew we have pace in the race more than in qualifying. We were quite confident, and then strategy-wise, we expected many safety cars here, more than we got. So we were trying to, fuel correctly that we end up in a good spot in the end. And honestly, no mistakes today. Fabi was incredibly quick again. We kept the car clean, and then it was surprisingly smooth today.
And I think we saw some real patience from you guys as well, because the first half of the race, Brabham Esports led pretty much all the way, and it wasn't until after the halfway point that you really seemed to get into your stride, build up a nice lead, and never look back. So is that sort of the game plan in races like this? Just pace yourself. There are going to be cautions. Really, it's all about that second half.
Yeah, tactically, in the beginning, you have to look for fuel. If there's a safety car, any track space that you make up anytime, it's going to be eliminated. And so it doesn't make sense to drive away from the crowd. So strategically very interesting. You have to deal with this a lot. And so that's why we try. Yeah, and there's no necessity in the beginning to be very aggressive. We try to stay patient. Keep the car clean until the end, and then if necessary, push hard in the end.
Well, speaking of the second half, we now move into the second half of the season, and you are going to have a very healthy championship advantage. Can you relax at all now? Can you sort of accept that you don't need to win every race now, or are you just going to keep on attacking?
Well, we're trying to get the best out of it. Impulse has 3 cars in that, in the group here. Then Brabham also always shows very strong. So I think we cannot just relax here. It's going to be tough until the end, I'm pretty sure.
Absolutely. Well, you've certainly been killing it in the first half of the season. Congratulations to you and the whole team, and thank you for taking some time to come and chat to us.
Perfect. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Excellent stuff. So Team Huizingveld continuing their dominant run of form in the TCR class. The last of the class winners then that we haven't chatted to yet is within the sport class, and this was perhaps the biggest surprise of them all, because it was only in the last couple of laps that the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing McLaren appeared at the front of the field. It was John Butefa who was at the wheel, and John, we weren't expecting you to pop up in the race lead. Did you kind of have an idea that would happen?
The only way we were going to do that was on strategy, and that's kind of how we did it. We just kind of had a pit stop early on with that early safety car. We boxed, and we were able to do one last stop after the second safety car than everyone else.
It was really touch and go for some of those other teams though. They were pitting very late. I mean, had you sort of done the maths not only on your fuel strategy but everyone around you? Because, you know, if they had have been able to stretch it one more lap, then they might have just been able to pit you.
Yeah, we knew with the fast guys that didn't pit on the first two safety cars that we were in a pretty good place as far as fuel number to the end. We didn't do as well at the halfway points, but towards the end we knew it would be really close. But ultimately we didn't have to take a full fuel load on the last stop either, so we had a little wiggle room yet.
One thing we really enjoyed about the sport class battle today was the fact that all four cars represented on the grid seemed to be pretty evenly matched. You know, we had 4 different cars in the top 4 positions on the grid. Where do you think the McLaren did stack up? Was it, you know, slightly better over the long run? Was it better on the fuel? Or is it as evenly matched as it looked?
I think raw pace we were probably dead last of the cars, but you know, there's more with IVRA. There's more than just pace. So obviously strategy comes in, safety cars, traffic management, and all that comes together. So yeah, pace wise, I think we weren't there today. Maybe 6th to 7th was our place, I think, on pace. But you know, strategy sometimes can overcome that.
Well, it was exactly the result that you needed for the championship as well. 3 races, 3 race wins so far. I'm going to ask you the same question that we just asked Team Huysingveld. Can you relax a bit now going into this second half of the season? Because you'll take a lot of catching, won't you now?
I don't think you can relax too much. One DNF can really hinder the championship, so we just have to kind of focus on finishing the races and getting points on the board.
Sounds like a plan. Well, congratulations, John, and to the whole team. Another fantastic and exciting race that you gave us there. Well done on that 3rd victory.
Thanks, guys.
There you have it then, our 3 podium finishers at the end of what was another hugely exciting round of the HyperX ClubSport series by IVRA here at Imola, and one that kept us guessing right to the end. A final thought then from my 2 brilliant co-commentators, Lorenzo and Taylor. Lorenzo, I'll come to you first. Certainly from a strategic point of view, that was a race I really enjoyed. We had a little bit of everything. The safety cars messing up the strategy in the first half, and then that had ramifications, you know, 2 and a bit hours later, right at the end of the race, and that's the kind of thing that really excites me.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it's kind of like a thing of all races we had this season on ClubSport had the most of it all. Drama, action, some things funny, relatively, but can't wait to see now. I think they go into the more easy part, I would say, of this season, because they got into 3 tracks that kind of like a lot of people know, and they go into tracks that for the whole majority, a lot of people don't race usually. You don't race in Mid-Ohio, as we're seeing right now. You don't race into Barber a lot. The only one you can do is kind of like Suzuka, where it kind of eases out a little bit, but Mid-Ohio should prove a very challenging track, because I think there's only 2 overtaking spots. That's pretty much it. Everything else is clustered, and we can see a lot of yellow flags, more so than we saw over here, and even in Interlagos. So let's see how this will be in a month time.
Absolutely. And Lorenzo, thank you for your help over the last few hours. It's been a pleasure working with you for the first time. Same for Taylor as well. Been a real pleasure being here in the broadcast booth with you. Your final thoughts on what we've witnessed here today?
Well, it was a race that was full of a lot of different strategy calls, and it just shows the ones who were able to come out with the best strategy were the ones who would guarantee the shot of taking home the victory here. And we're going to see that trend continue as we head off to the tight, twisty curves of the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in America here in about a month's time, a little over a month's time here. So going to be excited to see how that will play out.
Absolutely. And don't forget that if you've enjoyed what you saw today, well, that's not the only IVRA action this weekend. The GT Sprint Series is in action tomorrow afternoon, so be sure to tune in again on RaceSpotTV for that, and also be sure to rejoin us again for the start of the second half of the season in the ClubSport Series. We'll be back again on the 25th of February at Mid-Ohio. But for now, a big thank you to everyone for joining us. A big thanks as well to the whole production team. I've been Andy McEwen alongside Lorenzo Bonda, Taylor Burris, Hugo Luis, our technical technical director. And once again, a big shout out to Dougie Beard on the cameras. We'll see you again soon.